Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into pub coins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here. Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. Pubsportsradio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can Smoke and Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one. They're all coming down. Billy Friedrich.
Coin! Fired! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Parker Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicap a more dapper than a Dom. By the young phenom known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio Bizarre is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, May 30th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. The weekend is here, and we need winners. Man, the last 48 hours of NHL and NBA have gone so wrong for me. Congratulations for everyone who was on the Oilers. Funny, this was the only time I bet against them all playoffs. Must have been. Felt strange, not cheering for the orange and blue. I also, thought the Stars were a powder keg in the first 10 minutes, and they were down 3-0 in the first 10 minutes. I stuck up for DeBoer throughout the whole playoffs. He should not have pulled Ottinger after 2 goals. You pull him after 3 goals. I'm astonished that he would have done that. And after all the nice things I said about him. Don't you always give a goalie 3? I mean, I just... Captain Hook over there. So I was fortunate to push the team total. But and then, there's certain cappers who will always stick in my head, different cappers. And Anonymous, with his, thoughts on the basketball game last night, he was bang on. And, I was wrong from tip to end. And then, we talk about the addition of WNBA, of my first full season capping it, sweep the board in WNBA and clean up all that mess and have a winning night. Jays won. That was my only bet in MLB. But it didn't feel like a winning night. My bankroll will tell me that it was a winning night, but certainly didn't feel like it. Being so wrong on the sports that means so much to me. But it's just part of it. We got to turn the page and get ready for today. And I'm so thankful for the opportunity to cap with you guys. We've got a great show. Wine Time Sports going to be with us. We have Daby Cab making his triumphant return to the show. He's got 3 games at least that he's going to give best bets on. We have Jose Bouquet, of course, and then Brizzy went 1-0, so we combined to go 4-0 in WNBA last night. So shout out to all the cappers in the chat. I can't wait to rock with you guys today. I'm pumped up. Justin McKelvey, Stacks plays of the day. Terang over 1.5 bases plus 114 and Braves over 9.5. Stacks running hot. Love to see it. Pig Milk play of the day here in the house. Nuge. It was a strange night. The Orioles were rolling, but Nuge, not around. I thought the shot prop made sense though. And you're running so hot, Billy, my man. Let me get the Stacks set up here for us. There we go. Stacks right here. Beautiful. And then we'll throw Mr. Friedrich right underneath. And there we go. All right. Pig Milk play of the day is in. We have AM in the house. UFL Battlehawks Defenders over 42.5. Get that copied and pasted. AM was asking, why I've not moved over to UFL when I cap CFL. I followed WNBA and capped some games over the last few years. I can't. It just to start a whole new league up is so daunting and scary. I mean, it took me a few years to say, okay, I'll cap it fully in WNBA. So I just, it's just, when you have like a girlfriend or somebody who doesn't like to watch sports, why would they? They don't know the players. They don't know everything that's going on in the game. They don't know the X's and O's. They don't know that it's chess and not checkers. They don't know those things. And if they don't know it, what is it? I mean, it's not, but that's the answer. I don't think we talked about that, but I will keep an eye on your UFL action. Billy Friedrich, thank you for joining us. AM, we got Billy Friedrich PMP, Pig Milk play of the day. I see it. I think pimp. Pig Milk play of the day. 3-leg parlay. Bolaji, Oki, Jordan Levitt, and Dustin Jacoby. Let's get this all copied and pasted. Thank you, Billy, my friend. Get that locked in, and there we go. Make America Great Again in the house. Chappie Funk ready to get to work. I like it. Penny Bomb Stanley Cup rematch. Back-to-back rematches. Wild. Stanley Cup rematch. McDavid will not be denied his cup this time. It's just perfect. So I have moved on the game, by the way. I'm not so... maybe my bankroll is a little bit different or a little bit stronger than it was, but not much. But for the first time, I'm not going to hedge anything ever. I'm going to put the gas down. Now, they're only 1-unit bets, mind you. The 1.5, I decided not to do. I sat there for a long time thinking exactly how I was going to bet, but I took Oilers to win game 1 and the series at plus 150. I have them now to win the series at plus 800 as well for $500. But I want more. I want more. And so I have them on the -1 line, plus 136. and I have them team total over 3 at -138. If I can get the team totals under -145 at 3 for the Oilers, I'll bet it each game if they're available to bet. So I've moved on those already here. Mally Mal in the house. Boston Nick, look at that. We got Slick Nicky fish tanks in the house. We got Andrew G ready to get to work. Swiggy says the NHL bracket is updated, and it looks like Salty Pete will be able to hold on to second right now. I don't think Big Show has enough. It's too bad. Big Show would have been set up because of Hyman would be the difference maker, but Hyman's hurt. That hurts. That means that the advantage is, or that I don't think you can catch Salty Pete because you each have McDavid, Draisaitl, Nuge, and Bouchard. You each have Kachuk and Barkov, and then he's got Gustav Forsling. Hyman would have been the difference, and it would have been such a fun thing to have. But shout out to Salty Pete, the great Salty Pete, and Harbor Acres Cottages that supported our football pool. Salty Pete, second, 67%, 33% payout. So it's too bad. Maybe Hyman can come back. Maybe Slatsy just bet McDavid for Conn Smythe. I looked at it too. I don't. I just want them to win. I like the bet, though. I just want them to win. We got Saturated in the house. The Truth Teller ready to get to work. Dougie Wise, free bands play today. Yankees first 5 at -135. Shout out to Dougie Wise. Get this copied and pasted. Slat says, disregarding futures, who would you take to win the cup? Oh God. This is, I laughed when the Panthers said we're all business. Like, you were all business last year because of the mistake you made the first year. All business. Look, this is the spring of 1990, and you're betting on Michael Jordan to win his first championship. I mean, it's just they are so locked in. That's why I bet I've hammered it. I put 3 units on game 1. And if they lose game 1, I'll take the Oilers to win game 2 in this series. I'll take the Oilers team total over 3. I'll take the Oilers on the -1 line. I want more money. This is obviously this has happened once with MJ. It was different when Kobe won his first chip because Kobe wasn't really the alpha then that he became. This to me is, getting in on Wayne Gretzky in 1984. After they'd lost the Stanley Cup to the Islanders, they got beat up badly. This is exactly the same. We were talking about this all season long. My only issue is I wish I bet more on it. And so there's no hedge in sight. And I'm just going to hammer Oilers. I also, as good as the Panthers are, they're not that fast. It's not going to be easy dealing with McDavid. And did you see Ekholm? I know he, was in the penalty box for that power play, but already Ekholm looked good in that first game. What a difference his size makes back there. This is glorious. And it's a phenomenal betting situation because you're going up against the defending champions. That's the reason why it's a phenomenal. Any other time you'd be in the situation, generally, the Oilers would be a massive favorite, which they will be next at Stanley Cup Finals. But here we have the defending champions, and so we have people dealing with real biases because they've cashed on the Panthers like we did last year. So it's a one of a kind. This type of betting situation, in the way it's worked out too. We've cashed so much off of them throughout the playoffs, but this is a once every 20 years betting situation, and maybe more than that. This is a real special betting situation that we have. We're really fortunate. And when we look back 5, 10, 15 years later, I'll be like, well, I didn't take advantage of it enough. If I didn't cash that with the Oilers down 2-0, cash that win in 6, I would be upset. Honestly, I'd be like, well, we knew this was going to happen. Why don't I have more money to show for it? Like that's how I'll look back at it. And I need to change it. This is a learning lesson for me. If I'm in the situation again, it has to be a $25,000 score. It has to be. So, yeah, I'm pumped up, man. I'm pumped up. Mr. McKelvey ready to get to work. Just my 2 cents in the house. Jacob blessing our action with the dono to get the card started. Thank you, Jacob, my friend. Lucky Power in the house. Mr. Saturated. Wine Time will be here shortly. There's Gorky on Medvedev, Shelton, but Hamad is not okay. This is what we're hearing from Gorky here. Jermaine ready to get to work. Jacob, thank you for blessing our action. Jacob saying DeBoer looking to get fired. It was strange for somebody who's had his team's back and said all the right things and backed up Ottinger to pull him after 2 goals. I mean, you know, it's funny when Casey DeSmith came in, they were talking about how this is all about storylines. You never know who's going to be the hero. No, the storyline was, can a goaltender who's been spectacular for you guys, you know, now we're talking about multiple years, he's been spectacular, step back up after allowing 2 goals on the first 2 shots. I mean, that should have been the storyline. Can he show character? Can he show great? Don't you want to test him too? Don't you want to find out what you have in him? Because we know what Casey DeSmith is. All the Canucks fans, I mean, he's a good backup goalie. Game 7 against the Oilers, you want to throw him in. I was surprised. Robert Franklin hit the alt line with the Oilers -1.5 for a nice payday. I love to see it. Spenny says there's a reason DeBoer never actually wins shit. It was shocking. Oz B ready to get to work and saturated, or Dougie Wise here. Pacers -3.5 on Sunday. That's not Saturday. That's a Sunday game, I believe, right? That game is Sunday? Tell me it's Sunday. I'm almost certain Sunday. Slatzy says, I was surprised no pushback on Bouchard for slash on Hintz. Where was tough guy Jamie Benn? That's a great question. Where was he? It's a great question. A 9 legacy with his action. We got Lex Steele ready to get to work. Saturate's asking if there's going to be runs on the north side today. I have only made moves in WNBA. I doubled up on the Indiana Fever. I told you guys I was going to do that if they no-showed in that first game against a really bad team with real reason to step up without Caitlin Clark. I got the 7.5 and 12.5 about 4 hours ago. So there's Dutch Boy Fresh in the house. What up, Dutchy? Let's go. Tell me you didn't just say that. Ready to go says you can't fake desperation. Pacers just didn't have it yesterday. You could tell right from the jump. You're absolutely right. Wager Detective in the house. Oz B cashing with the Kane goal. Nice job, Oz B. Kane's being so much better than I would imagine. So much better. Perky ready to get to work. Full attack mode on the Chicago Cubs. AM's already on the Oilers Panthers under 6.5 -125. That makes sense to me. I'm always nervous betting totals in game 1, but of course that's your wheelhouse, our total. So I get why you'd hammer it right away. Mal, everybody ready to go here. So let's do that. Deacon got provided, had the Cubs Cincinnati home run prop 2.5 + 115, and he is betting it. Let's get that copied and pasted here. And let's get to work. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I'm pumped up. I'm thankful for this opportunity. I don't take it lightly. I want to succeed so bad. And you know, it's funny because over the last 48 hours of action, I'm up, and it doesn't feel that way. You know, it just doesn't feel that way. But thank God for WNBA. I've never said that before. Chris Mack says McDavid will not be tonight. God, it's a wonderful opportunity. Andrew G says Oilers have learned from their mistakes. Expect them to start off better. I love the game 1 look. I'm pumped up. Billy Fraser says I'm not underestimating this Panthers team. You know, I get it, Billy. But what did we say all year? All year, the Eastern Conference is not that good. All year we said it. All year. I mean, for instance, if the Avalanche were playing the Panthers, I'd be on the Panthers. But, I mean, would I be surprised if Avalanche took them 7 games? Would I be surprised if the Avalanche beat them? No. I get it, though. I mean, I get it here. True Teller got 500 on the Oilers in the series, 200 in the next game. I love it. Irish King, Edmonton moneyline, New York first quarter cash. Great job. Great job. Serious business. Everybody ready to rock. So let's get after it here. Irish King. Let me make sure I got everybody's action here. Let's grab Irish King's Cubbies bet here. Let's make sure we got everything locked in so we can discuss it. Frank, Virginia. Frank Virginia says, I lost on the Stars last night. You're saying I should go back to the well, huh? Maybe. And Wedgie Six said, tough to be bullish without Florida's looked in the playoffs. No, it's not. It's so easy. It's so easy. I find it so easy, but we'll see. We got action for tomorrow. But wait, isn't that basketball game Sunday? Dougie Wise, you keep saying, sorry, let me, before I trip out here. Come on. Here we go. It's not a Sunday afternoon NBA game. And yes, it is. Okay. Oh, no, it is Saturday. Jesus. Why did I think it was Sunday? Saturday, 8 p.m. at night. My bad. I thought that was Sunday. My bad. So let me copy and paste all of that. Kyle Tucker, homer as well. We also have DC Kappa ready to get to work. God, I was tripping, man. I thought there were going to be Sunday afternoon action. All right, Nate, Cerna, everybody ready to go. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Nasty Nate says this NHL betting is easy money. It's nice that you're ready to rock here, and join us in a little NHL. Because yes, we've made a lot of money this year, and I mean, we'll end up the season up 30 units if the Oilers win the Cup. There's nothing wrong with that shit. Not as good as I wanted, but nothing wrong with that. Chase J says, if the Oilers do fall against the Panthers, would you look at them differently as a whole? Yes, I would look at them different. I would look at them differently. If they lose again, yes. Absolutely. Grant Clarkson says, love you, Jimmy. I'm really only here for the Camel races. I love that, Grant. I love that. Nordy in the house. Nordy, we've missed you. Okay, Rem, what did I... today's my birthday. Here it is from Rem Most. Today is my birthday. I would like either a full game side or total from specifically Jose. All right. And I will be fading his pick. Dangerous stuff, Rem. But we will do that for you. You got it, Rem. Okay, great to see all of you guys. Let's get to work. AM says, I'm not sure the Oilers can get around the abuse the Panthers will put on them. I disagree. I think that the Panthers are going to receive abuse. Do you think that Evander Kane and Corey Perry are scared? Matthias Ekholm are scared of Tkachuk? I don't know if you guys have ever seen. There's a clip of Zadorov following Tkachuk around the ice, intimidating him and bullying him. This was just this year. Zadorov was a Bruin, talking about just going off, talking about how he beats the shit out of Brady all the time, just like he beats you. Just going off. These are vets. The Stars, Jamie Benn was nowhere to be found physically, but the Stars' best players are kids, and they're young and they're soft, and they'll get stronger and tougher as it goes on. A lot of love here for Rem Most. Happy birthday to our guy Rem Most. And much love to you, my friend. Much love to you. Been working double ships. DC Cadbury's on the over 8.5. Rem birthday pick from Jose that he's going to fade. Never had this before. That means that we need to come up with a new clip, right? We need to have the fade Jose's birthday pick of the day, right? Because we have this. Now we need the fade Jose Bouquet birthday pick. We can make that happen. I'm sure Jose's working on it now. I'm sure he is working on it now. All right. Toby Lane, they did that. They did. It hurt. It hurt. Happened fast. It hurt. So, it was a big fat L that I have hanging around my neck. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. And that's what I did. And I will deal with that. Nasty Nate says, I will call Pete tomorrow for my pick. Nasty Nate, it's your birthday tomorrow. Okay, let's get this all copied. And D. Jenkins needs a birthday pick. Okay, this is all falling into place. Let's get this copied and pasted here. All right. Okay, that's copied here. Nasty Nate. Nice time of year to have a birthday, man. And then we have D. Jenkins celebrating his birthday. Let's get this here right. below Rem's birthday. All right, we got birthday picks. It's a Friday. Good God. In the old days, if I was in my fucking hood-ass apartment in Parkdale, I'd pull out a bottle and hammer it right now for you guys. But we're maturing. We're in the burbs now, raising a family, trying to live to like 60. Can I get 60? Both my grandfathers died at 57. I'd like to pass that. Let's get to work. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California. Our next guest is on our show. 67 and 54. 55.4% plus 12.15 units. ROI plus 10.04%. Average line plus 100. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Wine Time Sports, to the telecast. Jose still hosting his show. Wine Time, how are you, my man?
Jimmy the Bag, man. Blessed to be here with you on a Friday as usual, man. My favorite day of the week, as I always tell you. As you said, man, I don't take this lightly, man. This is a blessing to be here with you on a Friday to cap this card, man. We've got a loaded MLB card today, Jim, and I'm ready to break it down with you. We got my guy Daby Cab in the wings coming up. He's going to break down some game with us as well. And shout out to all the birthday people in the chat. Everyone out there, Rem Most, my guy Nasty Nate, he said his birthday's tomorrow. I got you guys with a pick today that I absolutely love. That's going to be coming up early on, so make sure to stick around for these first couple games, and I will get you guys a birthday pick that I'm really confident in. So with that being said, shout out to you guys. Shout out to everyone in the chat as well. Appreciate all the love, and let's get to work, man. We got a nice MLB card today. I'm excited, man. Shout out to the Nationals in the 10th inning yesterday. Got it done for me.
And I couldn't believe AM cashing is over.
Oh, that's wild.
I know.
It was crazy. So shout out to the Nationals, man. I'd love to see JP Crawford get ejected there halfway through the game Hey, I can't blame the guy, man. That ball was that was a ball and a half outside the zone that got called strike 3. Some of these calls we've seen these last couple of days in these games, man, have just been kind of wild. A lot of bad calls. But with that being said, Jim, stoked to be here with you on a Friday. Let's get to work.
Let's get to work. Absolutely. Grant Clarkson says a King and Roncesvalles. That is not Parkdale, my friend. Maybe people from Parkdale try to claim that, but there's no government housing on Roncy. Fucking rich people on Roncy, man. Chris Mack, shout out to Parkdale Drink, man. Shout out to Parkdale, man. I never got ganked. I never got fucking robbed. So I am happy to get the kids out of there, though. All right, let's get to work here, my friend. We have afternoon baseball in an hour and 50 minutes. Cincinnati Reds at the Chicago Cubs. Cubs 18 and 10 at home. They're great on the road, too. 14 games over 500 overall. We're at Wrigley Field in Chicago, Illinois. Let's take a look at the weather. 73 Fahrenheit, 7.2 miles per hour left to right and very slightly out. Gets up to 8.9 miles per hour. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We have Andrew Abbott, the lefty, going up against Colin Ray, who is resurrecting his career here. We have Ray and the Cubs at minus 156. Opened up at minus 160. Oh, shit. I'm sure Jose will be with us here shortly. Here we go. All right. So we have a slight, tiny 1 cent move towards the Cincinnati Reds. On the total here for this one, we have a 9. It's minus 111 to the over. This opened up at 9. It opened up at 9, but this line didn't open up until 10:17 a.m. here. Opened up minus 119 to the under, immediately went to 8.5, and it stayed there for about an hour and 10 minutes. Then it moved back to 9, and now it's juiced to the over at 9. Interesting move. Let's see when our friends who we play poker at, when they open this one up. They opened this one up, and wow, everybody was hesitant here to let us bet on this one. This one opened up at 8.5 at 11:01 a.m. Became a 9 at 11:32 a.m. So a different way of looking at it here. Justin McKelvey is the Reds plus 143 in his pocket. Mal cold cash play of the day. Ellie Dela Cruz to record a run at plus 105. Not only has this guy scored a run 6 straight, he scored a run 5 times in a row versus Colin Ray. Look at that. Mal dropping dimes here. pull this up. Troy says you don't fade the Cubs at home on Fridays. You don't fade the Cubs when the total is over 8.5. You don't fade the Cubs when they are priced less than minus 150. I guess, do we see that anywhere? I guess they were at one point. Interesting. Great stuff here from Troy Torrance, who's been eating off of this. AM on the over 8.5. Ron Lofton on Horner over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. Wager Detective on the other side with the Reds. Let's get this all copied and pasted here. Make sure we have a Mally Mal also on the team total over 3.5. Let's get this all lit up here. Okay, wine time. The table is set. Let's take a look at the cash flow then for this one. We have 60% of the tickets and 86% of cash on the Cubs. Line not moving towards them. 81% of tickets, 93% of cash on the under. Andrew Abbott, 4-0, 1.77 ERA, 1.16 whip. Been very good this year. 4 home runs he's allowed in the 40 and 2/3. His last start was here against these Cubs, against Colin Ray. He went 5 and 2/3, 6 hits. He allowed 1 earned run. It was a solo shot, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, 6-4 win at home. On the road this year, he's only had 3 starts, but he's been quite good in them. 15 innings, 11 hits allowed, 5 earned runs, 23 strikeouts in those 15 innings with just 6 walks, 200 opponents batting average. Splits are beautiful. Lefties, 200, 549. Righties, 205, 638. And then Colin Ray on the other side has been very good, except for that loss at the Reds last out. He did not look good. If you know, the zigzag stuff that we talked about. Because remember, when you guys said, you know, what do you think of the over in the Knicks Pacers game? I said, well, every single stat we're reading would lead you there, except for the vaunted zigzag situation that we see so often. And I was like, but I mean, that's not enough for me to bet the under, but and of course it goes under. I guess you could blame the Pacers for that. At home, Colin Ray's pitched in 6 games, started 5, and he's been very good. 26 hits allowed over 28 and 2/3, 8 earned runs, 248 opponents batting average. When we have vets like this, wine time, we see them almost always, when they get lit up the first time they see the opponent, they have something in the bag of tricks the second time. I can understand people looking at the pitching matchup and say, well, the Reds have a big advantage. The only big advantage right now, because, you know, you'd say the Cubs offense is mighty, and I get it, but last 30 days against righties, 263, 776 OPS. Reds versus righties, 250, 739. So not too far behind. It's the bullpen. Cubs bullpen over the last 30 days is the second best in baseball. And the Reds bullpen has been a problem. 4.60 ERA over the last 30 days. Billy Friedrich says 6 of the 9 starters for Reds hit Ray extremely well historically. Wine time. You have cappers on either side. The floor is yours, my friend. Are you attacking game 1?
I am not attacking game 1, Jim. You touched on it, though. It's been this Cubs bullpen, man. These guys are pitching lights out late in these games right now. And we saw these two teams play, what was it, a week ago? Just a crazy series. I mean, I was on the Reds in all 3 of those games. Only got the win in 1, you know, a couple blown leads in those games because of that bullpen that the Reds have. This isn't a Reds team I want to trust at Wrigley Field here on a Friday in Chicago. I would only look towards maybe the Cubs -1 here and even potentially an over here, an over 9. I know it's juiced to -120 right now, but I still think that's good money, guys, because this line didn't become available for me until about an hour before the show. Absolutely wild. I couldn't get the 8.5. If that's what it truly opened at, I couldn't see that on my book. I'm thinking that this might have opened up at a 9 and now it's going to get to a 9.5 before first pitch here, guys. Even the Cincinnati Reds team total over 3.5 juice the over at -130 looks appealing. The Cubs over 4.5 -145. Wild. But Colin Ray, you mentioned it. He got touched by this lineup already, and he's a 34-year-old veteran. He's been in the game for a while. And the Reds batting order, I mean, I talk about it on a consistent basis. This is a very inconsistent offense. They can go out there and score runs in 1 or 2 innings and then not score a run in 18 innings. That's just kind of how their season has gone. I don't trust their bats enough. I don't think plus 146 is enough for me to get on the Reds. And I don't truly want to take the Cubs here. The Cubs are playing some really good baseball. I get it. I kind of want to take the over at this point now, over 9 -120, something I'm really looking at here. Looking at the weather a little bit here right now, I'm seeing doesn't really look two-hitter friendly, does it, Jim? Are we seeing 5.5 miles per hour to right field?
No, I've got stronger here from Swish.
Let me refresh.
it, but it's refreshed. It's 7.2, but it's barely out. It's like a taint hair out. But then it builds to 8, then to 8.9. So it builds. It's sticky, and it builds. It's not a bad day. I mean, I don't have Ballpark Pal here. I should get it. I keep saying that. But Troy Torrance says weather is friendly. I think it does support offense here. Oh, but minus 6% run, says AM. Thank you, AM. If you could keep hitting me with those, that would be wonderful. But I know you got a lot on your plate. And according to the Street Cam view, wind is blowing out to right at 10 miles per hour.
Okay. I mean, is that why we're seeing this total continue to rise here? Jimmy, do you think we're going to see a 9.5 here in the next hour and a half?
Well, you heard from TJ. He's sitting there with his knives out, and they're not hot knives. He says if this hits 9.5, he's going to attack it to the under.
Wow. Okay. Then that right there has me off this game, guys. You guys know me. When I come on the show, I love attacking the first game. My ROI has been tremendous. It's just not enough conviction in the market and the X's and O's for me to actually move on a side or total in this game. Like I said, I mentioned I'd lean towards the over, but see my guy TJ, if he's waiting to see a 9.5 there, I'm going to go ahead and stay away from this one. And I know my guy Troy Torrance, this guy's been cashing on the Cubs all season long, man. They've been a cash cow, man. It's really cool to see for that fan base. Happy for my guy to see his team doing well and him printing cash on them as well. So shout out to him. It's always a good feeling when your team's doing well, but when you're actually making money on them, makes it that much better. Nothing for me in this game, Jim. Are you going to end up moving on this one?
You know what? I'm just realizing what an ass clown move I made. Sorry, let me fix this. I gave out the numbers of the Cubs versus righties. I don't know why I did that. I just want to go over what they've been doing against lefties here quickly.
You are good.
Apologize for that. Let's just move over here to the splits leaderboard here. Let's take, I can pick the time filter. We'll just go with May, and then I'll go versus left-handed pitching team. I'm sure you guys have all done this already. I've done this for every game, and for whatever reason I didn't do this for Chicago. We'll go to advanced, and the Cubbies right now against lefties, 270, 823 OPS last 30 days. Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
295 BABIP, 358 WOBA. Weighted runs created plus 131, and they just saw him. I'm not. I think that
it's going to get touched here.
I think that Colin Ray is more than capable of pitching well here. And then I think that the vividness bias that people have of him getting touched, and then they look at the numbers that Andrew Abbott has, and he just shut down the Cubs. I mean, now I can explain why this market hasn't moved. The thing that is the surprise is that it's still 63% of the tickets and 86% of the cash on the Cubs. If that was the case, I would probably like to see it move more.
For sure.
But in saying so this isn't correlating in the way that I need it to, personally, and I'm trying to keep things very tight. But this is one-way traffic for me on the Cubs, because I can explain why the line is the way it is and what people see on the Reds tonight. And the idea that Colin Ray is, I don't want, yesterday I didn't want to sit there and be like, look, I'm gonna fight for Emerson Hancock. I don't need to fight for these journeyman pitchers. They don't need my fucking support. They don't know who I am. But I would think that Colin Ray would bounce back here, and I just don't know if I want to put my money on it.
Yeah, I feel you, Jim. I hear you on this one. There's too many complications in this game for me to move on this one, because you mentioned if the market's saying 80% of money nearly on the Chicago Cubs and the line's not really moving, they're saying that the odds makers have this line appropriately. I don't know, man. I would like to see more movement towards the Cubs if I was going to move on the Cubs -1 here. And at the same time, when I look at this total, I mean, you see, Colin Ray, who got lit up last time, and we're expecting him to have some positive. He's going to pitch well here today for the Cubs. And you're looking at Andrew Abbott's ERA and his record. You're thinking this is a clear cut under, but yet we're seeing this total continue to rise. And that's what has me that's why I want to move on the over here. But I don't know. It's too tricky here for me to actually move on this game. So this is going to end up being a pass for me, guys. We're going to have plenty of action today, though.
Shout out to Frank, Virginia, too. I'm now following him on X. Dave Redling says, when the wind is blowing out at Wrigley, we have a scoring team like the Cubs. We're going over 10 runs. I don't count this as blowing out. So I don't think it's it's minus 6% ballpark pal. What I see here is it's very by the tiniest of margins blowing out. TJ says, I will say the 53% fly ball rate for Abbott is concerning. Yeah, look, this is one-way traffic for me. It would be one way towards the Cubs. And I'd be interested in circling back in 45 minutes or an hour.
For sure. I want to see where this market goes.
Okay, let's roll on. That is your afternoon action here. Saturate on the Cubs run line. Seiya homer, PCA homer. That's just under 43-1 for our guy. Got to keep him saturated. Grant Clarkson in the house. Doesn't see a blowout. Doesn't see it blowing out. Yeah, no, it's not. I don't believe it is. But all right, let's roll on. Thank you guys for rolling with us. We have a ton of cappers with action, but not Wine Time and myself. We roll on to game 2 on the board. Chicago White Sox, Baltimore Orioles here in Camden Yards. We are in Charm City. Oh shit, that's not right.
White Sox.
Yeah. I always have it out of order here. They did change the time of this game.
Yeah.
Supposed to be at 7:10. They moved it to 4:30.
Crazy.
Oh, wait. I've got that set up right. Oh, I didn't change the time on my notes. Okay, here we go. All right, let's roll here. Camden Yards, Baltimore, Maryland. We have Burke going up against Zach Eflin. Zach Eflin back in business. And we also have a pig milk play of the day. White Sox first 5 run line plus a half at plus 115. That's something I'm very, very interested in. I'm very interested in Sean Burke. My issue here with Burke is that I want him at home. And I don't want him on the road. It's not like he's been awful on the road. 5 games played, started 4, 24 and a third. He's allowed 24 hits, 13 earned runs, 20 K, 17 walks. He doesn't have a very good K to walk ratio, at home either. He's allowed 5 home runs on the road. Lefty's hitting 195, but with power, 737 OPS, while the righties are hitting 269, 806 OPS. Before we break down Zach Eflin,
I hate to interrupt you here, Jimmy. Do we have a pitching change here? Am I tripping right now? Is Sean Burke not going to go anymore? Is it going to be Schuster? I see right here, White Sox Schuster for Burke, adjusted price for Baltimore.
Wow.
Schuster, the lefty, might be going today here for the Chicago White Sox. From what I'm seeing on my book, he's listed at my book.
Oh, yeah, it's Schuster for sure. Yeah.
Crazy.
Wow. Thank you. Schuster's pitching, says Spooner as well. Wow. Okay. So we have Schuster and Burke is the primary.
Okay.
Let me get this up here. Okay. That's not a big
deal then.
Switch here, but very important. Sorry, I don't mean that. Crucial information. I don't mean to take away from that here. But let's see here. Yeah, Burke is the primary. Schuster is the opener. Just 1 inning opener. Okay. Let's roll. So if you could bring up Schuster's, I know it's just 1 inning, but bring up his stats and talk Schuster. I'm going to set Burke up and set up everything else. Weather-wise, 80 Fahrenheit, feels like 81, 4.5 miles per hour to left field. Gets up to 5.4, drops back to 4.5. JW says Baltimore sucks versus lefties. Still, they do, but it's just 1 inning, but they do. But, Baltimore doesn't have power against righties anymore either. They're just not doing much here. So we also have possible drizzle and then light rain coming in. And then it's supposed to just rain in Baltimore throughout the night. So I'm curious how this game bangs out. TJ says smart for the White Sox, 2 lefties in the switch in the top 3 of that lineup, then bring in Burke. It is smart. AM says that's plus 16% here at Ballpark Pal, blowing out to left field. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the Orioles at minus 214. It's just an insane number for them. It hasn't really moved at that number. And then, I want to talk more about it, and we try to, but we talk about the numbers that come out that would lead you immediately to one side. We know that the books don't care about 50-50 action anymore. They're actively trying to beat us. And, the Pacers at +5 was clear. Like, here you go. You like what you saw there. And for me to fall into that trap, I was pretty upset with myself. This total is a 9. It's -114 to the under. This opened up at 9 at 7:42 p.m. 8:20 p.m. it went to 8:17, and now we're back at 9. But it's juiced to the under. But basically, no movement overall. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 56% of tickets, 58% of cash on the White Sox. So that's why it's not moving. 50% of tickets on the under and 77% of cash on the under. Nasty Nate says, "Are taint hairs thicker than other hairs?" Nasty Nate, that is a tremendous question. That's a tremendous question. And Peter Loshak is our taint hair expert, and he's only here on Tuesdays. But I'll message him. With your question, and I'll make sure you get an answer for your birthday. So not only will you get a birthday pic from Peter Loshak, but he'll also send you a picture of his taint hair compared to an arm hair. We'll do that for you. While we're talking taint hair, let's bring in our producer of the show, our co-star and co-host of the show from our home studio in San Antonio, Texas, Southtown 101. Showing a lot of leg too. There's another birthday present for D Jenkins. A birthday present for Rem Most. I know Rem Most really going to appreciate this. Please welcome Mr. Jose Bouquet to the telecast. Mr. Bouquet, how are you?
Here to entertain and here to please old Rem Most and our guy Nasty Nate. I'm excited, and our guy D Jenkins as well. The birthday trio there. I'm excited for Nasty Nate Day tomorrow on Say Hey Plays as well. So it should be a lot of fun.
Tremendous celebration. Tell us. The Reds Cubs. Did you move on it, Jose?
No, I haven't moved on anything yet. I was hoping to I'm always here tardy now, and I apologize for that, which is a little annoying. I wish I could be here a little earlier. So again, I apologize to you, Jimmy, specifically.
Oh, no worries, man.
But yeah, I haven't moved on anything yet here. I'm excited to talk these games out. 1 in 1 day for me yesterday, so it was a little annoying, but it's okay, We keep riding and rolling, so let's keep doing it. It's a long ass season.
Justin McKelvey is asking you to put your leg down, Jose, and also you have nothing to apologize for. You're producing another show, right? It's not like you're in the alley, combing taint.
Well, I did, just give a gander to my taint hairs when the question was asked, and I can confirm my taint hairs are thicker than my arm hair. Yes.
Oh, well, let me be the first to go. All right, and Justin is serious.
And Justin, I'll put both of my fucking legs up. How about that, Justin?
Wow.
How about that?
Wow.
How about that? You want this one up too?
Oh God.
How about that?
We have two guys celebrating birthdays here.
Oh yeah. If you're not crocking, you're not rocking, as they say.
Jesus, we need Justin McKelvey in studio for you to talk to his face like that. That's what we need.
I can't wait to see him at Pubapalooza. Shout out to you, Justin.
Okay, here in our second game on the card, we have a ridiculous line on the Orioles in Zach Eflin. Eflin has looked bad this year. He's only had 2 starts at home. He's allowed 11 earned runs and 11 and a third, 18 hits. But obviously, they're giving there's a number here that would lead anybody towards the White Sox. So then the question that we would immediately ask is, what is the price difference for the first 5? But even that doesn't make any sense because you have the better bullpen. The White Sox at 365 are plus 190 full game, and first 5 they're plus 170. Obviously, the White Sox are the bet here. No, I don't think you would. I don't think you would, Justin. AM on the over 9. Obviously, the White Sox are the player. So why are we not betting it? Let's hear it from you, Wine Time Sports. Get us going. White Sox, Orioles.
Yeah, this is a tough game for me here, Jim. Nothing for me in this one, but I mean, seeing the Baltimore Orioles minus a 220 here is definitely wild. Just looking at their season from afar, nothing good out of it. And the White Sox, they've actually got some promising starting pitchers in that rotation that we like and that we can back at times. I'm not necessarily sure this is going to be the time I want to back. Schuster's going to go out there. He's pitching a couple games this season. He was pitching really good in the minors going into this season. I see a 3-0 record with an ERA of 1.59. Don't get me wrong. I didn't look at his tape or anything like that, but we're seeing a whip of 1.15, 11.1 innings pitched. Did give up 10 hits. and 2 jacks. Struck out 15 though. This guy definitely has good stuff. He was a first-round draft pick out of Wake Forest. He's 26. Definitely wants to go out here. I think this is actually a good move by the White Sox to throw this guy out there in the first inning. That way Sean Burke doesn't have to face the top of the order. When he faces them twice, it's not going to be necessarily his second time facing them. And the only guys you really have to worry about in this Baltimore Orioles is the top of the lineup. So if we can get a deep outing out of Sean Burke here, I don't know why we wouldn't move on him first 5, actually looking at it right now. Plus a half is minus 120. We're seeing a total right now for the full game.
Line time.
Yeah.
The White Sox are barely worse record-wise than the Orioles.
Yeah.
They've won 6 games out of 29 on the road. The Orioles are 9-17 at home. They're terrible at home. How in the world, like, they don't just. I'm trying not to use Shawshank references, but come on, like, why on earth are they minus 215 and this line's not like? If I'm telling you, if the White Sox are minus 165 here, I bet them. Or sorry, White Sox are plus 165 or plus 150, plus 140 even.
Plus 140.
I would find it more appealing. But plus 190, doesn't it feel like you're going into a cave and there's a dude smoking meth with a fucking knife in there, not a bear?
I agree with you. I think that it's very trappy. I have to get another cup because it's very rainy in San Antonio and the studio's given some leaks right now. So I'll be right back. But I agree wholeheartedly, Jimmy, with you. This line made me scream Orioles, just like the Blue Jays line yesterday. It was inflated for a reason. I think this one is too.
It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense that the Orioles are this much a favorite. So, yeah, I mean, I can get where my guy Troy was saying earlier. I think he actually mentioned the Cubs and Orioles money line parlay piece. That's actually, you could probably get some plus money on that, actually. So, I don't hate that at all. But I'm not going to, I don't know. This is a tough game for me. I'm not going to move on the Orioles here. There's no way I'm going to parlay them up, and there's no way I'm going to take them on the run line here. Sean Burke is going to be a guy I have backed at times this year, and I will back at times in the future, but I don't necessarily think this is going to be the spot to back them. So this is going to be a pass for me. You're seeing 2 high totals at 9 here, the first 2 games on the board here. Even the total here, I don't know necessarily I can trust these offenses to go off for 10 runs here in this game. So this is going to be a stay away game for me. We've got a game coming up here next that I absolutely love, though.
This is insane. This, it just makes no sense whatsoever. You'd have to take the Orioles on the run line.
-1.5, -110 right now is what I'm saying.
I don't. Their bullpen last 30 days has a 7.42 earned run average.
Orioles -2.5 is plus 150. It's actually some good plus money right there. But
look at this. Listen, the AM's model says fair value on this game is White Sox -117, Orioles plus 117.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy, then.
Let's just move past it. You know what? I get why Billy Freak's on the first 5 plus a half. I can't do it here. I can't do it. Let's roll on. Troy Toyn says, who's ready to bet the Pirates' first 5 team total under a half? Spooner says this line is priced like the Orioles performed how we expected them in the preseason, not how they've actually performed. You're absolutely right, Spooner. And Zach Eflin, too. This is just ridiculous. Just my 2 cents is Orioles are still the better team here. If this was a series, I would have lots of interest in taking the Orioles in spots in it. But offensively, for sure. Offensively, there's a huge difference still.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just move past it. We move on to 6:45 p.m. Eastern. We have DL Hall, the 26-year-old, making his first start of the year. DL Hall has been around now for a long time. It's a wild first-round pick in 2017 draft out of high school in Georgia, Valdosta High School in Georgia. So we've seen him now for 4 seasons. He's not really started. He started 7 games in 2024, and he didn't look very good. He's not really ever looked that good in the majors, but obviously a highly thought of pitcher. 26-year-old that we've seen for 4 seasons. He also, was the number one prospect. This guy was number 47th ranked prospect in Baseball America in 2020. So in the minors this year in AAA Nashville, he's made one start. It's gone 5 2/3. I mean, I don't know what the hell you're going to get from him. Maybe 2024 is a better example. He was in AAA Nashville. He made 14 starts there, and he was better. But I don't know what we're going to get from DL Hall. The Phillies are hitting 259 with a 781 OPS versus lefties. And the Brewers are not hitting righties at all, but that hasn't stopped them from winning games. My only two futures are on them. Obviously, the Brewers to win the division is horrific, but they're over their win total is still in play. Benjamin Mills says wrong team favored. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We'll start with the money line. On the money line, we have the Phillies at minus 130. They opened up minus 139. The Brewers have gone from plus 126 to plus 120. Obviously, that's very telling. We have a 9.5. So this opened up at 9 and went to 9.5 after 2.5 hours. It was bouncing back forward 9.5. Now we have 9.5, and we have a juice to the over. So it's a real legitimate move towards that over. Weather-wise, here we have 76 Fahrenheit, 4.5 miles per hour to right center, and then rain comes in. Rain could be a problem in this one. BJ says this line's all over Milwaukee. AM says ballpark pile giving us plus 12% runs. And Frank Virginia says fading Taiwan Walker again, which is all I want to do as well. I really want to do that. Great job getting the 9 there, AM. Taiwan Walker has been very good, but he's still sort of being hidden. 39 in the third, but 23 2/3 have come at home, where he's pitched quite well. He doesn't get strikeouts or walks. He relies on soft contact. 191 opponent's batting average in this one. And Priester will be in there early by the third inning here, says Wager Detective. Priester is the primary here. Priester's looked phenomenal. He's looked so good. Again, like Emerson Hancock, Priester was someone I fought heavy for last year, and he's looked very good of late. I didn't realize. I thought that DL Hall was going to start. His last appearance was May 26th, and he went 2 1/3. And I thought that he was stretched out. I didn't realize. I should have realized that Priester was still going to be the primary. The splits for Taiwan Walker are good, and the Brewers aren't hitting. Both bullpens have been struggling a bit over the last little while. Take a look at the cash flow, and we'll have Jose get us started here for the Phillies Brewers. We have. We have 53% of the tickets, 53% of the cash on Philly. We have 80% of the tickets and 90% of the cash on the over. And Stacks play of the day number 1 is here as well. Terang over 1.5 bases at plus money, and Stacks is heating up.
Stacks.
And a crucial point by Benjamin. Brewers had the day off yesterday. Phillies played 2 games. Mr. Bouquet, take it away for us, Brewers, Phillies.
Yeah, it does feel like you should kind of just fade both of those teams coming off of that doubleheader yesterday, Phillies Brewers, or Philly Braves, I should say. So we'll talk about that later, but I'm in the same camp of I want to take the Brewers here. My main concern was that DL Hall being a lefty. The Phillies are very good against lefties, but you just mentioned that Quinn Priester, shout to Quinn Priester, is going to be the primary today here. And I'm going to give you guys numbers against righties. Full season, they are 12th, 107 weighted runs created plus, which is fine. And then in the last 2 weeks, from the 15th to today, Philadelphia is 8th, 116 weighted runs created plus. I don't love that, but there, like you mentioned, Jimmy, there's, and I need to double check this, 53% of the bets and money on the Phillies here. Line has moved towards the Brewers. I am interested in the Brewers here as well. I just have to figure out how I'm going to bet them. It'll probably be a full game money line because Phillies bullpen, and I'm going to refresh here real quick just to make sure I have all the days in here. But the Phillies bullpen, it went Romano 24 pitches, Strom 21, Kirkring 19, Joe Ross 21, Carlos Hernandez 12, and Jose Ruiz 4. So guys, I don't expect to be available today. I think everyone but Jordan Romano, honestly, I think it would be wise for them to give Romano the day off and not go back to back. But the bullpen's not like too obliterated here either. So I lean Brewers. I'm just trying to find a way on it.
I hate expecting teams to be exhausted. I mean, we saw the Blue Jays destroy as soon as first pitch yesterday. Yeah. I always like there are no shortcuts in capping. And I remember 9 years ago when I started, like, you'd have we'd get the inside info that, 2 kids on the college team are sick, flu's going around, they're not going to be playing. We'd all fade that team, and that team would rise up and have, play this great game. We'd all lose our shirts, come back going, I guess we shouldn't have followed. And then we started thinking that whenever we're all on the same play, we were going to lose. Like, it was, there are just no shortcuts. Wine Time, take it away. Your thoughts here. Phillies hosting the Brewers.
This is a game I moved heavy on. This is going to be the birthday pick for you guys for today. Whether which one you guys want to make it or not, I love both these plays. I'm going to tell you what to take right here, Jose. Take the Brewers money line full game and also take the team total over here. I think we're going to see some negative regression for Taijuan Walker here. I was even looking at the first 5 over 5. It's just juiced to minus 125 right now. That's kind of just waiting for it to get to a 5.5, and it still hasn't. Let me just refresh this really quick here. I just think we're going to see a lot of negative regression from Taijuan Walker here. I think you could look at Christian Yelich props as well. He's been swinging the bat a lot better lately. I think he can go over his hitting prop as well. Let me just pull this up. Over 5. Damn, it's still at minus 125. I'm going to end up staying away from the first 5, but I am on the Brewers full game. I got the money line plus 130 this morning. It was all the way up to a plus 132 at some point. Got it when it got to a plus 130. Right now at my book, I see a plus 121. I got the team total. Let me see. Over 4.5 at minus 110. It's still sitting there as we speak right now at that number. So you know what? Rem Most, Nasty Nate. Remind me, guys, who is the third birthday today?
D. Jenkins.
D. Jenkins. I'm going to give you guys the Milwaukee Brewers team total over 4.5 minus 110. They're going to have all 9 innings to get it here. Phillies did use quite a couple arms in their bullpen yesterday. The back end of it should be ready to go here. Like, they're better guys, but I don't even think they're going to get used today. I think the Brewers are going to have the lead throughout this whole game. I think DL Hall is going to most likely go out there and pitch 1 to 2 innings. I don't think he's going to go more than 2, depending on what he does in his pitch count after those 2 innings. But we will see the primary Priester go in there, who was originally supposed to start. This got two pitchers got moved to openers here in the last hour or two, so very interesting there. But I love the Brewers who are in this spot here. Philadelphia Phillies have been playing some really good baseball. Don't get me wrong, and they're one of the most feared lineups in the history of baseball. Honestly, looking at their lineup, it's absolutely wild. How they got these guys is crazy, man. They better win a championship at some point with this team, man. If not, that's just absolutely wild. But I'm on the Milwaukee Brewers here in 2 different ways here, guys. And I also mentioned, I saw some people giving out some college baseball, guys. I'm going to give out 2 quick college baseball plays for you guys that I'm on today. They're quarter unit plays, nothing crazy. But I am on East Tennessee State money line against Louisville, minus 103. Why is East Tennessee State minus 103 against Louisville here in this opening round? Louisville's never even lost a first-round matchup since they've been in this tournament here. But yeah, we're seeing East Tennessee State. They just won their Southern Conference. It's up to a minus 107 right now. Damn, crazy. It's going to continue to move up. We're seeing a high total at 13.5 as well. I think East Tennessee State is going to shock the world today. And I'm also on the Georgia Birmingham over 16 minus 120. High total for a reason, guys. I think Georgia is going to absolutely blow the doors off them, but I do think Blinghampton will be able to put some runs on the board here today. So quarter unit plays, guys, East Tennessee State money line and the over in the Georgia game 16. But with that being said, guys, the full unit plays are on the Brewers and the team total over 4.5 for the Milwaukee Brewers.
Sorry, what was the juice on the team total over 4.5?
4.5 minus 110.
Minus 110.
And still get the minus 110. I saw it kind of fluctuating between minus 110 and minus 115. Got up to a minus 115, now back to a minus 110. So interesting. And I thought this total, full game total, I was talking to Moose about it last night when it was a 9. My book wouldn't give it to me. Unfortunately, they didn't give it to me until this morning. And the 9.5, I don't know if I want to move on this full game 9.5 here. It's a little bit tricky for me here. So I'm not going to end up moving on the full game. If I was able to get the 9, I would have done it. But the 9.5 has me off the total here in this game. But we're loading up on this game, guys. We got 2 plays in this one. So I'm stoked.
While Wine Time's at it, I'll just go ahead and give out UTSA money line minus 131 against Kansas State.
Okay.
In the Austin Regional game I considered going to, but tonight, 7 p.m., minus 131 UTSA Roadrunners, the best team in the American. Most runs scored ever for a baseball team in the American as well in one season. So let's go Roadrunners.
Wow, I like
Let's
it.
go Roadrunners.
I like it. And shout out to Rob Free as well. He gave us Nebraska plus 1.5 minus 125. UC Irvine money line minus 150. Oklahoma State money line plus 100. Jake Burns gave us Kentucky money line at plus 100. Great stuff. Great stuff, fellas. So I'm interested in the Brewers.
I moved on the Brewers, by the way. Sorry, I forgot about it as well. I took team total over minus 110, 4.5.
Okay, so Jose is on the Brewers. Team total over 4.5 minus 110. I'm interested in the Brewers. I don't know. I want to see what happens with this market too. We've seen it a couple times go down to plus 118, plus 119. It's come back. This was plus 119 at 3:15 a.m. So then it didn't come back much. I guess this is where it's going to stay because that was 3:15 in the morning. It came back to plus 121, and now. Then went back to plus. The low watermark was plus 118. It was right when the show started. Now we're back at plus 120. I understand all the angles. I just want to sit with it a little longer here. Okay, let's roll. By the way, TJ says I support East Tennessee State as well here. Can get plus 112.
Wow.
Big Zo going to roll with you guys on the Brewers. Yeah, I am. Thank you, my man. Yeah, we hit that off the hop. But thank you, my man. Okay, let's roll on. 7:07 p.m. Eastern. The Toronto Blue Jays were very good to me. They've actually been pretty good to me. I didn't come close to touching them for the first little while, but they've been good. Chris Bassett is going to be traded here shortly for a. Say what, Jose?
I was going to say it would be nice if he came to Boston.
They're shopping them right now. They're trying to figure out exactly what they can get to fill the barren coffers of our AAA system. We have a horrific minor league system. We have Jeffrey Springs and Chris Bassett. Bassett coming off a 13-0 loss at the Rays. He allowed 5 earned runs over 4 innings. He's not being touched very often. He's not being touched at home very often. He's been very good at home this year. 5 games started, 28 innings. He's only allowed 5 earned runs. 5 earned runs. AM saying ballpark plus 7%. Yes, the roof will be open. And then it's going to it's freezing cold tomorrow again. So, but the roof will be open tonight. 70 Fahrenheit, feels like 66, minus 8 miles per hour in, dies down at 7.2. The ball for you guys, I'm sure you know this already, but the ball carries so much more when the roof is open, even when the wind's blowing in. JW on Toronto minus 1.5. Isaiah Scurry in the house. What up, Isaiah? And we have the over 9.5 for Irish King and the Blue Jays minus 3.5 for Irish King for a huge score. So Bassett, lefties hit him very hard. Lefties are now hitting 323 with an 855 OPS. And we've talked about the lefties in the lineup. Now, at this point, they're only listing 3. The only one we really need to worry are 2 are Butler and Soderstrom. And then they have CJ Alexander at first. They'll have more lefties in that lineup. WNBA play of the day here is Minnesota. Spooner says his Bassett pitched with the open roof this year. I think they've only had it open twice. I don't have that. I don't know that in front of me. Thank you for that, Ronnie. And the MLB play of the day in baseball is the Yankees. Let's get this here. This was my only bet yesterday. I was so pumped up about hockey and basketball that I kept things pretty clean, and the Jays rolled. Now they face Jeffrey Springs, coming off a 9-6 extra inning loss at home versus the Phillies. He pitched quite well, 3 earned runs. There were 4 runs scored. We only had 3 over 6 innings. On the road this year, he's been very good. Opponents hitting 179 against him. His splits are wonderful. He's just a really good pitcher. Athletics. Oh God, and I did this again. Put the righty. So I've got the lefties up here. So let's get the Jays versus lefties here. Let me just move it over to this OPS here. The Jays are hitting really well against lefties. They're hitting well against everybody right now. Against lefties in the last 30 days, 255 with a 732 OPS, 111 weighted runs created plus. So they're rolling. Ron Crawford, by the way, UTSA. Ron Crawford on UTSA, UCLA, and Ole Miss.
Lovely.
In college. So here we go. We have the Athletics hitting 249, 727 OPS versus righties. The Athletics bullpen is an absolute train wreck, and the Blue Jays bullpen has been very, very good. Let's take a look at the line history here and get a wine time to hit leadoff for us. We have the Jays at minus 173, a big move towards them, and it just happened. There had been no move. This came out at 7:42 p.m. Last night. It was minus 161. This was minus 158 this morning at 9 a.m. This was minus 158 at 11 a.m. At 11:18 a.m., there was a 12-cent move towards the Jays, and there's been a subsequent 3-cent move towards them. On the total for this one, we have it sitting right now at 9, minus 113 to the under. This opened up at 8. I guess maybe people didn't know the roof was going to be open. Opens up at 8, moves to 8.5, and now it's a 9. I mean, it's just a constant move towards the over. And when we get into the cash flow for this spot, we have 50% of the tickets on the Athletics and 94% of the cash on the Jays. Wow. So I guess some huge bet has just come in. 77% of tickets on the under, 91% cash on the under, and we've climbed to 9. Wow. Take it away, wine time. A's, Jays.
Yeah, this is a crazy market here. Looking at this game, because last night when yesterday during the show, when you guys were breaking it down, it's annoying when I'm at work. I say I'm going to move on a game because I think I have time, and then I just get so caught up and I forget to move on it. I was all over the Blue Jays -1 yesterday. Couldn't end up moving it on it. Didn't tweet it out or anything like that. I was really bummed about it, but this is another time to get right back with them here at the window. I think a big bet did come in on here, which is we're seeing significant line change right here. I see Blue Jays minus 177 right now. The run line -1.5 plus 120. I'm wondering, Jim, what I can get here for a -1 here, and if that's what I want to move on here, or if I want to move on a Blue Jays team total, because I think they're going to hit Springs here. I think the books are telling us that here. I mean, we're seeing this juice. I'm seeing an 8.5 at -125. I'm sure. Let me refresh this really quick. See if it's going to get moved to a 9 or not. Let's see.
You can get the -125.
Yeah, it's still at mine. I still can get the 8.5 -125. I think it's live here because I do think Bassett could maybe give up some runs here to the Athletics, but it kind of seems like the Athletics are starting to almost throw in the towel a little bit early here today. They had such a promising start to the season. Haven't been able to get it going here and seen this. We saw them earlier on the season, +110, -110, like throughout the first couple, like the first month and a half, didn't matter who they played. Now they're playing the Blue Jays, a team that's, started off sluggish, a team that I talked about that I believe in throughout the season as we go on. And I think it's another spot where we can move on them here on the -1. It just might be a little bit juicy here.
Well, give me your numbers on the money line and the run line, and I'll tell you what it is.
-177 money line and -120 on the run line. So +120 and -177.
Well, +120. Okay, so you're getting a -126.
I like it. I'm gonna move on it right now, actually, because I think this is only going to continue to rise here. I think the Jays are going to probably close at like a -190. They're live here in this spot. I think Springs is just. I think he's going to get hit today, and I think he's going to get hit hard by these Blue Jay bats here. I know the Blue Jay bats offense has been very weak, and they've still been able to win these ball games here. But I like them here in this spot here. I think they're going to be able to hit Springs here. So give me the Blue Jays minus. What was that number you got me, Jim?
-126.
Okay, let me place it, and then I will tweet it out. And
also for your 420 amount, you would put 268 on the money line and 152 on the run line.
Got it.
268 and 152. If you want exactly, it's 268.37 and 151.63. My local got upset when I was going to the cent. What a fucking schmuck. He was like, "Oh, can't you just keep them even numbers?" I was like, "The fuck, man? Haven't you been in this game for a long fucking time? What is the sentence confused? Sentence confused you?"
Fucking Gary.
It's Dan. Stop calling him Gary. I don't know. Okay, Jose, Athletics Blue Jays.
What an asshole that guy is.
Yeah.
I feel like this is kind of like the same line movement from yesterday, so that I'm a little dubious of it. Honestly, it feels like we're getting the answers to the test back-to-back days. So I'm staying off. But if I were to bet this, it'd probably be like or Toronto team total over again. Here, like I'm getting minus 130 for the 4.5. So I've stayed off this game. I think this is just not a good spot for Jeffrey Springs, it seems.
Yeah, but I mean, do you feel comfortable fading a team that just lost 12-0 and just got absolutely destroyed by their coaching staff?
I don't, but I think the A's are just in free fall right now.
They are. They look bad. And then I guess I get. But I mean, there was also no move until. Also no move until this line was out for 14, 15 hours.
And there was no move until this morning, right, Jim?
Yeah, there was no move until 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific.
When I capped this game last night, I capped it as the Athletics, thinking that it was going to be a get-right spot for them. I know they've lost a lot of games, but when I saw the line movement this morning, it just reminded me of yesterday and just seeing the Athletics at this much of a dog. I know they're not playing good at baseball, but like I said, they were priced a little bit differently a couple weeks ago. And the Blue Jays, around 500 right now. I think the books are telling us that they're going to smash here, but could be wrong, you know what I'm saying? But I like the Blue Jays here. I trust their bats here today. I think they're going to be able to hit Springs. I think the books are telling us that.
We got some great stuff here in the chat regarding this baseball game. Do you have Spooner saying Springs spent his entire career in the AL East. He's pitched in a hitter-friendly weather all season. This is the first time Bassett will see a hitter-friendly park at home. I think this is an athletic spot. There was something else I wanted to read out that I thought worked here in this one, but I can't find it now. J-Dub is riding the Blue Jays while the going is good before they return to normal. Oh, it's Chris Warren. By the way, Chris Warren getting that over 8 was well done. And he said, but he said that that's his sentiment as well. Not only has Jeffrey Springs pitched in very tough conditions in Sacramento, offensive conditions, but he just faced the Phillies, who are destroying left-handed pitching, and shut them, or had a quality start. I guess you call that a quality start. So it doesn't appeal enough to me. And then the idea would be this is a much tougher situation than Bassett is used to. He's only allowed 5 earned runs in the last 5 games, but he got lit up in smoke last game. So is he going to bounce? There's just questions for me abound, and nothing not an angle I can truly trust right now. Shout out to Mr. Belvedere sharing his WNBA action. We also have Ron Crawford's WNBA action. Brizzy and I are coming off 4-0 combined. Very, very important. Okay. Grant Clarkson is going to be on the Jays here. Let's Mally Mouse said someone here dropped a stat about the Blue Jays going over versus trash teams. Rem Most, your opportunity will come. What a birthday celebration.
Yeah, I'm glad I can help Rem Most with his birthday. Happy birthday to him.
Rem, you're a big part of it.
Rem, you better hit me up on Twitter or something. I better get a picture of you watching the game that my birthday pick is about, Rem. I better fucking get that picture. And for Rem's sake, I hope for you it's a money line, because 53-69, down 11 units on money line so far. 19-9, up 8 units on totals. It's full game totals. So.
Okay, I'm sure he's comfortable fading either or, buddy.
I know he's waiting and he's reveling in it, but that motherfucker, I better get a picture of you in a birthday hat with that fucking game on for your birthday, you son of a bitch, Rem.
Shout out to our guy, the Skunt Blaster in the house, giving a Pub Sports Radio gift membership to Polo this, Polo that. Oh, gee, low bagger, Polo this, Polo that ran with me when I got started back in 2017. Shout out to our guy Polo this, Polo that, and Dizzy Rothstein in the house. Happy Friday to all. Okay, let's roll on.
Shout out to the Scum Blaster. I want to give him a quick shot right here. I've been wanting to take one of these during the show. So shout out to you, Scum Blaster, for gifting a Pub Sports Radio membership. Appreciate your support, my guy. Let's get paid today.
Oh man,
Wine Time just looking for a reason to drink.
I respect it, man. This guy's already been to the gym today, Jose.
I can't imagine what that's like.
All right, let's roll. Angels, Guardians, Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. We'll hear if one time you moved on to Jays and -1 or not yet.
-126 officially. I'm going to tweet it out right now.
Time Jays -126. All right, let's roll. Let's roll. Ricky Bobby in the house says Jose and Jimmy got to take a shot. I do, but I can taste it right now, but I do have to drive in a little bit. One shot's not going to hurt nobody. But then I got a bunch of kids over, stopping the show, to go grab a bottle is my mother-in-law sitting right there. I'll still do it, but give me a second, all right? 7:10 p.m. Eastern, LA Angels at Cleveland Guardians. We're at Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Jose Soriano going up against Luis Ortiz. Soriano, 3-5, 3.73 ERA, 1.53 whip. K to walk ratio is messed up, but he's only allowed 3 homers in 62 2/3. On the road in 38 1/3, he's allowed 0 homers. I'm not sure. And look at our guy, Nate Dogg, always supporting us, gifting 5 Pub Sports Radio memberships to bless our action. What a guy. Thank you. What a guy.
Markel, Adam Beck, ZZ33, I am Destro, and Kelly McInnes. All getting memberships there.
I love it, man. I love it. Turnsy in the house. Let's go Oilers. This is so different. Like even in our last cup in '93, we were lucky. Like Montreal, not we, but Montreal won the cup, and they were fortunate. They call McSorley on the illegal curve to change that whole series. And this is different. This is a juggernaut.
Yep. I told you, Jimmy, it's going to be for old Bill Ranford. It's going to be for Pete Klima. Okay. It's going to be for that turncoat Mark Messier, that son of a bitch. All those guys.
It's a beautiful story you weave. Luis Ortiz on the other side of Jose Soriano. By the way, Jose Soriano's splits are strong. I don't know how good he is, honestly. I don't know what to make of him because you can't use the eye test. You want to use the eye test with Jose Soriano and Jake Irvin? It's like Jose Soriano looks so good. AM is on the over 8. Ricky Bobby on Soriano over 8.5, over 16.5 outs.
You could use the eye test for, Jimmy.
Who's that?
Beautiful on the ice, old Bill Ranford, man. Just a gazelle. He could just stop anything. An eye test with that guy, you'd think best goalie in the world.
That is tremendous. We are talking about your pastime now, baseball.
Sorry. I'm wearing the Bruins.
You're pumped up. You're pumped up, man.
I've got my Oilers jersey in my car, proudly being displayed. Just to let everyone know what's up.
You're pumped up. I like it. Ricky Bobby also liking the Angels money line here. So Luis Ortiz, at home this year, he's been very good. 165 opponents batting average. He's only allowed 6 earned runs in 22 1/3. He's coming off a fine performance. He walked too many batters, but it was a fine performance on the road. He doesn't walk too many batters at home. It seems to be just a road issue for him. His splits are fine. The righties have a higher average, but no power against them. Angels versus righties, 244, 730 OPS. No, don't tell him that, Rem, please.
I didn't know that.
No. Angels versus righties, 244, 730 OPS. Guardians versus righties last 30 days, 232, 698 OPS. And both bullpens are. Look at Skunt Blaster now getting 5 Pub Sports Radio memberships. What a guy. Thank you to Skunt and to Nate Dogg and to all you guys supporting us. It means an absolute ton.
Yeah. Shout out to you guys.
Okay, I hear you, Robert Cherry. I need this to know what the signal is, though. Okay, shout out to the Skunt Blaster. Shout out to Nate Dogg. Thank you guys so much for the support. It means a ton to us. All right, so let's get into the weather and the cash flow here. We have a move on the over for AM. So let's take a look at the weather first and foremost. We have in Cleveland 68 Fahrenheit, 5.4 miles per hour left to right and very slightly out. By an hour in, it's out to right field, but not at first. We get to the line history. We have the total sitting here right now at an 8.5. It's minus 110 to the over. This opened up an 8.5, dropped to 8, and got back to 8.5. So we have 12 cents of movement towards that over. It's a nice job by AM getting that 8. On the money line here, we have sorry about that. In this Guardians game, we have the Guardians at minus 138. Minus 138. They opened up at minus 142. They're now minus 138. So we've had no movement at all. Cash flow wise in this one, we have 75% of the tickets on the under, but 56% of cash on the over. 53% of the tickets on Luis Ortiz and 79% of cash on him and the Guardians. This is tricky. I was hoping that we get a higher line here on the total, but we're not getting that. Let's get to work here. We'll still go with our guy Wine Time as we're talking Angels ball. So the LA Angels Wine Time at the Guardians. What a freak show team you guys are, man. Just extremes. It's no win-loss situation. You win a bunch in a row, you lose a bunch in a row, you get all excited, and the excitement goes away. Take it away. Can you guys take out the Guardians today?
Yeah, interesting matchup here for Jose Soriano, Jim. A pitcher that we like to back. Lately, it seems like I like Soriano. I know he doesn't necessarily always pass the eye test. When that 98-mile-per-hour sinker ball is hitting, though, oh, man, he's hard to hit, man. It's just when he gets wild a little bit in these 1 or 2 innings a game where he gives up some walks, and then you see some negative regression from him. But this guy's a good pitcher. You look at his numbers throughout the season, man, it's pretty crazy. I mean, this rotation from the Angels is surprisingly has very far away from disappointing. These guys have been performing pretty well, especially the first 3 guys in the rotation. Just that back of the bullpen, or not the back of the bullpen, it's just the bullpen in general for the Angels that kind of gives it up late in these games. And you kind of saw the Guardians do that against the Dodgers in a couple of those games. You know, we saw them. I was on the Guardian team total in that first game. They got it in the 9th inning. They've kind of had some late inning heroics against the Dodgers. They only won that last game, but they were able to score against that bullpen, which does make me think that they could score against this Angels bullpen. So we're going to need a solid 6 to 7 strong innings from Soriano here today. The only way we do that is if he doesn't get behind in these counts with these batters early on in the games. We need him to go in there, and he's not necessarily the strikeout pitcher. You'd be surprised because he's got nasty stuff, but he kind of pitches to contact. He invites that contact, and the defense behind him just has to play good defense and make those plays for him. At times, they haven't been able to do that this season, which is frustrating because Ron Washington's such a defensive guru. I thought this defense would be a lot better this season, but still got some time. You mentioned it, won 8 straight and then lost last 5 straight. And it's like, what happened with their offense? I'll tell you what's going on. It's Johnny Washington. I think Ron Washington needs to make some kind of move. I know Manny Ramirez is out there and his son's in the organization. Maybe call him up and see if he wants to be a hitting coach. But Johnny Washington, his philosophy for baseball right now is you get one pitch the entire at bat that's going to be your pitch. You swing at that pitch, and you're either going to hit it or you're going to swing and miss. Majority, it's a swing and miss. You've seen the Angels strike out at almost a 30% rate this season. It's absolutely wild to watch at times because these hitters are waiting for that one pitch, and at times it could work. We saw it work against the Dodgers. We saw it work against the Athletics. We saw Taylor Ward go on that crazy run because he was waiting for that first pitch. But when you don't get that one pitch, it's really hard to score runs, and that's what we've been seeing here these last week or so. The Angels just haven't been able to score runs. They've been in all these – against that Yankees series, they were in every single one of those games late in the game. Just couldn't get any runs scored after just mashing the ball. So I think they're going to have to make a move there at some point. I think if the Angels didn't go on that crazy run, he would have already been fired. But I do think this guy will probably get the exit here in the next week or so. I'm not sure what they're going to do, who they're going to bring in, but I don't think Johnny Washington's the guy hitting coach. I'm just not a big fan of his, but I'm on the Angels here in this spot because I expect Soriano to go out there and shut down this lineup. The only guy I really fear in this lineup is Jose Ramirez. This guy crushes us every single time he faces the Angels. Look at his numbers against the Angels. It's absolutely wild. I think half of his home runs this year have gone against the Angels, and one of them, I think he hit 3 home runs in one game at Angel Stadium this season. I think it was 2. but he just missed that third one. And I'm on the Angels here in this spot. I think this is a get-right spot here. I know they haven't been able to score runs. We're going to need them to score runs, and we're going to need Soriano to give us 7 strong innings and then let Zephyr, John, and Jansen take over that 8th and 9th inning role for them late in the game, because anyone else that comes in there, I don't trust anyone else besides those 2 guys. Don't get me wrong. Stevenson just came back, a guy that we paid 2 years ago. A lot of money. He had, I think, Tommy John last year, came back. Robert Stevenson's his name. Really solid. He threw 1 inning against the Yankees. He looked good. We paid this guy a lot of money 2 years ago, and he got hurt that first season in spring training, and he finally was able to make his debut this year, over a year later. With that being said, I'm on the Angels here, money line. I got plus 130. It's a plus 128. We're seeing no movement here. The Angels aren't playing good baseball. I think that they can get – this is a get-right spot for him here on a Friday night in Cleveland. Going to need – like I said, need 7 strong from Soriano, but I'm on the Angels money line plus 130.
Angels money line here at plus 130 for our guy Wine Time. We have TC. Just my 2 cents on the Angels with you. J Cop on Guardians, team total over 3.5, and Soriano 2 or more walks at plus 130. JW on the other side with the Cleveland Guardians and the over 8. AM on the over 8. Robert Cherry with you on the Angels. Nate Cerna on the first 5 under 4. Jose Bouquet, take it away.
I think that was a very great breakdown. I'm going to stay off the game. Personally, just nothing that stood out to me, and we can just keep it short and we can move on. Apparently, Trout is playing though, like you just said, Wayne. So
yeah, he got activated. They sent Matthew Lugo down yesterday, so he ran the bases against the Yankees. That was the last thing. Guys, don't be surprised if we see him DHing a lot the rest of this season. I don't want him back in right field. I want him playing center field. That didn't keep him from getting injured because obviously it happened when he was running the bases. He looks bad in right field. If you guys have watched Mike Trout highlights this year in right field, he looks awful out there. He doesn't know how to play right field. He didn't get enough time. He needs to move back to center field because we don't have a true center fielder. And I still do believe that Mike Trout can play some decent defense out there in center, at least better in right, but he will be DHing tonight. I can almost guarantee that.
But don't you think if you play him at center, he's just going to get hurt again? Is that right?
I mean, So Jimmy, this is the thing is, I like the initial move to right field because I was like, it's going to take off his legs, but he got injured when he was running to first base, hitting the base wrong. I believe that's what it was. And then he went back out into right field. And as he was jogging back in, he felt something. If he's not going to play center field, I kind of want him just to DH. I guess put Soler in right field and keep Adele in center. Or Chris Taylor, but I don't like again. Chris Taylor, this isn't a guy I want playing every day, guys. Like, let's keep that in mind. I like his veteran presence,
high character guy.
Yeah, no, and he's from the area, or not from the area, but he played in the area the last decade. He loves the area, and it seems like he's excited to be an Angel. But at the same time, I don't want him playing every day for us. Like when we have younger guys that can go in there and do it, probably better. Although he can still play defense pretty well, so. It'll be interesting. I see my guy Justin McKelvey Trout needs to retire. I don't want that to happen. I love going to Angel Stadium and watching my guy Mike Trout play baseball, man. There's nothing better than that. So I love shout out to Mike Trout. It's his return today. I hope he can stay healthy the rest of the season, guys. We'll see though. But I look for him to be DHing a lot going forward.
And our guy Gerald Jones will be at Caesars in Atlantic City starting Sunday night. We got a lot of our guys, our cappers, a lot of them go out to Atlantic City. So get in touch with Gerald Jones, man. Let's get a bunch of low baggers, have some drinks together, make some money together, and have a great time, Gerald, my man. I know Wager Detective wanted to be out there, so you guys should all hook up, man. It'd be dope to see that. So connect with my man, Gerald. All right. Wager Detective says, is Trout a first ballot? Yeah. He is,
just based off the first 5. I mean, you guys have to think his first 5 years of his career, he won Rookie of the Year, MVP 3 times, and runner-up the other 2. I want him to hit 400 home runs, though. He's got to get to 400, I think. But I do think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, just because of the guy he is too. No one could say anything bad about Mike Trout. He's not necessarily the best leader out there because he doesn't. I just don't think he necessarily knows how to lead or wants to lead. But he's such a good player on and off the field, man. I love Mike Trout.
I think the better argument is if he's better than King Griffey Jr. personally.
Well, no. But he can still change that. But no,
I will respectfully disagree. I think he's right up there, and we'll see what his number totals end up at. But I will respectfully disagree.
I hope.
Yeah, I mean, you can't use. I mean, his longevity is a serious problem.
Of course, yeah.
So I mean, like, yeah, was he a better player in his prime? I mean, the longevity is such a problem that
you know, it's funny that Ken Griffey was obviously knocked for his longevity. He played till he's like 40.
Yeah, and I would love to see Mike Trout play until he's 40. I just hope it's always in an Angel uniform.
Yeah, because of the last 5 years of Trout's career, I mean, who would have thought that would be an immediate answer for me, that his career is not as good as Ken Griffey Jr.'s career? I'm not saying better or worse baseball player. I'm just saying his career is not as good because of the last 5 or 6 years. But whatever, we can talk about that another time. We have Colorado Rockies 9-47, 3-25 on the road. New York Mets 34-22, 21-7 at home at Citi Field in Queens, New York. Two lefties on the hill. We got Kyle Freeland, who's been horrific, and David Peterson, who's been excellent. Peterson is pitching very, very well this year. He's so consistent. I mean, it doesn't matter where he is. Righties are still getting to him, 262, 736 OPS, but this is not a team you need to worry about. The Rockies versus lefties last 30 days are hitting 195, 564 OPS. The funny thing here is that the Mets versus lefties last 30 days are atrocious. Not nearly as bad as the Rockies, but 219, 648 OPS. Rockies bullpen 4.79 ERA last 30 days. Mets bullpen 2.75, being very, very good. Freeland just doesn't look good, man. It's time to take the old guy back. Time to take the rifle and walk out to the barn, and fucking end the misery of Kyle Freeland out there. The impassioned speech he gave has done nothing. Righties are hitting 360 with an 897 OPS against them. And that last start, but he's not been horrible on the road. He's only allowed 2 home runs over 29 2/3 on the road. Not being horrible. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We have the New York Mets at minus 318. Opened up at minus 340. So we've had a move towards the Colorado Rockies. Then on the total here in this one, we have the Rockies, the total at 8, minus 113 to the under. This opened up at 8. A couple hours later was 7.5, and it stayed at 7.5 until 1 p.m., until 36 minutes ago, when the over started to get touched. So here we go. Weather-wise in New York at Citi Field, we have 70 Fahrenheit, 8 miles per hour to left center. Feels like 69, and then there's some drizzling rain issues, but the game should go and should be fine. Mr. Bouquet, Rockies, New York Mets, take it away.
Yeah, the Rockies are on a remarkable pace of being just so much worse than last year's White Sox, which is crazy. Like the White Sox, are they still at 10 wins now? What are they at? 9 still? Jesus. I mean, like, the White Sox had like almost 20 wins at this point last year. Like, this is nuts. So whatever. I've stayed off this game. I'm not going to be betting the minus 300 until I see one go through the hoop. And it seems like the Rockies are going to be the team that is going to be the most, team against minus 300. So it's going to be tough to bet them. So I'm off this game. I don't want to bet on Old Yeller here.
I mean, Robert Cherry saying too much juice in this game. I'll pass, but he does not trust the Mets bats today. We have AM on the under. Zoe leaning heavy towards the under. My pleasure, Michael Johnson. And big thank you to Fat Wally, our guy Wally, putting out his NASCAR action. He's been so successful on it. What a guy. So, I mean, there's not much. I do have some interest in the under, but I can't trust Kyle Freeland, and I don't want to. But
yeah, it's optional misery here for me.
But the Mets are not hitting lefties at all. What can you? I mean, let's just see what their weight runs created last 3 days. I mean, they've been horrible against lefties. They have. Oh wait, no, I have them versus left-handed pitching is better than that. Why the hell did I? God, I don't know how I screwed that up. But here I've got the New York Mets versus lefties. God, that's my biggest fear, is giving information that isn't right. I wrote this all down early. They're hitting 249 with a 727 OPS. So the way they created are plus 108.
I'll also mention, just looking at the lefties they face.
Oh no, that's all year. Sorry, that never switched to May. That's why, of course. Sorry. So let me just have this up. That means my stats were right. Sorry, that makes no sense. So sorry, just very, very quickly, Jose, sorry to interrupt, but the numbers I gave off the top are right. They're not hitting the lefties at all. So Jose, what were you gonna say?
The lefties they faced in the last few weeks, I will just give them the last month. Clayton Kershaw, 2-inning shutout. Garrett Crochet, 5 innings, 1 earned run. Max Fried, 6 innings, 3 earned runs. Yeah. Carlos Rodon, 5 innings, 1 earned run. Bailey Falter, who's been pitching well, 3 2/3 shutout. Matthew Boyd, 6 innings, 2 earned runs. I will say stand up and say that every single one of those guys is double the pitcher that Kyle Freeland is, and those are all very good lefties. That is where I would be worried.
I mean, in that last start, the 13-1 loss at home, the only 4 of those runs were earned of the 8. I can understand. Sorry, say what?
I was going to say before the pitchers before this month, the lefties they faced this month, Eduardo Rodriguez, Milcher Parker, both Eduardo, and he's a shittier lefty, as we know. 4 innings, 8 earned runs. Mitchell Parker, a decent lefty, a good one in my eyes. 5 innings, 6 runs earned. 7 of them go across, but yeah, I just think they might be able to hit the shitty lefties.
No, that's true. Anything that you want to add one time to Rockies Mets, or do we move on?
Nothing for me here. Shout out to Kyle Freeland, though, for playing for his hometown team, signing that 5-year deal, $65 million a couple years ago, man. Crazy. 0-7 here. This guy, oh, man, it's absolutely insane to watch him just constantly regress these last couple games as well. He's just not pitching well. I don't know how much time this guy has left. He's 30 years old now, but it seems like he's a lot older than that. I don't know how much Kyle Freeland has left in the tank here. This is going to be a stay-away game for me, though.
We're dealing with the opposite in our next lefty. Kyle Harrison was the number 1 left-handed prospect when he came in after about a month last season. The number 1 pitching prospect, number 1 left-handed prospect, and he doesn't make the team out of spring training. Landon Roop took that spot, and deservedly so. Absolutely nuts here. Giants 31-25, 14-16 on the road. Miami Marlins 22-32, 13-15 at home. Lone Depot Park, Miami, Florida. So Kyle Harrison got a little taste of the minors, and you would think that he would do everything in his power to stay up in San Francisco. 3.86 ERA, 1.07 WHIP over 9 1/3. He's allowed 2 home runs. That was always his problem. He gets barreled up, and so does Port Dope's Cal Quantrill on the other side. Perky is on Marlins money line. Marlins team total over. Robert Franklin on Marlins money line. The Marlins versus lefties the last 30 days are hitting 180 with a 531 OPS. Why is this not the perfect opportunity for Kyle Harrison to just shove? Quantrill on the other side, 3 1/3 last start and a 6-2 win at the Angels. At home this year, he's been okay. He's been okay. I mean, he's been terrible this season. Righties demolish him. 384 with a 1.035 OPS. Just absolutely annihilate him. But who are the righties that Adames and Chapman, Flores DHing, Helio Ramos batting second? Do they scare you that much? Maybe this is an opportunity for both these pitchers to pitch well. Giants bullpen's been the best in baseball over the last 30 days. Marlins bullpen's been poor. 4.88 ERA over the last 30 days. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We have an 8.5. It's minus 115 to the over. This opened up minus 106 to the over. 9 cents of movement towards the over. On the money line here, we have the Marlins at plus 151. They opened up at plus 152. This was moving towards the Marlins and it stopped. This actually is the spot here that's been really successful with the first 3 under. The Marlins just aren't hitting lefties, and there's so much on the line for Kyle Harrison to deliver. And Quantrill has looked a little better over the last little bit. Let's hear from you, Wine Time, Giants, Marlins.
Yeah, I will still say Cal Quantrill, his last start against the Angels. I mean, he did pitch well in that game. Angels just, since that game, have not been able to get it going offensively. With that being said, though, Kyle Harrison on the other hand here, I don't know. This is a game that I didn't have a bet in here. I'm looking at this right now. The Marlins at a plus 152. Not a lot of movement here on this sidewise here. It's just, do I think Cal Quantrill can go out there and pitch another gem? He pitched well against an Angels offense that I think that their batting order is better than the Giants from front to bottom, but the Giants have been playing some good baseball. I don't know. This is going to be a stay away game for me. I don't know if I can necessarily trust Kyle Harrison here or Cal Quantrill here in this spot. Looking at an over here, 8.5 at minus 120. This might get to a 9 before game time here. 4-10 start for me over here. I want nothing to do with this game, though. I haven't been getting involved in Giants games. Giants are one of the teams that I've been slowly just not getting involved with at all this season. I don't have a good read on them. The Marlins, I haven't had a great read on this team either. So this is just going to be a pass for me.
Let's hear from you, Jose Bouquet. Take it away, Giants, Marlins.
Yeah, all the numbers say under in this game, except for like the line movement market kind of side of it. The Marlins not good against lefties. The Giants not really good against righties. I was just thinking, how the fuck am I going to cut this game down? Like, this could be a first 3 under. I could see for you, Jimmy. I was thinking like a nerfy even here, but I don't know. It's just kind of scary betting against the market or not having the market on my side or whatever. Everyone knows I'm a market whore. But I was just thinking of how I can bet an under in as early as possible in this game. And I don't really typically bet nerfy, so I haven't bet anything. I don't think I am one in this game.
I have some interest in the first 3 under 2.5. It's juiced to the over. Who in their right mind looks at these two pitchers and thinks, I want to go under? And then you break down their splits, the offensive splits, and they're so weak. I'm not sure if I get there, but I'm interested. Troy Torrance says fade the San Francisco Giants here. A wager detective on the other side. Troy Torrance liking the Marlins early nacho cheese dip on the Miami money line. JW on San Francisco money line, the under 8.5. AM passing on this total says it matches. Gifted Cartel on the Marlins plus 1.5, and Marlins first 5 says feel like Marlins are handling the bats better than the Giants, and Cal is slightly better than Kyle. This guy was the number 1 pitching prospect in the world coming into last season.
Yeah, Landon Roop took his job.
But come on, like, you can't compare him to Port Dope's Cal Quantrill. Come the fuck on.
No, for real, yeah, Cal Quantrill. I mean, come on. I thought the Angels were going to bash him up, and the Giants could bash this guy up. I don't think Cal Quantrill has much left in the tank either. What's his fastball sitting at nowadays? Like 90 miles an hour, 91?
But Harrison's fastball has been a problem. It's between 91 and 93.
Yeah.
But there, you're right. I mean, there's a reason that, why he didn't break with the big club. I don't know if I get there here. I don't know if I get there. Kingu in the house. It is time to move on to our next spot. Jose, did you want to add anything to the Harrison Quantrill situation here?
Nope. I'm going to grab a charger, though, so we can move on.
All right. We are now bringing on our next guest, the triumphant return, the host of Medicate Mondays, back in business with us. He has 3 games on the board, and 2 of them here are back-to-back. So without further ado, please welcome from Dallas, Texas, our friend Daby Cab to the show. Daby Cab, how are you, man?
God, I can't believe that that's the way we start. That's just so classic.
Daby, we can't hear you, my man.
No, you're muted on StreamYard, buddy. Come on. God, I love it.
I'd wager money that that's Jose, because I don't touch my fucking mute button in the back of StreamYard. But Jimmy, wine time, chat, happy fucking Friday, everybody. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to get paid, man. I'm glad to be back up here with you guys. I'm gonna say it again. I think Jose probably did that. I don't touch the mute button on the StreamYard thing. Why would I touch that?
Okay. It's all good, man. You're here now. We can hear you loud and clear. Welcome back where you belong, my man. Let's get to work. Red Sox, Braves are at Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. With Lucas Giolito going up against Grant Holmes. I've been high on Grant Holmes. And I still am, but I wasn't on him in that gorgeous performance against the Padres in that last start. I haven't been timing Grant Holmes properly or right. Lucas Giolito coming off a phenomenal start at home versus the Orioles. I don't know what the hell you're going to get from Lucas Giolito either. Let's get into the weather here for this one. We're in hot Atlanta, 72 Fahrenheit, so it's not that hot there. It feels like 69, 12.5 miles per hour to left field. Dies down to 9.8 miles per hour. Troy Torrance on the Braves double result, backing Grant Holmes. The Grant Holmes been great. 3.68 ERA, 1.16 whip. Last start, he allowed 1 earned run over the 7 innings against the Padres team that's not really hitting right now. At home this year, he's been very good. He's allowed 4 home runs over 34 and a third, just 9 earned runs, 37 strikeouts and 34 and a third, and only allowed 28 hits. He's been excellent. Lefties are hitting 195 with a 615 OPS. Righties just 204, 721. Red Sox are hitting righties right now. Last 30 days, 254, 748. The Braves are hitting them, but with very little power. 251, 709 OPS. Stacks play the day number 2 is the over 9.5 here. Both bullpens have been very good. Let's take a look at the line history here and here from Daby Cab back in business with us. This total is a 9.5. It opened up at 9 minus 116 to the over. So it's already heavily juiced to the over. It came a little after midnight. Moved to not a real 9.5, but a pseudo 9.5 about 2 a.m. And then it's now a real 9.5, minus 101 to the over, minus 111 to the under. So that is the total. And then again, the money line with the Braves at minus 158. Opened up minus 162. So just a tightening of VIG, really, no movement. And when we take a look at the cash flow, JW on the team total over for the Boston Red Sox. When we take a look at the interleague cash flow, 63% of the tickets on the Atlanta Braves and 81% of the cash on the Boston Red Sox. And yet this line not moving at all. 81% of tickets, 91% cash on the under. And yet this total is climbing. Mixed messages here. Dabber Cadabra, welcome back. Red Sox Braves, take it away.
You know, I like what you said about Grant Holmes. I mean, sometimes a dude's just got to recognize a dude, right? And this guy, you know, he just seems like a dude, right? Somebody I'd want to go have a beer with. And I do trust him on the mound too. He's getting into form. That's what's important, is somebody who's been out of the bullpen. You know, he doesn't have a long, MLB career. This is his second season even, but still, he's been out of the bullpen until this year. And I think he's finally starting to hit that stride as a starter, or hit that form as a starter in these last few games, right? If you go back and look at his last 3 or so starts, right? And that's what I train pitchers all the time. It takes time to get into that starting form. It just does. It takes about a month, maybe a month and a half sometimes, if you've been coming out of the bullpen, to get there. I think he's gotten there. And Lucas Giolito, honestly, I think there should be positive regression for Lucas Giolito. I don't think that he's ever going to be somebody that is a 3 ERA type of guy again. That's not what I'm expecting from him. But I don't think he's going to be as bad as he has been. That being said, today, I got to have the Braves paint the wall with this fucking guy, because I got the buy hat on for a reason. I'm on the Braves first 5. I'm backing Holmes with the Braves here. I know the Braves have been off all season. People, have been shocked at how bad they've done, but they're fine. I've said that this is a team that I'm not that worried about. I don't think they have the lineup that they had years past, but out of all the teams that are really struggling right now, this is one of the teams that I expect to start kind of like getting back into form, especially you got people coming back in the lineup. You're getting healthy, things like that. Atlanta Braves, I like their future outlooks, but for today, first 5 minus a half a run, Braves minus 109.
First 5 minus a half for the Braves at minus 109 for Daby Cab. We got Jose back. This is his ball club, the Red Sox. Jose, take it away. Your thoughts here.
I'd love to hear what Wine Time has to say. Go ahead, Wine Time.
I mean, this is an interesting game. I wanted to hear what you had to say, Jose, but going into this one, I initially capped the Boston Red Sox. Look at this game a little bit more, though. Who do I like between both these starting pitchers? I like Grant Holmes more than Lucas Giolito. I think Lucas Giolito is trash. I mean, I've seen it firsthand. This guy doesn't have a lot left in the tank. This is most likely going to be his last year in the bigs. But at the same time, I've also backed him in spots this year, and I've actually cashed with him. So it's kind of hard for me to bash on this guy at times. Cab mentioned it. Atlanta Braves started off really slow. I mean, I've mentioned, I think every time I come on the show, the Braves somehow only 3 games under 500 right now. And it seems like their best baseball is still forward. They haven't played their best baseball yet. And yet they started off, 0-9, I think, to start the year. Playing a lot better down the stretch. Red Sox, I mean, what happened here, Jose? I mean, these guys just can't get it done here going. How many games has it been straight? Have they lost 6 straight, or is it just 5?
It's shitty wine time. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not a lot of positives that I'm seeing out of that dugout either. When I'm watching the games, I don't want to back the Boston Red Sox here. I can only back the Atlanta Braves here. I was maybe thinking about a -1 line here on the full game. I don't know if I can necessarily take a first 5 here in this game. I have nothing official here. Seeing the line move up, though, makes me think that the Braves should be able to hit Lucas Giolito today. We're seeing it. Let me look. Let me refresh my page.
But the line's not moving towards the Braves.
I wanted to bet the Braves team total, but it's like -140 for
It's over 4.5 -145 team total I'm getting right now on the Atlanta Braves. There's just not enough conviction for me to move on either thing. I'm seeing the Boston Red Sox +146, the Atlanta Braves -161 here. Not a lot of movement here. What's the ticket situation here, Jose, on Odds Logic? If you mind me asking, I'm not sure if you might have already touched on it, but if you could just repeat those numbers.
81% of the bets on the under, 91% of the money on the under, 60% of the bets on the Braves, 81% of the money on the Red Sox.
Oh wow. Okay. It's too tough of a game for me to move on here in this spot. I'm not gonna take anything in this game. This is gonna be a pass for me. Good luck to you, Cab, on the first 5 here in this spot. I definitely like Holmes over Giolito here, but nothing for me official.
Yeah, and we have 60% of the tickets, bigger bets coming in on the Red Sox. Nothing correlates enough.
Nothing correlates here
for me. Jose, final thoughts on Red Sox Braves before we move on to Cardinals Rangers.
I am going to bet something I never bet. I bet 5 maybe a year, and that's just tailing other people typically. I will be betting a hitting prop in this game, and I have not seen a hitter have this much success against a pitcher, and it's quite comical. Matt Olson, 12 at bats, 12 plate appearances, 10 at bats. He got walked twice, 7 hits, 4 home runs,
wow,
2 Ks. I will be on Matt Olson over 1.5 total bases and I need to bet it right now, +135.
It's plus money, and he's sitting 700 off of him.
+135 for me.
Damn, Jose, that's a really good bet, man.
His last game, old Lucas Giolito against the Braves, was earlier this season. 2 weeks ago. 4 innings, 8 hits, 6 earned runs. I just looked. Matt Olson 3 for 5 that game. So, you know what? I don't bet him often. I really don't. But this is a little absurd.
What number are you getting right now, Jose?
Hey,
+135, 1.5.
How about this too?
I like it, man. I like it.
How about this too? Like, even though he's only hitting 238 on the season, he's covered the 1.5 total bases his last 2 games. With baseball, it's just about what they're seing. And if he's seeing the ball right now and he's seeing a pitcher, man, I might bet this as well, Jose. That's a good bet.
I might tell you, Jose, not official, but I think I'm going to move on this like a quarter unit to a half unit right here, because I can get +130 right now. I like it, honestly.
Now people ask me all the time about the Red Sox, and I have a lot of futures on this fucking asshole ass team, man. And I think I'm going to lose every fucking one of them too.
They suck.
It is disgusting. And it's funny. They have the most 1-run losses this year. They lose in extras. Like, they just don't know how to win. And I don't know how to fix that situation, And it seems like they need some sort of culture shift. And quiet as it's kept, you won't hear this talked about often, but Alex Cora wants to be the general manager of the Boston Red Sox. He wants that job. I don't know how much fire he has for coaching left, and he is like the face of the Red Sox. He is the guy. So if it's going to be Craig Breslow or Alex Cora to see who gets fired, it's going to be Breslow. And I just think it's not a good vibe when the front office and coaching staff don't work in unison together, and it's fucking bad. So it's really pissing me off that I'm going to lose all this money on the Red Sox, but who knows? Maybe they can find
still early on, Jose. I mean, lucky for you, that division still. I mean, the Yankees are kind of pulling away, but the wild card is still very much open.
Yeah, and the Yankees fucking suck, dude. They are not a good baseball team, and I will keep going down with it.
I mean, I witnessed the Angels could have beaten them in all 3 of those games there. It's crazy.
Hey, speaking of not good teams, we're only 60 games in the season. You're already talking about the wild card for the Red Sox because they can't win the division.
They suck. Can't win.
Let's roll on, fellas. We have Olsen over 1.5 bases for Jose. Cabby on the Braves. First 5 -0.5 and nothing. No move for Wine Time and myself. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. Cardinals Rangers. We're in Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. I imagine it. Oh wow, no, this is there's 27% chance precipitation off the hop, but this is right in the type of weather where they'll have the roof open. Would love for somebody to confirm that Globe Life Field roof status if anybody can. AM is on the under 9 at -120. We'll go over all of that. We have Matthew Liberatore and Jack Leiter, but again, the roof being open is hugely important. But they say that this is right where they would have the roof open, between 70 and 85, but there's 28% chance of precipitation early. Ballpark Powell -3% runs here. Liberatore 3-3, 2.73 ERA, 1.01 WHIP. He's only allowed 3 home runs and 59 in the third this year. He's coming off a great performance in 6-5 win at home versus Arizona. 7 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run. It was a solo shot, 4 Ks, didn't walk a batter. On the road, he started 5 games, and he's in 27 in the third innings, allowed 29 hits. He's only walked 4 batters, only allowed 2 home runs. Opponents hitting 261 against him. Isaiah Scurry backing the Texas Rangers here. Liberatore splits are very strong. He's been good this year. Jack Leiter, on the other hand, coming off a 10-5 loss at the White Sox. It wasn't on him. He allowed 2 earned runs over 5 innings. And Grant Clarkson says the Cardinals will crush these fucking clowns. That's what he says. Jay Kopp says Liberatore has been a beast under 2.5 earned runs at -115. So we have Isaiah Scurry and Grant Clarkson going heads up here. So Jack Leiter at home, he's had such a disjointed season because of the blister. And the biggest difference here is that the Rangers can't hit lefties. They're hitting 167 with a 510 OPS.
They can't fucking hit anything.
But those are abysmal. I mean, only the Marlins have worse numbers against lefties last 30 days. Cards versus righties, 275, 779 OPS. The Cards bullpen is a huge advantage over the Rangers as well. The Cards bullpen top 3 in baseball last 30 days. Rangers bullpen bottom 10. Let's grab the line history and the cash flow in here from Daby Cab. It is best bet number 2. The St. Louis Cardinals opened up -126, and they're now at -126. They did get up to -139 at 11:30 a.m., but it's come all the way back. By the way, the Cubs game, we'll go over the Cubs game again. It's popping off here in 17 minutes. So right after this, we'll just kind of touch on it again. TJ didn't move on the under, but he did move on the Chicago Cubs. The line not moving towards the Cubs is a very interesting spot, but line not moving here either in Rangers Cardinals. And then on the total for this one, we have an 8.5. 8.5. This opened up 8.5 -106 to the under. Now it's 8.5 -109 to the under. This total didn't come out till 10:05 a.m. for whatever reason. Mally Mal saying that the Rangers offense is anemic. Coin on the under 8.5. Says under 8.5 is painted everywhere across his odds board. AM says I have this model to 6.5 runs. I don't understand how. He says I don't understand how I got a 9. And Troy Torrance says these Cardinals have been overperforming. Taking a look at the cash flow for this St. Louis spot, we have no information on the total. But we have 57%, because that total didn't come out till 10 a.m. for some reason. But we have 57% of the tickets on the Cardinals, but 89% of the cash on Jack Leiter and the Rangers here. We'll touch on this, Preston, as well, but let's hear from our guys. We're in the middle of this cap, but I'll touch on that for sure as well. Preston, it's great to see you. Started talking hands here joining us. Daby Cab, best bet. Take it away.
Yeah. Jose and some people like to try and say I'm a Rangers fan, but a fan like goes with the team, like hurts with the team, like what Wine Time does. Like he hurts with his Angels. His Angels are awful, and I don't know if they're ever going to be good again. And he feels that. The Rangers, the moment they start doing bad, I couldn't care less. Like, fuck this baseball team. I don't know how you would bet anything other than a Rangers team total under. And if you've been betting that, you're rich, right? If you've just been betting it every single game. You talked about their numbers against lefties, but righty, lefty, they can't hit their way out of a fucking wet paper bag right now. Like, it don't matter what they're facing. This team, anemic is a good word for it. Mal said it in the chat. Like I like to say, they can't take both hands and hit their ass right now. Like they're not seeing the baseball whatsoever. I wouldn't put a dollar on this baseball team. Personally, I was going to bet their team total under. I stayed off. I didn't bet this game. I've got a couple more bets for you guys today. I didn't bet this game, Jimmy. The Rangers they're a lost cause. Like there's no hope for this baseball team. I mean, I think it might be time for Boch to go, which is like crazy to say. He just took us to a World Series 2 years ago. Like, thank you. I like listening to Boch. I like his attitude about baseball, but how the fuck do you have a team that has been this good at hitting for so long and just can't pitch? And now all of a sudden you've got the third best pitching in baseball across the board. Pitching just lights out, and you can't score fucking 3 runs to win a baseball game. Like, it is awful. This is an atrocious lineup. Adolis Garcia, you got to go. Marcus Semien, bro, you need to retire, right? Like, and give some of the money back that the team paid you, because you fucking robbed them. You literally fucking robbed them. How the fuck you going to hit under 200 and you were a leadoff on a World Series team 2 years ago? I mean, man, fuck these guys.
He was Silver Slugger for
Cab, who's the Rangers hitting coach? Do you know?
They just hired a new one, and he must suck too, because they suck. So
who is this guy?
Justin. So, wine time. Let's hear from you, Liberator Jack Leiter.
I mean, Cab kind of touched on it. Yeah, this Rangers team, it's the opposite of what I thought going into this season. When I did all my early predictions, I expected the Rangers offense to be boom and their pitching to be bust. And it's been the absolute opposite. Haven't been able to get any runs on the board. I mean, Marcus Semien's in 8th in this order, Cab. I mean, this guy's making so much money.
He's 9th and Garcia's 8th. They're fucking horrible. Bro.
I mean, Cab, the thing is that, you guys just won a World Series a couple years ago. You guys paid these guys good money. They got you guys the ring. They got it for you guys probably a little bit too early for the fan base.
Lightning in a bottle is what
I get it, but I mean, it's because you guys are expecting a lot more out of this team because of the money you guys have put in. And we've seen Garcia be clutch in times, especially in the playoffs. But yeah, this season, I mean, you're seeing him and Semien, the last 2 guys in the order. It's crazy. You know what I mean? Corey Seager is back, so that is a plus. And they've got Young at third base. They've got a couple good guys in that batting order. Have been able to put runs up on the board, and that's been their problem. And I think that's probably why they moved those guys to the bottom of the order. Maybe they can see the ball a little bit better. They get some time to see the starting pitcher go out there, but they still aren't adjusting. I mean, Semien is still hitting under 200, which is absolutely crazy. You think with these guys,
let him go, man. They're starting.
No, I mean,
yes, they are. Listen, I listen to the local radio and shit
on his contract.
What? No, when I say let him go, like I mean like send him to the minors or something. Like they're
designated for assignment.
Or maybe what they were talking about, what they might do with them is like when there's a pitcher that he has fucking Matt Olson numbers, like, what Jose was just talking about, like maybe he'll get a fucking spot start against people like that. But like, he's done, bro. Like, I mean, because you're still almost at 500 in a division that fucking sucks. I mean, the Astros are starting to win games. That's good. But really the division's not that good. Like, and the pitching's doing this good. Like, figure it the fuck out. Like, figure it out.
Yeah, I agree, because this pitching staff has done their end of the bargain. It's just being the offense, but it's still early on. This team is still very much in the wild card race and the AL West race. It's still too early to talk about this, guys, especially with the Rangers, because they can't get much worse than this. And they're only, 3 games under 500 here. They can't get much worse than that. So it's a long season. So keep your head up, Rangers fans, but this is going to be a game. I don't know. I don't want to move on this. As much as the only side I could be able to take in this would be the Texas Rangers, which is crazy. Cardinals are playing such good baseball right now, man. I mean, these guys are just doing everything right fundamentally. They're playing together. The fan base is good. They've got a good head coach in there. It just seems like they're buying into what they want to do over there in St. Louis. So it's hard to fade them, because I've been on them in spots this season, but they're 8 games over 500. Rangers are kind of going the wrong direction. I'm seeing the line move towards the Rangers right now, because earlier before the show, I think it was a plus 122 on the Rangers, and now it's a plus 116. I have a lean towards the Texas Rangers and potentially the over team total 3.5. Nothing official for me here, though, guys. This might be something this is a big lean for me, though. You guys heard me on Wednesday talk about a couple games that I was going to move on later in the day that I did end up moving on. This is going to be one of the games I might end up moving on. It might be the Texas Rangers at plus money. I kind of want to see the market. I want to see what happens here these next couple hours or so, but I know we've got a game going in 10 minutes here that we need to talk about. Jose, what do you have anything else in this game?
Yeah, this game screams under to me, like you guys were saying. Again, Jimmy, if I was another person in another body, I would be betting the first 5 under in this game. But full game under might be an appealing thing. It is disgusting, like Cabby said. I picked the Rangers to be one of the better teams in this league this year, expecting that their pitching was going to be as good as it is, and their hitting would come along with all those young bodies as well. But obviously, the hitting has done nothing. When you have an Aaron Boone, or I guess a Boone as a hitting coach, that means you're in bad noon. Yeah, no, that whole family is poison.
What about the Rangers bullpen freshness? Because I'm very interested in this under, and I think this is an under that we would need to bet now. I know that it hasn't moved, but the total didn't come out until late. I don't want to wait until the end of the show.
Yeah, both teams had a day off yesterday.
Oh, of course they did. Yeah. I like the under. I think it's tricky to evaluate Jack Leiter with this disjointed blister issue. And I cut you off, Jose. What did you want to add to this, my man?
No. I mean, I'm right there with you on the under. So I'll probably move on full game under because both, like I said, both bullpens rested yesterday. I like both these guys. I've talked about how every time Matthew Liberatore gets go out there to pitch, he gets lined like he's a lot better than like what I thought he was or what he was last year for sure. Like last year, I mean, the Rangers would obviously be favored here, and he's developed into a pretty solid pitcher. So, I agree. So under 8.5 minus 110 for me.
Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. What did this total open up as?
Well, that's what I was saying. It didn't open until early this morning. AM got under 9 at minus 120 at 9:26.
That's what I had opening up. Okay, that's probably he probably got the best number available. Shout out to AM, man. He always gets those good numbers. That's crazy, man.
Bro, these guys don't need to be treated like fucking professionals. Somebody needs to walk in that locker room and light them the fuck up. That's what needs to happen. They need to be told how fucking embarrassing what they're doing is.
It's amazing that they're only 3 games under 500 and they're 6 games over 500 at home. They're not. DeGrom's been pitching great. Fucking Malley's been pitching lights out. Evaldi's been pitching outstanding. I mean, they've been doing outstanding on the mound. Their hitting is so bad.
It's disgusting. I think I've realized that I'm just much better at evaluating who's going to be good at pitching than who's going to be good at hitting. God damn.
I mean, Peterson looks like shit. Like he looks like less healthy than me. Like,
is he out now?
He's hurt, right? I'm just saying, like the money they spent. Jake Berger, obviously did nothing but 8 fucking burgers over the offseason. I mean, these guys fucking suck, man. They are so bad.
Well, I'm going to move on this. I'm going to move on this. I move on the under, and I think I'm going to double down on the first 3 and the full game. So let's circle back here quickly. There was nothing official from our guys on the screen for Cardinals Rangers. We'll see if something.
I'm on the under 8.5 minus 110.
Okay, makes sense. So Jose's moved on the under 8.5 minus 110. I do fear the roof being open a little bit. It is blowing in slightly, and Spooner said this is a Cardinals spot. They have an advantage in the bullpen, starting pitching and bullpen wise. So exactly, something's up here, Spooner. And the only thing I could think of was that Leiter's going to pitch well. And I do think that this total is going to move. The place where we played poker didn't open up this total until an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I think Jack Leiter was just named late, officially named late.
Yeah. So I'd like to move on this. We'll circle back here. Daby Cab, we have you back in business for Pirates, Padres. Were you close to anything on the Cubs game?
I'll pop on if I am. I'll turn my camera on.
Oh no, I just mean the Cubs game that it starts in 5 minutes.
No,
Okay.
I didn't have any bets going up.
Okay, we're going to get Daby Cab back in business here for Pirates, Padres. Daby Cab, great having you back in business with us, my friend. We will see you again here shortly. Nothing has changed. Now, you have Troy and TJ on the Chicago Cubs. Obviously, that's extremely appealing. And it's a huge benefit.
Troy's on the Cubs every fucking day, right?
Yeah,
That
guys.
doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
He's making a lot of money off him. I don't like. He's not betting them blindly. So it doesn't. Just that Troy and TJ are on the Cubs is the point. And we're very fortunate that we get that information here. But the market is just not doing enough for me. And the only reason why I say that is because I would move on the Cubs, but I say that because we still have 56% of tickets, 84% cash on the Cubs. So I'm going to let it go.
Justin says that Justin is on the Reds plus 143. I lean to the over in the game.
Guys, I'm on the Reds plus 145 on the money line. I just played it right now. I'm going to tweet it out right now. I only have 4 minutes to do so. I'm going to make it official, though, guys. I hate to be on the side of two very well-respected cappers that I respect in this industry. Appreciate you guys for sharing your action as well, because it usually keeps me off on sides. But just seeing this early game not move anything towards the Cubs here, I'm getting plus 145 with the Reds. I'm going to move on the Reds money line, guys. This is going to be an official play. I'm tweeting out right now. I already played it at plus 145. Got some good plus money here with the Rays, guys. I want some early action here, and I think the Reds, this is the spot for them here. I backed them in all three. I mentioned it. I backed them in all 3 games against the Cubs in the last series, and I think they should have at least won 2 out of those 3, but only won 1 of those games, so I did lose some cash in that. And a Cubs team that I've been backing this season that I do believe in, but in the spot, I am on the Reds money line plus 145. I'm going to be with my guy Stacks, Justin McKelvey.
You are in business here in business.
I'm going to look to live bet the over. I don't know exactly what number I'm looking for, so I have to figure that out, I guess. But Jimmy, I'm sure you see the wager talk numbers, all the bets and money on the under. We've gone from 8.5 to 9 here. So I do lean to the over here. And again, just, do I get a clean inning from these guys? And then I'm like, okay, an 8 or 7.5. But I'm trying to figure that out. I don't know. What do you think about the total, if you have any thoughts?
I think that Colin Ray is going to pitch fine. So I think he's going to pitch fine. I don't historically, when you have a 34-year-old vet getting lit up in game 1, he has something. He knows how he's going to attack. He's been in this for so long. He knows how he's going to attack it. Now you could say he's turning into a pumpkin. He's not a starting pitcher. He's not good enough. And then that would be a different angle. Abbott here against a Cubs team that's raking lefties, and he just shut them down. Is he going to shut them down again? And also, as you know, Jose, I stopped saying it, because when you start saying things, negative things about your capping, you believe them, obviously, and they start affecting you. But I've always struggled with the pitchers that we're seeing them 5 days later, until I started really believing in the zigzag. But it's such a simple way. And sometimes, you say keep it simple, stupid, but sometimes the simplicity just makes me uncomfortable. How could I have said that in the Pacers Knicks breakdown yesterday? Because I said, well, all the numbers are pointing to the over, but last game went way over, so we must bet an under. I mean, it doesn't work. It doesn't. I'd like to hope it doesn't work like that. But so I think that Ray is going to pitch better than expected, and I think the Cubbies are live. But then if the Reds take a lead, it means that Colin Ray is going to get lit up and smoked again, and then so I wouldn't be looking for the Cubs live. But I do think that if Ray gets touched, I wouldn't look, for a live under. The Cubs bullpen's been lights out. So I'm
gonna use Jimmy the Bagism on you here. I'm going to give you $500 and ask you to make a bet, go to the casino on a total in this game. Or what are you going under and over with my $500? And Jimmy, I need this $500. It's imperative. I get this money back in some form or fashion.
Fuck, man.
The pressure's on, Jimmy. I need to feed Molly the dog. I need to feed Helga with this
I'd say
$500.
That's for me. I'd say over, but I think there's going to be runs scored in this ball game.
Troy saying over. I mean,
okay, well, I'm gonna sit here and wait and pray that they can get out of this first inning unscathed. It's 9 right now, and if it goes to 8, then I guess I'll consider. I'll be battling 7.5. I'll definitely move. Jimmy, are you gonna let my family go hungry?
I guess I would. I guess I would lean to. I guess I would lean to the under. I would take the full game under. If Andrew Abbott is going to get touched up by the Cubs, regression's coming. How massive will that regression be? I don't think it would be that. I mean, he's got a 1.77 ERA, 1.16 WHIP on the year. If he regresses, what's he allowed? 3 runs? And I think Colin Ray's going to pitch better. And if Colin Ray does get touched up early, we have the second best bullpen in Major League Baseball over the last 30 days that can help fix the situation. But it's already 1-0.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Fuck my face, dude. Fuck off. Oh God, that's good stuff right there. That's some good stuff. All right, well, I guess I'm not gonna get this bet in. Whatever.
So what is the live total now? 10.5.
Oh God, that's some good stuff right there.
Is that a leadoff home run?
Yeah.
That was a leadoff home run for the Reds.
Nice.
So if Colin Ray gets lit up here, I'll move live on the under.
Dude, this crowd is wow. This is insane for a day game. I mean, I know it's Wrigley Field and how good the Cubs are, man, but this is a sold out crowd. Wow, that's so cool to see for a fan base. Shout out to you, Troy and Spoons. I know you guys are Cubs fans, man. The Angels game is ever that packed. It's going to be a playoff game. That's crazy. And this is a day game at Wrigley Field. Absolutely wild.
Okay. Friedel hit prop. Nice job, Jay Kopp. Put that in the chat. So keep us. I'm interested in moving live on this game. So let's keep an eye on it here. Wow, what a play. Ray got lucky there. Okay, let's move on here to Tigers Royals. Jose, Detroit Tigers, Kansas City Royals. We have Lugo coming off the IL. I would prefer, if you don't mind, Jose, if you set this one up. I'd like to move on these unders that we just talked about in the Rangers game. I'd like to bet them now. So,
Sure.
Jose, take it away. I'm just going to move on this now.
Sure. We'll start with old Seth Lugo. And Casey Mize is someone I have a vividness bias of being shitty. So whenever I see a 6-1 record by his name.
How is that possible?
I just have this vividness bias. I just do. It's just
number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, and then I remember him supposed to be better than Skubal, and then Skubal just and then Casey Mize. This is like the first year that he's put it all together. You know, what was Skubal? I forget. I know they were attached at the hip for me. I forget what round or pick overall he was, but
they combined for a no-hitter in Double-A. I remember when Casey Mize was in Double-A, he looked like he was 30. You know,
yeah, now he looks like he's 40.
Oh, that boy, Ellie, little double right there. Let's go.
Yeah, what a disgusting fucking no bet by me. But 6 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 home runs allowed last time out for Lugo against the Boston Red Sox. 6 2/3, 7 hits, 2 runs, 1 of them earned against the White Sox, and another 6 innings, 2 earned run performance. He's kind of found his groove there in these last 4 starts here. Has Lugo splits here just to double check him. I expect them to both be even here. But interestingly enough, home 2.41 ERA, road 4.19, 37 innings pitched at home, 19 pitched on the road here. Splits versus righties and lefties. Lefties hitting 250, righties hitting 207 against him.
A couple of things I want to add just quickly, Jose. The big deal is, what is he going to do coming off of this finger injury? His middle finger sprain. He's coming off the IL with nothing for us to use statistically. He did not go down to the minors. He had no rehab starts. We have nothing We have nothing here. And the 250, 207 splits, those lefties have an OPS of 768 against them. The righties just 575. So, that's a huge difference there in the power numbers. But that's the key here is what's Lugo going to give you? Do we just trust the vet with no – because a lot of times that's manageable. So I just want to throw that in at you quickly.
Of course. No, thank you for the good notes there. 7 home runs against lefties, 2 home runs against righties. So very interesting there. Mize on the other side here, and that start against the Red Sox, by the way, was on the 11th. So, like Jimmy said, no rehabs, just rolling right into it. So, very interested to see how that works. 2-0 Reds. God, what a fucking disappointment
was it just a single or was it a double?
RBI single, it looks like.
Yeah, Gavin Lux taking a changeup down and away and just flipping it over for a single there.
It's going to be hitter friendly here today, though, guys. I mean, I'm curious to see what the Cubs do in the bottom. I mean, the Cubs, though, this season have always been better the second time around their batting order. So I don't know.
I know what Jimmy's thinking right now. It's Cubs plus 1.5, Cubs plus 2.5, whatever the decent run line
you see the Reds blow last series against this team. I mean, they were, I think, 5 or 6 runs in one of the games and they blew it. It's crazy.
I can see Jimmy. I can see the steam coming out of Jimmy's ears right now, and it's saying plus 1.5, plus 2.5. If the Reds score another run here, plus 2.5, I could easily see it happening. But
if I can get a plus 2.5, I will move on that, I think, because
one out and for a guy on first base.
There's gonna be a lot of runs in this ball game, guys. I wish I kind of moved on the over, but
yeah, I'm going to be pissed that I didn't all day. But Casey Mize on the other side of this game that we're talking about here. Guardians was his last appearance on the 24th. 5 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, only one of them earned. Home run, 6 Ks, 1 walks, 6 innings, 1 earned run against Colorado at Colorado to make it more impressive. At the Angels, 7 innings, 7 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 home runs, 4 Ks, 2 walks for old Casey Mize here. His splits, let's talk about his home ERA, a 1.54 ERA, but on the road, a 3.33, so more susceptible, obviously. And it definitely helps that that Angel start was on the road, what we just talked about. 172 batting average against 4 lefties, righties hitting 256. Home runs for each, 3 for the lefties, 4 for the righties. So keep that in mind. Maybe they're not hitting him hard like Jimmy mentioned earlier, but the power has been there. So very interesting to see both these guys. Wager talk market in this game. We're talking Royals Tigers here. We've got 64% of the bets, 60% of the money on the Tigers here. And it does not seem like we have much of a line movement. 68 and 68 on the under here. Well, let's check out what Penny has to say about this this money line here. Opening up minus 112, has gone up to minus 116 Detroit. But it did come, it's gone a yo-yo up to 118, back down to 114, now down to 116. So up and down there, not much movement though. And for the total here, we have an 8 opener at our friends where we used to play poker at, and now it is a 8.5. Penny as well here. Let's see what they opened at. They opened up at 8 as well and moved to 8.5 here. At about 8:50 this morning. So interesting here. Line movement going up with, again, 60. And let me double check here. 68% of the bets and money on the under in this game. I have no action on it. I feels like both of these teams play unders games all the time. And this is a good game because this is a good series matchup for both these AL Central teams. So I'll be watching, but I've got no action. I lean Tigers. Wine time. What do you think?
I mean, if this was an under spot, I think this should have been priced at an 8. Why are we seeing an 8.5 right now with these two?
Double play got out of the inning. 11.5 disappears. 2.5 disappears. Fuck, you wait a second too long. Fuck. Okay. Sorry, keep going.
Damn. Yeah. I know you're good. I mean, this game screams under to me, guys. I mean, come on. I mean, we're seeing an 8.5 with these two good pitchers on the mound. Casey Mize has been lights out. Seth Lugo has been pitching well. Kind of makes me think that there might be some runs scored in this ball game. My lean, I have nothing official in this game. We've just got so much action today. I want to move on the Tigers here, though, because it does seem like there might be some slight movement towards them. I like this Tigers team. I'm just not a big fan of this Royals team. I get it. They've got some good guys in that order. They've got some good arms, but I trust the Tigers a lot more here. Is this line a little suspicious with Casey Mize pitching as well as he has been? I don't really necessarily think so because it is Friday night in Kansas City. It's a divisional game. Seth Lugo has been pitching well too. It's just this is too tough of a game for me. Nothing correlates for me in this game. If I was to take something, if I had a lean, if you guys were, just give me one thing to take in this game, I would say the over. Maybe both these pitchers get touched up a little bit here in this game on a Friday night, because I think that this should be at least an 8, maybe even a 7.5. But I didn't necessarily check the weather in this game, so I'm not sure if weather is a factor in this game or not. But with these two batting orders, don't get me wrong, Tigers have been playing some great baseball. You guys keep hearing me say I think their offense is just going to slowly regress. We'll see if it does or not, but they're 17 games over 500.
Oh, looks like we have frozen wine time here. We'll get him back. We'll pull him and get him back here when he's good to go. The weather in Kansas City, 77 Fahrenheit, feels like 74, 6.3 miles per hour left to right, and slightly out, dies down to 4.5 miles per hour. Something's up. I think that it's important what Spooner's saying. Casey, my second start back, he looked fine, but it was at home. And then Seth Lugo, being out, they're just not in rhythm. Statistically, I completely understand why TJ is on the under. Completely understand. But the line moving up to 8.5 just doesn't make me feel comfortable.
Weird.
Doesn't make me feel comfortable.
Am I good, guys? Am I back to normal?
Yeah, your money in the bank.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, as I was saying, it's weird, Jim. I mean, this should be an 8. Why is this an 8.5? It just has me. If you're looking at this from an X's and O's standpoint, this is a clear-cut under game with these two offenses, with these two pitchers on the mound. I think this is going to be not a lot of runs scored. I mean, if you're looking at it from that point, but when you're looking at the market and everything else accounted into this, it just maybe makes me think there are going to be some runs scored. Maybe it's later in the game. Maybe this is a live over spot. Maybe at the end of the first inning, we take a live over here at an 8. Or maybe we wait until the second inning, get a 7.5 and move on it then, and this full game goes over too. But we'll get a better number, I think, in the beginning of the game if there aren't any runs scored in that first inning. So I'm going to wait. This is going to be a spot where I think I move on live total. If I can get an 8 or a 7.5, this will be a spot I move on live.
But see, I think differently, because I think that if you have a really clean, nice first inning from both these guys, okay, Lugo's good to go. We didn't need or look, Mize is ready to be the number 1 overall pitcher again. It's a second start back from it. So I think that that I would only, and I'll never bet a live line worse than the opening line. I shouldn't be so extreme about that. But if they have a good first inning, I think that they'll continue it. If they get touched early, what's up, I think. So Mally Mal asking for the Pub Sports Discord link. It's back in business. But let us know. This was a spot. I love these two pitchers. I love Mize and Lugo. I expected to be on the under, and I can understand why both AM and who's the other one on the 8? TJ. I can understand why they're both on the under, but I need my shit to correlate perfectly, or I won't move on it, or close to perfectly. Let's roll on. We have a wonderful pitching matchup here with Ryan Pepio and Framber Valdez, Rays, Astros. Pepio 3-5, 3.55 ERA, 1.23 WHIP, 63 1/3, 52 Ks, 19 walks, and 10 homers. Excuse me. His last start, 7 innings, 3 hits, no runs, 5 Ks, 1 walk, and a 13-0 win at home versus the Jays. On the road this year, he's thrown 16 1/3, and he's allowed 6 earned runs, only allowed 1 home run. He's been in tough situations, in that little bandbox there. So, and he's not had many opportunities on the road where I think he'll pitch better. Ron Crawford on Houston -1 here. Righties are getting to Pepio. He's certainly not performing the way I had expected him to this year, and I imagine that the Rays brass expected him to as well. When we look at, who are the bats that are going to attack Pepio, we go over to the Houston's righties, and they're hitting right now, and they're going to have 9 righties at Pepio. Caratini is going to be the only switch, but he's going to hit from the right side. So that's why you just can't trust Pepio, honestly. Then you have Framber Valdez, 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run in a 2-1 win at home versus the Mariners last out. He has been good at home, 225 opponents batting average, 2 home runs allowed over 32 innings, 25 hits in 32 innings. He's rolling. His splits are wonderful. The Rays versus lefties in the last 30 days aren't as bad as I thought they were. 245, 693 OPS. Astros versus righties, 274, 762, and both bullpens are very good. When we get to the line history here for this one, we have a 7.5 minus 109 to the over. This opened up minus 115 to the under. This did get up to 8. It will move to 8 at 10:30, and then it came back to 7.5 at 11:30, which is a bit of a surprise. And then when we get to the money line here for this one, we have the Astros at minus 146. They opened up at minus 161. That's a big move towards the Tampa Bay Rays, which implies that Pepio is going to pitch well here. But, I mean, the Astros are hitting right now, and they're hitting righties, and we have 9 righties coming up. It's just tricky for me to expect Pepio to pitch well, even though I'm still high on him and expect him to be better. You have 64% of the tickets on Houston, but 56% of the cash on the Rays. I mean, clearly the Rays is the sharpest look on the board.
Yeah.
86% of the tickets, I shouldn't say on the board, but it's clearly a very sharp look. Under has 86% of tickets and 93% of the cash, and it went up to 8. And this one is very tricky here. Wine time, take it away. Rays Astros.
Yeah, a little bit too tricky for me here, Jim, because I was on the Rays yesterday. I was on the Rays in that game. They ended up getting the win there. When I capped this game last night, I wrote down Astros -1 with a question mark. I thought maybe the Astros are going to be live here to get right here after that loss yesterday. But seeing the line move back towards the Rays here, as we've been talking about these ball games, man, it just has me maybe thinking that this Tampa Bay Rays team could be live here. I mean, I often talk about this team a lot, how I said in the beginning of the season, it was one of the teams I wanted to back a lot this season. I like Kevin Cash. I think he's one of the best managers in baseball. I think he's very underrated. This bullpen is always underrated going into this season. I remember, Jim, you would read off their expectations going into this year, and I think they were like in the 20s or something like this. Something
fourth worst.
It never made sense to me when I looked at that bullpen from the outside in, and they're getting right here. They've got one of the best closers in the games in Fairbanks. They've got a good bullpen. They've got guys that they can trust out there in that bullpen, and that's very important to win these ball games. And the Rays always seem to just somehow be there every single year, man. Look at this batting order. They're definitely turning it around. Their numbers are going up over these last couple of weeks. The Rays have been hitting the ball a lot better, but still, you look at the Tampa Bay Rays order and you don't think that this is a playoff baseball team by any means, but they are. I think that this team is live here in this ball game. I don't know if I have enough conviction, if everything correlates enough for me to move on the Rays here, because I got them yesterday at +100, and now they're giving me, let me see right here at my book, a +134 here on the money line, an over-under of 7.5. Makes me think this game's going to go under, that both these pitchers go out there and absolutely deal today. And that would probably keep me off the Rays here. It's just, I don't know. It's a very tricky cap here. I made some money off the Rays yesterday, and I just don't know if I want to go back to the window here with them, getting a 34% difference in my direction at plus money here at +134. I feel like I already made my money off them yesterday, and I should stay away from this game because I initially, when I capped this, I said Astros -1. What price can I get here? But the line is just moving towards the Rays, which makes me think I can't move on the Astros here. So I'm going to tell you guys my lean here in this game is going to be the under 7.5 runs. I'm going to trust that both these pitchers can go out there and absolutely deal. I can get a 7.5 at -105. This isn't going to be an official play. This is going to be a game I circle back later on in the day, and I might move on this under at 7.5 here. I kind of want to see what happens here these next couple hours, but nothing official for me. But I do have a lean towards the under here, thinking that both these pitchers can go out there and pitch good games, and that these batting orders don't go out there and score runs early. And I trust the Tampa Bay Rays bullpen, so it's a really tough game for me. I have a lean towards the under 7.5 though.
Yeah, and AM says I think all the value on this game was getting the 8. I understand that. Mr. Bouquet, you know Mr. Valdez very well. We were both high on Pepio coming in to the season. And look, he's got a 3.55 ERA, 1.23 whip. I don't know why, I guess
I'm not down on him yet. Yeah.
Yeah, it's and he had a just completely shut down the Jays. I think that's the thing, is that we've seen him too often in that little BAM box. Jermaine, 7.5 now. So, God. I mean, why? If Pepio was pitching, so the market is indicating that Pepio is going to pitch well, or that the Rays are going to start hitting lefties. Because, the 7.5 here, why did it move up to 8? As soon as it did, it got bet down. I don't understand why it moved to 8. I don't understand why we've had this 12-cent move to the over. If I can't explain it, I don't bet it. So, Jose, take it away.
Yeah, it feels like this is obviously a Rays spot, like you mentioned. There's allegedly bigger bets on the Rays, line moving to the Rays. And, I'm kind of sat back here and I'm just sitting here and thinking, what am I going to bet now? All the money on the under, we've gone up a half run. That concerns me.
And back.
Yeah, and it's kind of scared me off the under, honestly. And again, this is like, do I bet what am I going to cut this game down again and again and again? First 5, I don't bet. I don't have first 3. I'm going to take a nerfy. I mean, and I'm sure the nerfy in this game is like, what, like minus fucking 180? I mean, these are good, two really good pitchers. So it was razor pass for me at the end of the day, really. And I just haven't had enough courage, I guess. I mean, I forgot what the final score was yesterday, honestly. After I saw that the Rays scored like 10 runs, I was like,
it was 9-3, I think.
Yeah. So it was like, I don't want to necessarily love betting a team after, beating a team down like that. I also looked at the bullpen situation. And sure, the Astros used a bunch of arms yesterday, but at least it was all the shitty arms. Forrest Whitley, San Antonio's own, Bennett Sousa, Caleb Ort, Steven Okert, and Brian King, all 3 yesterday. Ort and Whitley, I expect not to be available. Brian King threw 23 pitches, like I just mentioned, but he has not thrown in a while. Hader and Abreu, the guys we actually care about, didn't throw yesterday, but the day before. So I'd be a little worried about that if I was a Houston person. And Tampa Bay bullpen fully rested almost. 2 long guys threw yesterday. Edwin Uchida, 8 pitches. So I think he'll be. I mean, he threw back-to-back, so even if he's not available, we'll be fine because Fairbanks hasn't thrown like a week. Clevenger hasn't thrown in almost a week as well. And so it's the same thing with Manuel Rodriguez, hasn't thrown in the last 2 days. So I think if the rest of the Rays team, I can see why people are on their money line. If the line keeps moving in the direction, I probably will end up on.
Yep.
Well, let's roll on. Let's roll on to what we expect to be a beautiful pitching matchup with Helen Mitch Keller and Slick Nick Pavetta. And let's welcome back our guy, Mr. Daby Cab, for best bet here in the Padres hosting the Pittsburgh Pirates, Petco Park in San Diego, California. Weather-wise, 70 Fahrenheit, 6.3 miles per hour left to right, and then 4.5 slightly in, and 3.6 slightly in. And I should have bet that under 11.5. Fuck.
Jose and Mitch Keller or Helen Keller kind of look alike. Their hair.
Let's get another look. Let's get another look.
That's what a lot of people have said to me, actually. I walk down the street.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And they say, oh, yeah, you kind of look like Helen Keller. And I'm like, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know how she's looking right at the catcher's glove. Like, it's almost like she's lying about those blind eyes.
I'm just like Stevie Wonder.
Oh, she's zero jokes, man. She doesn't fuck around. And neither does Jose. Mitch Keller, Slick Nick Pavetta. Mitch Keller, 1-6. 1-6. 3.66 ERA, 1.30 whip. He's only allowed 4 home runs this year. He's pitching excellently. He had some hiccups, some speed bumps early in the season, but he's pitching wonderfully now. Coming off a 2-1 win at home versus the Brewers, 6 innings, 1 earned run, 7 Ks, no walks. On the road, he's thrown 4 starts, 25 innings. He's allowed 8 earned runs, 22 hits, allowed 1 home run, 232 opponents batting average. It's lefties that get to him. So he just faced the Brewers. When you look at that Brewers lineup, there's no real left-handed sticks that you need to be, really concerned about. We have Turang, Yelich, who's not the same. Frelick, Collins can hit from left-hand side. So that's what you have to look at when you have Mitch Keller. Is does the opposition have left-handed bats that are going to get him. And the Padres have much tougher left-handed. Arise, Merrill, Gavin Sheets, Cronenworth, Wade. Maybe not much better. Maybe not, but better. No doubt about it being better. Maybe this is another lineup that he can slow down, because we do know that Nick Pivetta is pitching phenomenally well. And at home, he's had 5 starts and thrown 31 in the third innings. I'll give this to Jose because he hates him so much now. How many earned runs do you think Nick Pivetta has allowed in 5 starts at home, 31 in the third?
You're muted, Jose.
Don't even fucking try and say it was me.
I had my finger on the trigger and I didn't hit it. Well, he's a big bitch. He's a big bitch. By the way, yes, East Tennessee up 2-0.
Oh,
Nice.
Love it.
But he's got sandy pussy, so I'm going to say 7 runs.
He's allowed 5 earned runs in 5 starts, 31 in the third. Opponents hitting 143 against him. K to walk ratio at home, 36 strikeouts and 4 walks. Lefties are hitting 155 with a 469 against them. Righties, 226 with a 683. Pirates aren't hitting righties at all. Anyways, 232, 649. And the Padres have lost power against righties. The issue is the bullpens for both these teams are trash. Playing poorly. We have AM telling us that this minus 6% runs in ballpark pal. Thank you for that, AM. We went 6.3 and then 4.5, 3.6. We talked about it, but not conducive for action. And then we have here line history. We have a 7.5 minus 117 to the under. This opened up minus 118 to the under. I'm very curious to see what line movement we've had on the first 5. On the first 5 here, we have a flat 4, and that's really all we've had. It opened up plus 103 to the under. I don't know why that would be. I guess that Mitch Keller could be susceptible. I guess would be what they're saying. So let's take a look at the cash flow here for this Padres game. You have 69% of the tickets on the under and 95% of the cash. Well, why is this not, minus 125 or minus 130? Or why did this not hit 7 at some point? Why are the books not showing much concern? You have 83% of the tickets on the Padres and 65% of the cash on them. Let me just quickly go back to that full game money line here. The full game money line here is minus 188. Opened up minus 185. This got up to minus 196 and came back. This sucks. There's so many of these matchups that I expected I was going to be, using, and now if everybody agrees that this is a great pitching matchup, then why is this line not moving towards the under? Daby Cab, best bet time. Pirates Padres, take it away.
I mean, my answer for why it's not moving. I think the Padres are primed to put up a bunch of runs. I mean, they just went on a slump, and I made the comment about not being a Rangers fan. I love the Padres because I make a lot of money when I bet them. I fucking love them. You know how many Padres games I watched before I start betting on the Padres? 0, not 1, not a fucking single Padres game. But now that I bet on them and I feel like I have a good, I'm in tune with this team. I love this team and I love betting on them. I stayed off of them when they were cold. I've been back on them since they've gotten hot again, and I don't see any reason why they don't stay hot here. I know that, I guess power-wise, Jake Cronenworth and Luis Arise and some of these lefties aren't that intimidating, but Gavin Sheets have been tearing the cover off the baseball, and then obviously Jackson Merrill's down to 330. He was never going to keep that 470 or whatever ridiculous number he had, but I think he can keep it probably around 315 to 330. I really do think he is that good. And I think he gets to Mitch Keller, and I think the Padres get to Mitch Keller. So I'm keeping it simple. 2 bets that have made me good money. I've got the Padres team total over 4.5 at plus 118. And then I've got Jackson Merrill over 1.5 total bases. Let me check the juice on that for you.
What was the team total over 4.5 minus 119?
Plus 118.
Plus. Thank you. Plus 118. And then Jackson Merrill over 1.5 total bases.
Yep, minus 110.
Yeah, and look, Brandon Norris is on the first 3 under. That was my full expectation, was to be on it with you. But I don't know what's other than it just doesn't work. It doesn't correlate with what's been working for me. At 35 and 20 right now on my first threes, I'd be in the negative units. I'd be 5 units down if I didn't bet a first three this year. I'd be a fucking mess. I'd be a shaky mess. Line time. Pirates, Padres.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup right here. I mean, the Pirates, they've been tearing the cover off the ball last couple games. And the Padres, man, I mean, Cap kind of mentioned they kind of came back to life a little bit these last couple weeks, not playing as good a baseball. But, I mean, guys, when you look at batting orders in baseball, it's the Phillies and Padres for me. I mean, those two batting orders are absolutely deep. I mean, you think about Luis Ariz, Tatis, Machado, Cronenworth.
It's so good.
Merrill, it's like
so good.
even Bogarts. I know Bogarts is like kind of
he's the worst one, bro. Like right now, like what?
This might be one of the deepest batting orders. I mean, and it's crazy thing that they had Juan Soto a couple of years ago, but this is one of the deepest batting orders you'll ever see in baseball, if you ask me. They're up there with the Phillies. It's crazy, man. How deep this batting order is, but it just has me a little bit concerned right here. I mean, nothing in this game right here. I kind of had an initial lean towards Mitch Keller and the Pirates just because they're getting so much plus money here, plus 180 right here with Mitch Keller, who's been pitching pretty well, and the Pirates have been playing better baseball. But at the same time, I don't trust this Pirates batting order. I mean, when you look at them offensively, I don't trust anyone. I see my guy Stacks there talking about O'Neal Cruz. Man, I love watching O'Neal Cruz play. I was so stoked that I was able to watch I was able to go to the Pirates-Angels game because my number one thing, I wanted to see O'Neal Cruz in person. I want to see a 6'7" person at bat playing in center field. And he mashed the ball too when I was there. And this guy right now, man, he's a good player. I really like watching O'Neal Cruz play, but they need some other guys in that order. I got nothing in this game. This is going to be a pass for me. Had to lean towards the Pirates just because that's so much plus money, but it's nothing official for me here.
You don't like Nick Pivetta, Jose?
He doesn't believe in it. He doesn't like him because of his teammates don't like him. And my buddy, my buddy's a San Diego fan, and when they signed him, he was like, "Why did we sign this guy?" Like I was like, "What do you mean?" Like I wanted the Angels to sign this guy. You know what I mean?
wanted the Jays to sign this guy. We had we had another guy up here who's like, Nick Pavetta's trash. He's going to get lit up here. I
agree with that. Yeah, I think he's a good pitcher.
I just would say that, locker rooms matter, right? And so, you look at somebody like Mitch Keller, who you're saying, you say his numbers, he's pitching great, but at 1-6, man, that shit's going to wear on him. And I'm sure Nick Pivetta just felt the locker room pressure of playing for a shit team like the Red Sox. I mean, now that he's with the Padres, he's just shining. That's probably what it is.
That must be it. And yes, Wedge Detective, Victoria, BC boy. And but one thing here important for Brandon Norris is I'm not on the other side, Brandon Norris. I'm not bet. I had just expected to be on that bet. That's all I'm saying. So I'll be cheering for you, my man. Mr. Bouquet, some disparaging remarks about your Boston Red Sox and my friend, Slick Nick Pivetta.
You didn't even listen, Jimmy. I was watching him. Who the fuck are you texting? Are you okay, bro? Is your life all right now? You look real
I'm looking up stats. Sorry, no, I was just looking up some stats. No, I don't have much to say about this game, though. Fuck Nick Pivetta. He's a dick. So I'm off on this game, but I expect the Pirates to get smacked in this game. Low total and the -200 doesn't seem like it's a good recipe.
Oh, the 11.5. God, Jose, if you want an over, I would wait a bit. But the
I don't want it now. I wash my hands of it now. After that, I'm good.
I was trying to feed your family, man.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I get it.
But with the under, not.
I know. Yeah. If I would have taken that live under an 11.5, we would all be eating flank steak tonight, perhaps.
Did you say flank?
Steak.
Flank.
Jesus Christ!
I don't know.
I'm calling the kettle black today with
flank steak. That's funny, man. Not a ribeye, not a prime rib, not a filet mignon.
Golly.
Yeah. You guys have a problem with flank steak?
I love it.
You guys, I don't understand what's so funny. I'm just trying to feed my family.
It's the dick, Jose. That's what's funny.
I have not laughed once. I'm just trying to feed my family with flank steak. It's unbelievable.
I love it.
Yeah, he says, nice flank. Well done. Well done, flank. Okay. Okay, let's roll on. Daby Cabs moved on the Padres team total over 4.5. Jackson Merrill over 1.5 bases here. And Daby Cab, great to have you back in business with us, my man. Is there anything you're moving on in these last 3 games?
Possibly. I'm going to listen because, now that I'm going to be back, I want to be able to add bets while I hear you guys cap it, or so I can come on and cap it. So if I hear anything, I'll jump on, and I'll be back next week every day with you guys. I'll be here Saturday with Jose, Sunday with the walk-off wager guys, and then Monday, Medicaid Monday. So let's get it, man. Let's get paid. It's time to make a lot of money in MLB. The summer's coming. We're not going to call it the dog days. We're going to call it something better than that. I don't know what we're going to call it, but not the dog days. We're going to make money on it, Jimmy. So thank you guys. I love you guys. Everybody in the chat, man. Mal, Irish King, Stacks, good to see you. Justin, Andrew, Jerry.
Nah,
everybody.
fuck that guy, Justin. Fuck that guy.
Oh, Jesus. Well, he's just picking fights.
Just if you need me to solo host the show again tomorrow, Jose, that's okay. Especially if you're going to act like this.
This
I will.
guy.
I'll let you know.
All right.
God.
Good
Flank.
Fuck that guy, Justin. Fuck you for making fun of my units. How about that, huh? Flank steak's great.
I've never flanked gonna stick with this. This one's gonna stick. This one's gonna
I
stick.
love it, man.
Flank steak bouquet. Here we come.
Okay. All right. Let's get back to work.
Next time someone asks me what kind of steak I want, I'm gonna say I want a flank fucking steak.
Oh yeah, your wife will love that. Fuck. All
I
right.
don't know what any of this means either. Do you guys think I know my fucking types of steak? No, I don't. But I heard
honestly
flank
don't
is
even
not
have
bad.
much I can't even get flank steak a lot of time when I go to the grocery. It's not even available.
It's rare. It's good quality, right? It's rare. It's hard to find. It's like
I love
Wagyu.
It's not quite like Wagyu. But okay.
I
Let's
can't
roll.
believe Justin would just slander my unit size like that. Just,
My wife
pull
just
my
heard
pants
that it's
down.
pretty much carne asada.
well, there we go. We're good then. See, Justin McElwee just pulling my pants down for the fucking world to see. Say, look at this fucking little dick bastard here, $25 fucking unit.
Justin says that his dog would bite him if he gave him flank steak.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Let's roll on. Yeah, does flank sound good to you? Oh man. Okay.
New York strip doesn't sound good to me.
Oh, sounds good to me. Fuck.
Sounds like
All right.
fucking hot trash.
Oh, okay. All right. Washington Nationals 26-30, 13-16 on the road. The Arizona Diamondbacks 27-29, 14-15 at home. We're at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. I don't need to check if the roof's closed, but I still feel like an ass clown if I. Here we go. The roof, of course, is closed. I don't want to waste of fucking time. Okay. Jake Irvin going up against Merrill Kelly. Justin McKelvey on the over 9.5. Ronnie Lofton says, as a big Diamondbacks fan, I would be on the Nats money line if not for Arizona coming off a terrible series loss, having a day off to stew about it. Pass. Okay. So we have the roof closed. Let's go on into the line history. Don't forget, Billy Brisbane joining us. We went 4-0 in WNBA yesterday. We're heating up. I'm excited. Minus 208 Arizona opened at. Now they're minus 213. 5 cents. Just 5 cents of movement there. On the total, we have a 9, minus 111 to the over. This opened up at 9 at just a little after midnight. After an hour 15 minutes, went to 8.5. Comes back up to 9. Gets up to 9.5 at 10 a.m. And now it's at 9. So we've the opening line at 9 was plus 104 to the over. So we have had 15 cents of movement, but it's a pretty wild, 9 down to 8.5, up to 9, up to 9.5, and back to 9. So it's been a wild ride up there. Let's take a look at the money line here for this one. I did that already. So there we go. Okay, so let's get to the cash flow for the Diamondbacks spot. We have 54% of the tickets and 77% of the cash on the Diamondbacks. Line not moving towards them. 64% of tickets, 85% cash on the under. Ram Google search said best way to cook a flank steak. Answer: throw it in the garbage. That was it. Ron Lofton says flank steak well done with ketchup. Okay, I gotta stay focused.
Oh man.
Stay focused. Let's stay focused here. Okay, so Sizzler is calling Snips his name. Okay, Jake Irvin, 4-1, 3.42 ERA, 1.10 WHIP. He's been really good this year. He's coming off a phenomenal performance at home versus the Giants, but it's the Giants on the road. Jake Irvin on the road is not quite as good as he's been at home, but he's been solid, and you can tell by his splits. I mean, the lefties have always got to him. Lefties are hitting 247, 747 OPS, but he's shutting all right-handed bats down. So again, we take a look at this Diamondbacks lineup, and where are the lefties that are going to hurt Jake Irvin? Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte will hit from the left side, Naylor, Pevin Smith, Alec Thomas. And then Perdomo will hit from the left-hand side against Jake Irvin. Then we have Merrill Kelly, who is coming on, even though he just allowed 4 earned runs in a 6-5 loss at the Cardinals. At home, he's been very good. 156 opponents batting average. His splits are excellent. The bullpens are trash, and that's got to be the fluctuation with the total, is that if you can just get to these two bullpens. I mean, the Diamondbacks bullpen last 30 days is just, a taint hair under 7 earned runs over 9 innings. This tells me that there is potential for a nice first 3 under, as long as Irvin can get through this lineup. I imagine that Merrill Kelly is going to pitch very well here. So the concern is Irvin, and maybe there shouldn't be. The problem, Bryce Harper downgraded to doubtful. Thank you for that. The problem here is, Irvin's coming off a phenomenal start at home. Is he going to be able to deliver here on the road? I'm starting to like this first 3 under, Jose, because Jose, would you think that the fluctuation of this total has to do with the bullpens being such trash? Take it away, Jose.
Yeah, the bullpen situation here for both squads is horrid. So totals full game are tough to do. I mean, I'm even seeing a 9.5 now on this total. So I think that's interesting.
What's the juice on it?
Minus like 123. So it's super juice there, but it's plus money to the over. But I'm seeing, most interestingly enough, I looked at first 5 totals, 4.5 openers. Minus 120, but now 5s. And I'm even seeing one at Old Bodog, as it's called, minus 125. So I do lean under in this game, and you mentioned the total market here. I'll just echo it one more time. 67% of the bets, 88% of the money on the under. But this has gone up. So if anything, I'd probably lean over. And it makes me feel like maybe Jake Irvin is in for one of those bad starts. And then 82% of the money, 58% of the bets on the Diamondbacks, a little worrisome. So I just think Jake Irvin might be in for pain tonight.
Well, the first 3 makes no sense. The under 2.5 first 3 is plus 120. The over 2.5 is minus 160. So it makes no sense. So I'm going to have to let this go or expect runs like everyone else is. TJ says, I feel like I could smash Washington money line, Pittsburgh money line, go 1-1. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Let's hear from Wine Time Nats Diamondbacks. Take it away.
Yeah, shout out to the Washington Nationals, man. My uncle sent me this jersey when I was probably like 10 years old, I want to say. Finally actually fits me like accordingly. It's crazy. He sent me you guys see me wear my Virginia Tech jersey. He went to Virginia Tech. Big Virginia Tech guy, big Washington Nationals fan. And they've been making me some money this year back in the Washington Nationals. Shout out to James Wood, guys. I want to ask Jose and Jimmy, I want to ask you guys about, who does this guy remind you of from the Angels back in like the 2005, 2006 era from the left-handed side of the bat? Who does he remind you guys of?
Kendrys Morales.
It's your World Series championship team, right?
They were 2002. He was on the World Series championship.
Tim Salmon.
No, he's a lefty. He's
John Lackey.
Garrett Anderson. He's fearless when he comes to the plate every single time. It seems like Garrett Anderson, man, had a really silently great career in Anaheim. It's kind of crazy. Like, this guy has almost Hall of Fame numbers if you look at it. Didn't hit the most home runs, but he also had, I think he was like 2,500 hits, over, I want to say close to 300 career home runs, and a batting average close to 300. This guy did all the right things on and off the field for Anaheim, and he was fearless. That was the thing about Garrett Anderson. When he went up there, he was fearless. Didn't matter who he was facing. when I see James Wood come to the plate, this guy is fearless. It doesn't matter who he's facing. This is a young stud, man. This guy's got all the tangibles to be a really great player. Washington Nationals are doing everything right now. That organization, they won a World Series, unexpectedly a couple years ago with the roster they had, and ended up being a really great roster that not a lot of people were talking about at the time. But they ended up making that trade with Juan Soto. Got a lot of good assets. They've got a good rotation. They've got, Abrams and Wood at the top right there to build around these next couple of years. This just doesn't seem like a Washington Nationals team spot, though, for me, because, I got them yesterday at plus 100. They got it done in extra innings against the Mariners. A lot of questionable calls in that game. Don't get me wrong, but they took care of business there in the 10th. But the Diamondbacks sitting here at minus 220, 225 right now kind of makes me think that the Nationals aren't live here. But it also makes me kind of think this over might be live. But I like Merrill Kelly and I like Irvin, so it kind of makes me there's just a lot of question marks in this game for me, but I do think the Diamondbacks probably get right here. It seems like this is a get right spot here. But at the same time, I could have said that a couple games ago. They blew some pretty crazy leads and they got smoked by the Pirates those last couple games. But being back at home, it's almost like the Orioles game, though, if you kind of ask. I know the records are a lot different, but like the Diamondbacks just being an unexpected this much favorite against a Washington Nationals team that just had a huge win in extra innings yesterday against a really good Seattle Mariners team has me scratching my head a little. I just don't know here. This is going to be a stay away game for me, although I do have a lean towards the Diamondbacks, maybe in a money line parlay. I like backing the Nationals, just not at this number, going against a team that's, if you look at the records, they're pretty similar. I know Merrill Kelly, I think, is a step above Jake Irvin, but I don't know. This line is a little weird to me. It makes me think the Diamondbacks probably take care of business here. With that being said, I'm going to be off this game.
Yeah, as am I off of this one. Jose, is there anything you want to add before we get into Twins Mariners?
Nope, but fuck Virginia Tech. I can't stand those motherfuckers. Fuck them all. So there's that.
Me and my uncle talk about it every year that we're going to, go out there in Blacksburg, Virginia, go to that home game. I got to see that walkout, man. I got to one of these.
Enter Sandman?
Yeah. Oh, it's insane. Yeah, Enter Sandman. And I got to be there for it with my uncle. Growing up, he sent me Virginia Tech gear, notebooks. So when I was in like high school and middle school, like my notebooks would be Virginia Tech. It was just like he inbounded that in me, and I love Virginia Tech. I always got the respect. UCLA is my squad forever, but I love Virginia Tech, and I got to get to a game one of these days.
I loathe them with a great passion because I grew up in Virginia, and everyone surrounding me was a Virginia Tech fan. I have been to Lane Stadium. I fucking hate that place, and I fucking hate it.
Hey, shout to Joe Saunders, guys. If you guys know, you know. And when after that shooting happened at Virginia Tech, the next start on the Angels, he went out there and he wore his Virginia Tech hat instead of an Angels hat, and I'll never forget that. That was a special moment right there.
That's cool. I like that. That's cool. Okay, let's roll on here to the next spot on the board. We have Zebby Matthews pitching for the Minnesota Twins. Zebby Matthews last year got annihilated. He allowed 11 home runs in 37 2/3. And, there was nothing he could do. So this year, he cut the curveball and the changeup. Completely stopped throwing it. That was 15% of his pitches in 2024. And they were getting raked. Now he's four-seam cutter and slider. And he's pitching much, much better. He is a different pitcher here. This is a young kid. He wasn't a very high draft pick, 8th overall. He did make that top 100 list of prospects before the year started, number 73. In St. Paul this year, he was spectacular. And then he comes up to the Twins and he starts getting hit immediately. So he's allowed 4 home runs here let me go back to that. Sorry, because I don't have that from my stats and I just ditched it. I have him with allowed. So I think that's his walks. I am not allowing that. Jose, can you look up Zebby Matthews here in the show? I have with 0 home runs. I don't know why I just looked up 4. I think I was just looking at the line with walks.
Total?
How many home runs has Zebby Matthews allowed in the 7 innings?
In his 7 innings of ball, as I scroll down, 0 home runs. Yeah.
0. Okay. I was looking at walks. So Zebby is still getting barreled here, but they're very high on him in Minnesota. And also, what's happened now is that if you look at his tape, you can only look at tape of this year because he's cut, 2 major parts of his arsenal. Look, I'm not high on Zebby Matthews. I just thought that it was interesting stuff. And the Mariners aren't hitting. The Mariners here, 227, 658 OPS. The Twins aren't hitting, 242, 690. Those are both against righties last 30 days. And then both bullpens are pitching very well. TJ says, everyone here knows how I feel about Woo, Seattle money line. Woo has been very good. The 2-1 loss at the Astros was a different look for Woo because he allowed 10 hits over 6 innings. Something he doesn't do very much. He's only had 3 starts at home this year. So he's had some really tough situations that he's had to face. And within the 3 starts at home, he's allowed 2 earned runs in 19 and 30. He's walked 3 batters. Let's take a look at the situation. Let's start with the weather here in Seattle. We have 71 Fahrenheit. It feels like 66, 6.3 miles per hour in. It dies down at 5.4 miles per hour, but it's warmer than usual. Let's get into the line history here in this Mariners spot. We have this total at 7. It's minus 112 to the under. This opened up at 7.5 at a little after midnight. By 1 a.m., it was a 7. It was still juiced to the over at that point. This got down to 6.5 at 10 a.m. It was 6.5 from 10 a.m. until just for about 40 minutes before it got back up to 7, which is where it is now. But a real legit move towards the under, which tells us that either Zebby Matthews is going to pitch well, or the Mariners are just can't hit. We have a line move towards the Twins. They've gone from plus 139 to plus 127. I think it's all kind of saying that Zebby Matthews is going to pitch well here. 82% of tickets, 91% of the cash on Minnesota. And then there's a surprising amount of tickets and cash on Minnesota. There's the public still on Seattle, 63% of tickets, 63% of cash, but I'm a little surprised by all of this. Jose Bouquet, Zebby Matthews, Brian Woo, can you make sense of this?
Yeah, I cannot either. I lean under, thinking that I think that Zebby Matthews isn't a horrible pitcher, and I think that he can, he will find it or find his groove. So I lean under here, thinking that Woo has been solid all year as well. But I just super low total, all the money all over this under. At the very least, it has gone down from 7.5 to 7, but I'm seeing where we used to play poker have a juiced 7.5 under to start minus 125. So you could tell me that's a 7, and I believe you. And Penny, by the way, had a 7.5, and then apparently immediately changed to a 7 about an hour ago. And even allegedly at Penny showing a 6.5 for about 30 minutes, which is fascinating. So I lean under. I just can't get there, though. Just couldn't get my money on it.
Why is this line moving away from the Mariners?
Yeah.
One time takeaway.
I mean, I think we know why. I think this is going to be a twin spot. I think the books are telling us that Zebby Matthews is going to go out there and throw a gem here today against a Mariners lineup that, quite frankly, I have a lot of questions about. I know J.P. Crawford, nice soft contact. Julio Rodriguez can play ball. You guys hear about them. Those are the 2 guys I just despise those 2 players in baseball. I don't know why more than anyone else. Oh, that's a 2-run shot for the Cincinnati Reds, 4-0 Reds here. That is going to be Tyler Stevenson. Let's go. But with that being said here, I'm on the under. I got the under 7 minus 120 when I tweeted out all my action here this morning. Right after I did it, there was a 10-cent move towards the over. It ended up the under was minus 110, and I kept refreshing my books. I was like, wait, what's going on here? Like, I thought this was going to get to a 6.5 before we ended up talking about this. Ended up going to a minus 110, but now it's at a minus 115 here. So I still got a worse number than what you can get right now. I just don't necessarily trust this Mariners batting order. They've got a couple, Cal Raleigh, you know what I mean? The best catcher in probably baseball right now. Him and O'Hoppe and Will Smith and JT are probably the top 4 guys right now. And he's playing some big time ball right now when it matters most. And we see Seattle. They are a team that does have heart. I hate to admit it because I hate the Seattle Mariners team, but they do have heart, and they show it late in these ball games in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning. It just seems like all they really need to do to get a rally going is get one runner on base and get something going. And it seems like things move out there, things work out towards their way. With that being said here, though, I think this is a little bit, I think the Twins have some value here at nearly plus 130 right now. I'm getting a plus 127. I'm very close to moving on the Twins money line full game on this. I am on the under 7 at minus 120. Chat, you can get a better number. You can get a minus 115 at my book, so you can probably still get a minus 110 at a lot of books right now. I still like the under. I challenge both these offenses to put 8 runs on the board. I don't see it happening here in this pitching matchup. I think Wu should go out there and be able to throw a good game, but I just think that the Twins are live here at this number, and it's a good number for them here. So Mariners coming off that extra inning game yesterday, no travel spot for them, so it's not a big deal, but I don't know. I like the Twins here. That's my lean, but my official bet is going to be the under 7 at minus 120 in the Seattle Mariners and Minnesota Twins game.
I like that look on the under. I'm very interested in joining you on it. Very interested in joining you on it. Am on the over, which gives me pause, but I'll think about it. Wager Detective also. Wager Detective saying the Twins might be his second strongest play on this card. Jose, Zebby, Brian, anything you want to add to it?
No, we can move on.
All right, let's roll into our last spot on the board before we have WNBA with Billy. Brisbane, we're fresh off a 4-0 day combined. We have the New York Yankees, Los Angeles Dodgers, Dodger Stadium, Los Angeles, California. Max Fried and Tony Gonsolin facing off here. Truth Teller saying Ray might be done here.
Oh, they have runners at first and second. Well, I didn't even know what happened here. Whoa, that's crazy.
Ray just got out of it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, that was looking at a replay of his last at bat against last pitcher.
Okay,
yeah. My bad, sorry.
Double play at the, I remember that.
All right, so no, we're still here. Live total at 9.5. Oh my God. What a play by Colin Ray. Good God, I love these 34-year-old vets, man.
Yeah.
There's something about them. Like,
they have that little extra motivation they have to play for.
They do. You just look at this play he just makes. Like, it's
damn.
Awesome.
Damn, that's crazy. I can't believe they actually bunted with one out there. Good move by Colin Ray right there, putting it all on the line. 2 outs, runners at first and second here. With the number 2 hitter coming up. I forget who hit second for the Reds.
Colin Ray, what a fucking game,
that was a good play right there, man. Jimmy, are you watching it on ML? Are you watching MLB TV? Or are you watching it on your live book?
My live book.
Okay, I was gonna say, you're like 8 seconds ahead of me. That's crazy.
Dizzy Rothstein says juiced for this Yankees Dodgers series. AM saying ballpark pal minus 2%. He's on the over 9 at minus 104 here. Let's take a look at the weather here at Chavez Ravine. 76 Fahrenheit, feels like 74, 7.2 miles per hour to right field. Dies down to 4.5 miles per hour here. We have Fried and Gonsolin. Max Fried, 7-0, 1.29. Well, Max Fried's numbers thus far are he's having the greatest season we've ever seen. He's better number. We're in LA, so we can talk about Sandy Koufax. I mean, he's having a better start to the season than Sandy Koufax ever had. That's how phenomenal Max Fried's season is. And how long do we expect this to continue? On the road this year, he's throwing 32 2/3, and he's allowed three earned runs. Spreadsheet play of the day, and I have this copied and pasted up further on my card with just pages of notes, but is Ron Crawford's MLB play of the day. He is on the New York Yankees. And shout out to our friend, Mr. Ron Crawford. Ron Crawford! Coin with a great note. Last time Dodgers were a home dog last May versus the Yankees versus Fried. Dodgers won 5-1. Amber Hart on the Dodgers money line. Jay Kopp on the Yankees money line. Okay, he got out of it. Ray got out of it. 4-0 now, going into the bottom of the fourth. At what point is that plus 3.5 look good? I guess, do we have to wait till?
Who's coming up here for the Cubs, Jim? Is it the top of is the top of the order coming back up?
Well, how many outs? How many hits has he allowed?
Let me double check really quick.
This might be worth a live bet on the Cubs.
As
now.
I mentioned, Jim, the Cubs is way better the second time around right now. At the +3, you can get a -103. I'm moving on it right now. It's in.
That's a flat +3.
+3 minus odds changed. Are you kidding me? Let me refresh this.
Oh my good God. Jesus. A story just came out 22 minutes ago. And it's not good. Zion Williamson.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Okay. That's not good. I don't know enough about it. I'm not going to talk about it.
Did you see, in happier news, did you see that your 49ers made a trade?
I didn't. What did they do?
They traded for Bryce Huff of the former Philadelphia Eagles to reunite him back with his former head coach.
I like that. I don't know. At this point, you got to time. So what I want to, I guess I want to wait for Colin Ray to be out.
Yeah.
And so I would like to time it with the bullpen coming in and the Reds at bat with no out.
Are you betting the under?
No, I want the Cubs.
I'm going to bet the Cubs right now. I'm going to see what the best available line I can get right now.
Okay, I'm going to wait a second on that one. Okay, let's get back to this here. We have Maximus Fried and Tony Gonsolin. Fried's been spectacular this year. Gonsolin has not looked very good, and he's not looked good in his 2 home starts. Allowed 700 runs in 10 innings, and he's getting destroyed by lefties, annihilated by them. We have Grisham, Bellinger, Dominguez will hit from the left-hand side, Austin Wells, and Yorbit Vivas. The Yankees versus righties last 30 days isn't very good. Well, no, sorry, it's still good, but it's not like what it was. 240, 757 OPS. Dodgers versus lefties last 30 days, 285, 823 OPS. And then this Dodgers bullpen has been bad, really bad. Bottom 10 in the league the last 30 days. Let's take a look quickly again at this line history. The Yankees -117. They opened up at -130. The Dodgers have gone from +118 to +109. And then from a total side of things here, we have a 9 -114 to the under. This did hit up to 9.5 for a second here. And then cash flow wise for Yankees Dodgers, we have 71% of the tickets on the Yankees, but 57% of cash on the Dodgers. Interesting. 77% of tickets on the under and 88% cash on the under, yet it went up to 9.5 at one point. My dude back in action with us. Free bands play of the day is the Yankees' first 5 here. And take it away, Mr. Wine Time Sports, Yankees, Dodgers.
Yeah, I initially capped this game as a Yankees spot here. I mean, the Dodgers being at home as a dog, I mean, I just feel like that always screams at me to take the other side. And Max Fried, the way he's been pitching really well here. It's the Apple TV game. It's going to be an exciting game here. Max Fried, 7-0, 1.29 ERA, 0.93 whip. Gonsolin's also been pitching pretty well this season as well, but I don't know.
I thought he's been.
What is it? 2-1, 4.6. Yeah, 4.68. He does have a 1.44 whip. I mean, it's still not good, but I don't know. This is a tough spot here. I initially capped the Yankees, but I'm just seeing the line move towards the Dodgers here. Let me see what I got a current line at right now. Last time I checked, it was a Yankees -120. I know they were all the way up to a -135 at one point. -119 right now. Dodgers +109. It's a tough spot here, guys, for me. This might be a spot I move on maybe like an hour before game time if I see something that I like here. But as of right now, I had a lean towards the Yankees here. I'm going to be watching this game no matter what. This is going to be a good game to watch here. I mean, this was the World Series last year. We saw the Dodgers embarrass the Yankees, but I do think this is going to be a good matchup here. And Fried, the way he's been pitching, is he due for some negative regression? Absolutely. So that's what kind of keeps me off him here against the Dodgers. But I don't know if these bats really scare me necessarily for the Dodgers here, but we'll see. This is going to be a game I stay away from. I have a lean towards the Yankees being the favorite here against the Dodgers. I guess it makes sense, though. They have pretty similar records, and Max Fried, the way he's been pitching, if he was a dog here in this spot, that would be weird too. So that's another thing. It's just not enough X's and O's, and from a market standpoint, nothing correlates enough for me to actually move on this game here. So this could be a stay away.
I can understand the market move towards the Dodgers just because how could they possibly? They're 19-8 at home. How could they be a dog against anybody? Who cares who's on the hill. But is Max Fried going to be the best pitcher we've ever seen? I mean, Jose Bouquet, can you make sense? Oh, by the way, just 3 up and 3 down like they weren't even there. I mean, Abbott is pitching like Max Fried. Jose, take it away. Yankees, Dodgers.
Yeah, shout out to my guy Andrew Abbott. It's nice to see, at least from my Reds futures, that he's pitching well.
PCA was pissed there, man. He threw his bat and his fucking helmet on the ground there. God damn.
Colby Allard, David Peterson, Yusei Kikuchi, Tyler Anderson, Jeffrey Springs, and Eduardo Rodriguez are the lefties that the Dodgers have faced in the last month here. None of them very good, really. David Peterson's pitched fine. 7 2/3, 5 hits, 2 earned runs against them. Against lefties, we've kind of mentioned that the Dodgers are semi-susceptible, and we have a good one here. I'll admit, everything in my being makes me want to bet the Dodgers here. Everything in my being. I want to bet the Dodgers here at dogs, and I think that's kind of the point. I think the books want you to bet the Dodgers at plus money here. So, gun to head, feed my family bet. It would have to be the Yankees, unfortunately. If you're going to move on the Dodgers, it'd have to be live. When Fried starts looking susceptible in the 4th inning, etc., or when he comes out of the game. So with my non-biased hat, I will say New York Yankees today, and hopefully I can bet on the Dodgers tomorrow. Also, Aaron Boone even said himself that this series kind of means more. You know, I mean, obviously all the regular season series mean whatever, but he said himself that, you know, this one against the Dodgers kind of means more, and I think he will impress that upon his team, especially in game 1. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if the Yankees won this game.
Wow, this is shout out to our guy Billy Brisbane, because I was like, we should be done baseball in 2 hours, and here we are at 3.5 hours. Thank you for your patience, Brizzy, my man. This was a really tricky, really difficult card, and Colin Ray still pitching here for the Cubbies. So let's review all action here, and I'm gonna have to take a second look at all of this. I get the feeling that you guys all have on the Milwaukee Brewers, and it makes sense. I'm a big Quinn Priester fan. The question is, I think I just waited too long. Now it's a plus 103. I could have got a plus 118 when we were talking about it. So that's annoying. I feel like I'm just kind of chasing steam. Maybe I just let it go, unfortunately. I hate saying that. Then for me, there's not a lot. I found this very difficult. I'm interested in the first 3 under with Freeland and Peterson. I know Peterson's going to shut down the Rockies. So I've got to figure out if that's what I know, how to, but they're such huge favorites. I'm interested in that first 3 under. I'm going to bet the first 3 under 2.5 in Giants Marlins. I think Harrison pitches well. And it's not that he pitches well, just the Marlins can't hit lefties. And then I doubled up. And I already bet, and I'm curious actually. See, I already, with you guys here, doubled up on the St. Louis, Texas first 3 under and full game under. So I doubled up there, and my expectation was, because the line hadn't been out for very long, that this was going to move to the under, and that's not happened at all. Jesus, was I wrong? That just moved up to 9. It moved up to 9 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, I just saw that, and I was like, God damn it. What the fuck?
It means lighter susceptible. That's a terrible. That sucks. Again, one of the things that's been working here is that you let the market marinate for 15, 16 hours, and then we break down the games, and that's been working for me. This is the type of bet that I would come to the show with. Annoying. I understand what's going on, that the Rays are extremely sharp. I still don't know if I can get there. I like the under 7 in Minnesota, Seattle. Wine Time moved on it. I like it a lot. The problem is, I've got to sit with it longer because AM's on the over, but that's it for me. A very small, short card, unfortunately. Wine Time, please review your MLB action. Wine Time on our show this year in MLB, 67 and 54, 55.4%, plus 12.15 units, ROI plus 10.04%, an average line at plus 100. Spectacular work. Wine Time, review your action, my friend.
Yeah, I want to give a side note, guys, because my guy Jeff Fletcher from the Angels beat writer, Trout is hitting 5th today for the Anaheim Angels. I don't remember the last time I've seen him ever hit 5th, because Solaire's been hitting 5th, but they got Neto, Shawnuel, Ward, Soler, Trout, Ohapi, Adele, Kingery, and Rengifo in the order. They just announced the lineup. Pretty wild. Trout is hitting DH as I expected, so keep that in mind, guys. Maybe he sees the first, doesn't get in a bat in that first inning. He sees the pitcher a little bit more. I'm not sure where the philosophy is there because I've never seen him hit that low in the order, but maybe it works out. But let me review my action for today, guys. We started off from the top. I added the play about 10 minutes before the show. We gave out the Cincinnati Reds plus 145 on the money line. We are also on the Brewers money line plus 130. It's down to a plus 104 right now, guys. My birthday pick for nasty everyone. My birthday pick was the Brewers team total over 4.5 minus 110. It's back up to a minus 115 at my book. Probably still get a minus 110 all the way around. I still like that look. Angels money line plus 130. Twins Mariners under 7 minus 120. A little bit juicy. You can get a better number available now. We also moved on the Toronto Blue Jays -1 at minus 126. And that's my action for today, guys. I love my card for today. I love where we're standing right now. I just hope to keep cashing with you guys, man. I love doing the show with my guy Jimmy and Jose on Fridays, man. Shout out to Daby Cab as well for being able to come on for a couple games. And yeah, it's 12:30 over here on the West Coast, so it's 3:30 over there, guys. We over 3-hour show, but we had a blast talking this MLB card, man. It was a really good show. So I'm glad we were able to get all this stuff in. Shout out to my guy Billy Briz, killing it in the NBA and the WNBA. I'll be looking forward to watching him and Jimmy break down this card. Saw they win a combined 4-0 yesterday, so I'll definitely be looking at some WNBA going forward. Shout out to you guys as always, man. Check out me and my guy Morgan Spooner, Spoons Bets, walk-off wagers, Sunday 8 a.m. West Coast, 11 a.m. over there on the East Coast time. We've been loving doing this show these last 3 weeks. Please come and support us, guys. Hit that like button. Let us know if there's anything else you guys want us to talk about. We're going to pretty much break down the entire MLB card, give out my guy Spoons, giving out the weather, the market report. We're always going to have a new guest on every single week. This week we got my guy Moose Money coming on, and I believe we are going to see an appearance from my guy, my brother, DJ motherfucking Big Boss. He should be coming there on Sunday. He said remind him on Saturday, but he's going to come out there and give out some heat for you guys as well. So I'm looking forward to sharing the screen with my guy DJ. It's been quite some time since I've shared the screen with him and Moose because we're doing it every single week during college football. So I'm looking forward to that, and appreciate you guys for showing out as always. Good luck on all your guys' action. Jose, Jimmy, appreciate you guys as always, man. I'll be talking to you guys over the weekend. Good luck to you guys, and I love you guys, man. Let's keep it going.
There he is, our guy, Wine Time Sports. And not only that, our guy, Jay Peasy in the chat. Jay Peasy, every day you are asked about here in the chat, the voice of our intro here rocking with us. Coming to us from Los Angeles, California, our guy, Mr. Peasy, in the house. Give him love. We miss him. We miss Jay Peasy capping with us. My dude's action is in. Plays of the day. Ramirez over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. Braves money line. Royals first 5 and Cards money line. Jose, before Brizzy and I get into WNBA action, please review your action, my friend.
Yeah, and I will also give out Remos' birthday fade here as well.
Yes, and speaking of that, we have the birthday pick that was the team total over from Wine Time. We have the birthday fade, but you also need so the birthday pick is for DJ Jenkins to bet and Remos to fade.
Yes, and Nasty Nate as well. I'll also give you a second one Saturday, Nate, because I'm just a fucking nice guy.
Let's hear
Milwaukee Brewers team total over. I'm on it as well. Minus 4.5, minus 110. I also did just bet. I did put my hat on. I have my truck with the little things that bury into the ground, so I make sure I'm stable. I am steam chasing. Plus 104 for me, money line. I'll just take it and ride up with the double up. Matt Olson over 1.5 total bases, plus 135. An extremely rare prop bet for me there. and Rangers Cardinals under 8.5 minus 110, which you can get now at plus money, which is frustrating as always. But my birthday play of the day for DJ or D Jenkins, for Nasty Nate, and for Remos to fade. I thought about making it difficult for him to fade, give him like a super underdog thing, make him bet like a super big favorite. But I'm going to bet the UTSA Roadrunners, the UTSA Roadrunners, the University of Texas at San Antonio, to beat Kansas State tonight in college baseball. Minus 131 is what I got for it.
That's perfect for Rem, Jose, because then he gets to fade your alma mater, your school, your city. It's a perfect pick.
Yes, Rem, you're welcome, you son of a bitch. Now, I hope you fucking lose. I hope you fucking lose your ass today, Rem, and I hope you have a lovely birthday otherwise, but I hope you lose that bet specifically, and I hope it's the bet you put the most money on, too. So I hope you feel fucking sick about it, you son of a bitch.
All right. I still have to give a birthday pick out to D Jenkins as well. But that's fun. You've had a lot of fun to the UTSA spot. Classy's flank steak. It's time to talk WNBA. We come in now. Look, every single pick we've had has been up. Our records have been up, and they've been ugly. And we combined to go 4-0. Brizzy's cashed 2 straight. We combined to go 4-0 yesterday, and we're on our way to the black. The black is beautiful. We're going to be there very, very soon. And I love this. I'm pumped up. I'm excited. Brought a little spark to my capping, my first full year capping WNBA. And also, I like working with Brizzy a lot because we look at it from 2 completely different sides. You know, he's focusing a lot on the player prop market, but he is a wealth of information that we can tap into. So without further ado, one of the stars of the Locker Room Talk podcast, our most popular show on the channel. We have UFC Vegas on Saturday night. Our next guest will be a major part of that live stream, but he's here to talk WNBA action again. 4-0 combined. We went yesterday. Please welcome from South Jersey, Mr. Billy Brisbane, to the show. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing good. I had a nice little WNBA slate last night. Cashed some daily fantasy lineups, cashed the little Camila prop. So nice little momentum.
Yes. Not only did you cash the player prop, but she had her career high.
Yeah, it's been about time. I mean, the surface level of Camila, like Angel Reese might be more popular, but Camila Cardozo is actually one of the best centers in the WNBA.
Oh, it was a great look. The Valkyries, how easy was that?
Valkyries, that was a great one. Some Liberty players that were out of the lineup definitely won the circle for today.
Yes. Well, let's get right after it and let's attack this board. I'm going to move this. I need to focus fully on this. So I'm going to take the Cubbies game off of my channel. Abbott just pitching too well for me to possibly move live. We've also been given action here, WNBA action from cappers in the chat. I'd like to make sure that I have all of those here. So let me just take 1 second to go over all of this. We have, I guess we don't have that much. So we have Wrong Crawford's action, best bet, and we have Mr. Belvedere's. I just don't want to miss it here as I go there. Mr. Belvedere is on the Dream +5 and the Aces -10. And Ron Crawford's play of the day in WNBA is Minnesota. Let's get to work here. We start with our first game, and it was a double up spot for me. I was licking my chops for this one. We talk about what do you need to succeed against the worst team in the league? Motivation. And when you lack it, that worst team in the league is a ton of value. When you have it, that worst team in the league can get smashed and grabbed. And I think that the Connecticut Sun gets smashed and grabbed here. I doubled up. These were the only bets I came to the show with. I doubled up on the Indiana Fever playing their second game without Caitlin Clark, who's out with the left quad strain. Let's take a look at the line history. Show me like a 13.5. God damn it. Still at 12.5. I thought I was going to beat the line move. Damn it. We have Indiana minus 12.5, minus 109. That's exactly what I got. This opened up at minus 12 at just after midnight, got to 12.5 at 4:45 a.m. I thought this was going to be at 13 or 13.5. I was hoping, but that's not the case. From a total perspective here, we have a 158 minus 112 to the over. This opened up at 163. 5 cents of movement towards this under, a huge amount. We have the over, though, by AM. And Justin McKelvey on Connecticut. So we're going heads up here. Mine is not an X's and O's spot. Yours may be. Mine is just my wheelhouse here. With the motivation without. And after kind of not delivering in the last game. Oh, shoot, I did that wrong. Let me just undo that paste. Let me get this here. So we have McKelvey's action in here. And we have AM on the over 157 and a half. I figured that the cash flow would be on the other side here back in Connecticut. But let's see. I couldn't find it. We didn't have any in the morning. We have 61% of tickets and 60. Oh, we did have it. This is pretty much exactly where it was. 61% of tickets, 68% of cash on Indiana. And lines moved a half point. 77% of tickets and 94% of cash on the under. Connecticut comes in off their 5th straight loss to start the season, 109-87 at home to Dallas on Tuesday, and they're in for a long season. They've lost by an average of 16.4 points per game. They've covered just one game this year. And I love capping the worst teams in the league. I love it. You guys know I'm bum fights. I love bum fights, and it's always motivation. Is the team they're facing, do they have motivation? This Connecticut Sun team last in the league in points, second last in points against, worst rebounding team in the league. And to make matters worse, which Brizzy can give us the latest update, is Maria Mabry game time decision with her own quad injury. Indiana comes in off an 83-77 loss at Washington, their first game without the services of Caitlin Clark. Sydney Colson replaced her in the starting lineup. It was their second straight loss, third in 4 games. Kelsey Mitchell is the boss with Clark out. 17 points a game for Kelsey Mitchell, but she's got to really distribute. Sophie Cunningham was a non-issue. It was a bit of a surprise for me. And then Aaliyah Boston, 16.8 points per game. Here we go, Brizzy. We need and we must stay hot. Take it away. Sun, Fever, game 1 on the card.
Yeah, I would say just laying double digits in the WNBA is always a sketchy juncture, but this line's more telling that Marina Mabry is out. The Fever didn't really look that good night 1 without Clark, but Friday night home spot in Gamebridge as an appetizer to the NBA card Saturday. I think the Fever are going to show up in this spot. The Connecticut Sun have scored 70 points or less in 3 games. 3 out of their 5 games have gone under the total. The Fever's first game without Clark, they scored 77 points, under 40% field goal shooting. And that includes a DeWater Bonner 20-plus point performance here. But I think the Fever are going to come out and play a pretty good defensive game. I think that's the reason why you see the move on the under here by sharp bettors. And also Stephanie White coaching against her former team that she just left. I think this is a Fever spot all day. I like the Gamebridge parlay of Indiana Fever and the Indiana Pacers.
So for this, that is a fun bet, the Gamebridge parlay. For this game here, is there anything that you're making official?
I just got the Gamebridge parlay here in this one. I'm just not too pumped to lay double digits in the W. Like, if I forget what the exact number is, but if you saw the number of like what the ATS covering rate is for WNBA teams laying double digits, it's like fucking terrible. It's like barely 40%. Laying double digits in the WNBA is definitely not like, if you're going to lay double digits in the WNBA, you might as well take it as a parlay piece instead of the double digits. And I can only think of like 2 teams that have cashed double digit spreads this year.
Yeah, that was something we talked a lot about last year and the year before. And I told myself as I went into this full year of capping WNBA, fully for the first time, that I was not going to let the previous years affect me. And again, I just want motivation in these spots. I have only been on one double-digit favorite this year. Actually, sorry, I've been on two, and I'm 0-2 with them. I've been on two double-digit dogs, Brizzy. Oh, no, sorry, just one double-digit dog, and I'm 0-1 there. So I've not handled the double digits well, 0-3. But I've hit 4 straight, and I'm really, really going to trust the motivation. And I've already spoken on that. So this is a double up spot for me. I am not comfortable going up against Mr. McKelvey, but again, this is what I sort of feel like is my wheelhouse is psychological situations. Let's roll on to game 2. I have leans that I almost bet in the next 2 games, and I stayed off of them because I was nervous, and the market move was U-shaped. Let's get into New York Liberty at Washington Mystics. Of course, Liberty 5-0, 2-0 on the road. Mystics undefeated at Care First Arena in Washington, D.C. 2-0. We have the Mystics right now at plus 8, 8.5 at most books. And that had happened in front of me this morning. They opened up at 9. There was a clear move towards the Mystics. Of course, Liberty on the second half of back-to-back. We cashed going up against them first quarter and first half. This got down to 7.5. This was a 7.5 from 3:30 this morning until 9 this morning when it came back to an 8. There's been times where it looked like the Liberty were going to move to 8.5 here, and they sort of are a pseudo 8.5 anyways. But I am pumping the brakes on the exhaustion side of things. And again, we had the even exhaustion with A's, Jays yesterday. Jays put up 12 runs. We have the exhaustion with the Philadelphia Phillies going up against the Brewers. We've seen that line move 30 cents, and I'm going to be a very interested bystander on that one. Here, we have the Liberty on the second half of a back-to-back. So are they tired? Well, they failed to menace last game. And that was why I didn't move on it, Brizzy, because I was like, well, they probably have motivation after sort of a semi-no-show. This total opened up at 165. It's now 163.5, but that doesn't tell the real story. Books that came out with this line the earliest opened that total at 168. Liberty, as I said, second half back-to-back, playing their third game in 4 nights after beating Golden State 82-77. Jonquel Jones and Sabali are game-time decisions, but not expected to play. The Mystics snapped their 3-game losing streak with an 83-77 victory at home versus Indiana on Wednesday. We've talked about them being more than the sum of their parts. When you look at the cash flow for this game 2 on the board, we have 58% of the tickets and 82% of the cash on the Mystics. If that's the case, why did this go from 7.5 back to 8.5? I understand why it went from 9 to 7.5, but what was the action or so clearly there are sharps, there are pros that saw the Liberty at 7.5 and pounced. I mean, we know that's the case. That's why it went up at 8.5. And that made me not want to bet it until I heard from Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, take it away. Game 2 on our card, Liberty Mystics.
Yeah, despite being the youngest team in the WNBA, the Mystics have looked good this year. Their West Coast trip was their only losses this year. I feel like this game is going to be a little bit different, though. They're going to be missing their new head coach. He's got to go to his daughter's graduation, and this is a repeat game for next Thursday. The betting public just kind of looks at this as the Liberty on a second end of a back-to-back, but Jonquel Jones did rest last night. I would kind of want to wait to see who's in and who's out, but I think you fade the market moves here of if the Liberty go down with maybe Brown or Stewart being rested or Enescu being rested or something like that, I would just buy the dip in the Liberty. And I don't really agree with the move on the under here. How fast the Mystics play, I mean, I feel like if it wasn't for the Fevers showing in the last game, that game would have went right over the total. That game finished at 160 the other night, Fever and Mystics, and that was really a Fever no-show. If they showed up there, they probably end up hanging up the over in that game. And we talked about the Liberty being the only team in the WNBA to hang 90 points in every game besides last night. I feel like the second end of back-to-backs just a little bit less defensive intensity in those games, just kind of up and down. You got a young Mystics team. They're going to want to try to run them off the court. This is kind of like a Washington team total over 77.5. If you're trying to get in on Washington now, I like the over 164.5, and I would lean towards the Liberty though of like this dips to 6.5 or a 6 or something like that. I would probably buy the dip in the Liberty. It's just not my favorite game to attack. A lot of weird situations that you can't really cap of like this new head coach has only been here for like what 3 weeks, and now he's already missing the game tonight. So who's supposed to be coaching? He's done a really good job. There's a lot of weird shit that is uncappable, I feel like.
If this line had not moved back to 8.5, I'd be on the Mystics. But clearly it went too far and the pros came in and backed the Liberty. Also, if the Liberty had have succeeded last night, I'd be on the Mystics. So it feels like the Liberty just want to get back and start playing, but they had travel. I know the travel's not a big deal. There's so many things. Jared saying it's due to Jonquel Jones being questionable.
Yeah.
There's so much money on the Mystics. I believe, Jared, that it went to 7.5 and pros came in and hammered the Liberty. That's what I believe. We could say it's whether it looked like she was going to be in or looks like she was going to be out. I think that there was a number that the pros were looking at for the Liberty coming off a poor game. And I'm going to keep this is all of the markings of a Washington Mystic spot. But the issue is Liberty kind of no-showed. And, Brizzy talking about the coaching issue. So I don't think I move on the Mystics. Brandon saying Liberty opened at 10.5. Now it's 8.5. Now I'm not talking about ESPN bet, but the offshore market opened this at 8.5. So when this line came out, it came out at 10:05 p.m. and there's been no movement. I'd love to know the time. If someone give me the time that ESPN dropped the line.
Yeah, I got 10.5, or not 10.5, but I'm looking at the line movement history. I can't read fucking military time, but it says +10, and then it went down.
The offshore that I used for market reading opened this line up 13 minutes after midnight. Opened it at 9. The move was towards the Mystics, which is what I had expected. They had moved 1.5 down to 7.5. It's the buyback that concerns me. It's the buyback. Ron Crawford saying Mystics number 1 in defensive field goal efficiency here. For me, it's the buyback, and I don't believe the buyback has to do with Jonquel Jones being involved. Ron Crawford on the under here.
It's not
buyback of full limits. Yeah,
it's more of like the Liberty 3 games in 4 days. You see, a lot of teams in the WNBA have already done this. There's a definite chance of like you don't have to put in your injury news report or who's playing tonight on the second night of a back-to-back until like 5 o'clock. So there's a chance in an hour from now we get Brianna Stewart out, maybe Natasha Cloud out or something like that, and then this line fucks around and be 4.5, 5, and that's the reason why you see so much money on the Mystics. People are like pre-buying the injury news report. I think it's like a play on the injury news report of like, the WNBA injury news report is complete dog shit. Like nobody knows who's going to play.
Yeah, no, it's if you're watching the Mystics who are 2-0 at home, this number doesn't make sense with Liberty playing their 3rd game in 4 nights. It doesn't make sense with Liberty on the second half of back-to-back. So I do not want the Liberty. We've been talking about the Mystics being more than some of their parts. I'm off of this one. Anything you want to make official before we get into Sparks Aces?
No, this is not my favorite game. When we run this back next Thursday, I definitely will have a play on this game.
I love it. Let's roll on. Next up, we head to Michelob Ultra Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. We have the LA Sparks 2-4, 1-1 on the road, and former ace Kelsey Plum wanting to attack the Aces here, who are 1-0 at home, but 2-2 overall. Sparks coming off their 4th loss in 5 games, 80-82 at home versus Atlanta on Tuesday. I was on Atlanta. I did only go 1-1 that day. I screwed up the other side, so I shouldn't get too cocky about it. We have right now Las Vegas -10 and -108. They opened up at -9. This was a little after midnight. When you look at the books that were first to the market, they also opened up at 9, juice to Las Vegas. Vegas goes to 10 and then goes to 10.5, and then around 9 a.m. back to 9.5. The interesting thing was that at 11 a.m. this got up to an 11. And so we've had just such kind of constant volatility. This was a 9.5, so it went from 11 down to 9.5, and now we're at 10, which is where I imagine it will stay. From a total side of things here, we have a 166. It's juiced to the over. It's opened up right at 166. This was at 165 for a while, 165.5, but it's come up. Justin McKelvey on the over 166. Ron Crawford says the Aces have had 5 days to stew on that loss at Seattle. It was an ugly one. And AM says Sparks Aces 167.5 right now at Bet ESPN. 167.5. Wow, that's okay. That's much higher. So let's roll into the cash flow and then set this one up a little bit better. We have 57% of tickets and 73% of cash on Las Vegas, 82% of tickets and 85% cash on the under. So Kelsey Plum, 25.2 points per game, 5.5 assists. This team shoots the ball very well. It's defense that's their issue. They're shooting 38.4% from 3 and averaging 81.8 points per game. And for those of you that believe in history year after year, the Sparks played the Aces so tough last year. 5 times in the last 5 games they've played, the Sparks have covered all of them, and they've beaten them straight up in 3 of the 5. And now have Kelsey Plum coming into Vegas. And this all makes me want to back the Aces. Had their 2-game winning streak snapped in a 102-82 loss at Seattle on Monday. It was ugly. Like Ron is saying, they've been sitting in this for 5 days, and now they have their old friend coming into town. Take it away, Brizzy. Sparks, Aces.
I mean, if you love this is what makes the WNBA. The WNBA is games like this here. We talked a little bit about Kelsey Plum, but I mean, Derek Hamby as well. I mean, that situation a couple years ago where she got cut from the Aces after their championship year, and it was over it was basically she was pregnant, and Becky Hammond wanted the roster spot for somebody that wasn't pregnant, and there was like a whole entire court battle that happened. You got Kelsey Plum coming back into town, but then you also have the Aces coming off of a pretty bad loss, 20-plus point loss. I think the big thing for me here that kept me off of backing the Sparks is no Rickea Jackson, no Billy Brisbane. Rickea Jackson's a fucking bucket, man. She knows how to put up points in a hurry. And Sarah Barker, whatever her name is, the girl from Alabama, she's good at shooting, but it's not reliable enough where, like, I know Rickea's going to go out there and score 17 to 20 points. But with that being said, I think the pace of play of this game is going to be absolutely ridiculous. This is going to be Las Vegas Friday night lights. It's frustrating for the Aces have going 1-3 ATS this season, kind of a disappointing season for them. And I think the disappointment is more on the defensive end. They can't stop a fucking nosebleed. Letting up 102 points in the WNBA is fucking wild. That is crazy to me. And I think this game is just going to include a lot of points. I think the Sparks have the opportunity to backdoor cover, but I moved on to over 166 here at -110, and I'm also on Kelsey Plum over 28.5 points and assists at +100. I think Kelsey Plum's going to play a big role tonight. We've been talking about Kelsey Plum's points prop. I tweeted it out a couple times. I talked about it on Sunday. I mean, Kelsey Plum's been balling for the Sparks. The Sparks in general haven't played that well, but Kelsey Plum has looked pretty good. I think she gets the offense rolling tonight. She gets the troops going. I think she's just going to be assistant and diamond. Is that enough for them to get the dub here? To be determined. The Sparks have definitely played the Aces very well in years past. That was probably one of my best cashes last year was the Sparks +13.5 in the money line. when they played home against the Aces, kind of like a similar scenario. But I think the Aces coming off a loss, though. I don't want to be betting against the Aces coming off a loss. I think if the Sparks win this game, it's because they scored points, or if they covered this game, it's because they scored points. I think there's multiple ways this over can hit. I don't think the Aces are going to let up here. The only thing that's making me not want to back the Aces is what's that girl's name? They have a rookie on their team, and she's so much better than Kia Stokes that it's fucking ridiculous. It won't happen until like a week or two from now, but what's that girl's name? She needs to be in the starting lineup. It's like the difference. Elizabeth Kitley, she needs to be in the starting lineup. I don't know what Becky Hammond's thinking of. Like, I get it. Kia Stokes has played for those championship teams and all that, but this girl literally subbed into the game in the last game and had 8 points and 5 rebounds in her first stint in like 2 minutes. And she's done 10 times the more production as Kia Stokes. She's just gotten in extreme foul trouble, but she stays herself out of foul trouble. I think Elizabeth Kitley, if we're playing daily fantasy tonight, I would definitely circle that name, bare minimum price on DraftKings and FanDuel. She's going to play a big role for this team in the next upcoming weeks because she was the 24th overall pick in the last year's draft. She got hurt. She was coming off an ACL injury, but she looks fucking great. She needs to be starting over Kia Stokes. The Kia Stokes in the starting lineup is hurting the Aces defensively, but until they change that, I'm just going to keep on betting the overs in Aces games.
So let's review your action here. Let's start with the over. What was the number in juice?
166 minus 110 at FanDuel. And we also have Kelsey Plum over 28.5 points and assists plus 100.
I think, you guys know I love Rebenga. I think that Kelsey Plum coming back, Hamby coming back, is going to create accountability and intensity from the Aces. They know exactly what the Sparks did to them last year as well. I think the Aces. Now, the problem is they haven't shown us this. I mean, we don't need to look at preseason too much, but in their one home game, they didn't look very good, which is my only concern about whether I should double up or not. So I'll make that decision here, but I'm moving on the Aces, and I think that they attack here. So
the Aces attack, but I would just hit the team total over.
That's true. Instead of doubling up, that's true. I'll figure out exactly how I'm going to bet it, but I'm going to be on the Aces tonight. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 10 p.m. Eastern with the Minnesota Lynx, 5-0, 2-0 on the road at the Phoenix Mercury, 4-1, 4-0 at home at Phoenix Arena in Phoenix, Arizona. And we've already heard from our Ron Crawford. This is his WNBA play of the day, the 5-0 Lynx. Completed a perfect 3-game homestand, defeating Dallas, Connecticut, and most recently defeating Seattle. They didn't cover any of those games. All 3 victories were within 6 points. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow here. Sorry, I'm still on first half. Let me go to the full game. We have Minnesota at -4.5. They opened -3.5. That lasted for 30 minutes, became a 4. The 4 lasted for 7 hours, became a 4.5. I thought we might see a 5 or a 5.5 once we got here. But that's not the case. From a total standpoint here, we have a 159 -109 to the under. It's opened up -158 to the under. We've had a 1-point move towards the under. So Collier is questionable with a knee injury. They get Kayla McBride back to the lineup, but now Collier is questionable. Do you expect Nafisa Collier to be in the lineup tonight, Brizzy?
To be honest with you, I have no idea. Like, I would imagine she would play, but the fact that she's even on the injury news report is kind of concerning a little bit. But she's a dog. You would have to – I would feel like you would have to put her down for her not to play. But regardless, though, I don't think this is a Lynx spot, though.
The Mercury have won 4 or 5 to start the season. This is the final game of a 3-game homestand. On Sunday, they defeat Washington 68-62. They follow that up by beating Chicago 94-89 on Tuesday, and they're missing Clea Cooper. Sabali averaging 19.8 and 7.4 points, 7.4 boards a game, and Alyssa Thompson averaging 15.2 points and 7.6 boards. We haven't talked about the cash flow here in this one. We have 61% of the tickets and 55% of the cash on Phoenix, 80% of the tickets and 92% of cash on the under. One thing I was certain of was that the public would be on Phoenix because there's a lot of people that have lost money on the Minnesota Lynx over the last 3 games. A lot of people are on one of them here. Now, I had Seattle on Tuesday, but it was a very underwhelming 3-game homestand from them, even though they got the job done. And everybody is excited about what the Mercury have done to start the year. Final game of a homestand. They hit the road tomorrow. I wasn't, when I first was sitting with this game and watching the Lynx sort of not deliver, I was interested in the Mercury. The longer I sat with it, the more I want the Lynx now. Thank you, DC. I copied and pasted them, my man. So I'm sort of leaning on the other side here after, a pretty underwhelming trip, and also knowing that the Mercury are undefeated at home. Take it away, Brizzy. Lynx, Mercury, and Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, my problem with the Lynx in this spot is like, like in football, sometimes you see this a lot. Like the Bills this upcoming year, you'll see this on their schedule. Like, where they're just going to be favorites in every fucking game that they're going to be scheduled for the rest of the year. It's just like, I think the market's overvaluing the Lynx right now. Of like, everybody knows the situation and the story that's coming into this season for them, and like some of in real life, they're playing really good. They're damn near best team in the WNBA, right behind the Liberty. It's just in the betting markets, they're being overvalued. -7, -16.5, -11, -6 of like, all right, you're just not going to make money betting the Lynx is what they're basically trying to do. They're one of the best ATS teams last year. But the problem with me in this spot is the Mercury are just a team that you always want to back at the crib, just one of those type of spots. But this is a game that doesn't really move the needle for me here. I think if you're going to fade the Lynx, I think you fade the Lynx with the team total under 81.5, -125. That would be the way to fade the Lynx here. I wouldn't take it directly straight up on the spread. Just feels like this is going to be a slow grinding out type of game. And I wouldn't line this more than -2 or -3. I didn't think that the Mercury are going to be as good as they would be this year, but their early season schedule has been ridiculously easy. Like, they might just walk themselves into a top 5 seed or a top 5 team in the WNBA after the first month and a half of the season. I mean, I would imagine this is their hardest game of the schedule by far, and then they play each other again Tuesday. I think the spot Tuesday for the Lynx, if they lose this one tonight, would be the kind of like the Rabanga spot that I'm looking for. But, this game doesn't really move the needle for me here. If like, I think the number tells me the Lynx should be the bet, but my heart tells me I'm not betting against a Mercury at the crib.
So Ian said his model says Mercury should be favored by a half point. The way I see this, and I'm going to bet this, and I wasn't planning to, is that the Lynx weren't motivated enough during that 3-game homestand. They underwhelmed. Now they know they're going to Phoenix Arena where Mercury are 4-0, and they're going to be motivated. They didn't play very well. We have a lot of cappers who've lost money on the Lynx over the last 3 games. The public's on the Mercury who've maybe making people money. And yet this line still moves slightly towards the Lynx. I think the Lynx care about this, and they go in and they beat the Phoenix Mercury. And the question is, do I need to wait till Nafisa Collier is definitely in the lineup? Like, should I not bet this after the show?
I think, I would. That's the main reason why I don't really want to attack this game, is because Nafisa Collier is out of this lineup. This line is being drastically. She's in the game. This line goes up to -6 for the Lynx. If you told me right now, Nafisa Collier's in the lineup, in the game, and people were handicapping it like she was in the game, this line would be -6 Lynx. But if she's out of the game, shit, I wouldn't lay no fucking points with the fucking Lynx.
Very, 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 very interesting. AM, yeah, I don't. I use the same offshores that I've used my whole career for line movement. This line opened up at 8:32 p.m. at 3.5, and the move was towards the Mercury. This dropped to a 2. This was a 2. This was a 2 before, around midnight, before the offshore that I use really focus on opened it up. So this got down to a 2. This is at a 4 right now. This is the highest number it's ever been at the book that brings it out, as far as I know of, the earliest, the 4 right now. And then when we go back to the site that I generally use for the line shopping, they open this up at 3.5 at just after midnight. 30 minutes later, it was a 4, and then at 7:30 this morning, it was a 4.5. But again, so yeah, AM, the book's telling us different stories, and it's all good. Brandon Lewis, do you have the time that ESPN opened that at? Would like to know. I don't want this at 6, and would even have interest. Thank you, Brandon. I would even have interest in Minnesota with Collier out in the smaller number. I think they're going to be motivated to put Nell in the loss column for the Phoenix Mercury. I think we're going to, especially with I know I'm going to be on the Lynx. The question is, how long do I wait for this Collier information? All right, let's roll on. 10 p.m. Eastern with the Atlanta Dream 4-2, 2-1 on the road at the Seattle Storm 3-2, undefeated at Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle, Washington, where they always play well. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have Seattle now -5. This line was moving briskly towards Seattle. They opened up at -3.5 a little after midnight again. But then if we go to the book that came out at 8 p.m., they opened this up at 4. This has never been a 3.5. And this got up to 5.5. And now Seattle's just a half-point move there. Again, the book that I focus on opened this up a little after midnight. And it had a different story. Opened up -3.5. By 3 in the morning, by 3 in the morning, it was a 4.5. Then it went down to 4, back to 3.5. The interesting move happened this morning. At 8:30 this morning, it's got up to a 5.5 at a pick'em. It was a big, big move. And not only that, at 10:30 this morning, this was a 6.5. And now we've come back to 5. So very wild market movement here. Let's take a look at the total here quickly here. The total on this one is at 157 -109 to the over. This opened up at 159. And even the books that came out 4 hours earlier opened up 158.5 or so. AM says model makes this total 157 exactly, and Storm -0.5. The Dream have won 3 straight and coming off an impressive 88-82 victory at the Sparks on Tuesday night. Alicia Gray went for 25 with 6 assists. Howard went for 15, 9, 7, and 3 steals. Alicia Gray being very strong this year, 20.3 points, 5.3 boards. Howard averaging 15 and 5. And Brittany Griner is expected to return tonight after a 2-game absence. The Dream are terrible from 3. Just 32.6%. But their biggest issue is they're not defending the perimeter well. They're allowing their opponents to hit 35.7 from 3. Their offense is strong. Their adjusted offensive efficiency, 106.8 per 100 possessions. That's very, very good. 3rd in WNBA. Their defensive efficiency, not quite as strong. The Storm had their 3-game winning streak snapped in the 82-77 loss at Minnesota on Tuesday. Gabby Williams went for 20 and 6. Diggins went for 18, 3 assists, 2 steals. Ogumake averaging 18.6 points, 9.8 boards. I've seen a lot of people on Atlanta, and I'm interested in betting against that here. I'm interested. BJ saying Storm is the side. I haven't seen. You're the first person I've seen on the Storm, BJ. I've only seen people on Atlanta. Can't wait to hear Brizzy's breakdown because initially, and I knew why it was. I was interested in Atlanta because I just cashed with them, and I need to be consciously aware of that bias and that bullshit in my head. Take it away, Brizzy. Dream, Storm, Climate Pledge in Seattle, Washington.
Yeah, I kind of agree with BJ. I think the Storm are the side too. Year to year, home away splits for the Storm are just fucking drastic, man. They've definitely continued that trend this year with their home wins and covers, both games over the Aces and Mercury. Those would be the better teams in the West. The Dreams 4-2 record to me is just misleading, man. Of like some of their games that they might have the easiest start of season schedule. They played the Wings, the Suns, and the Sparks. And they played the Fever in a home and home. So they basically saw the same exact team twice, and the rest of their games have been against bottom 5 teams in the WNBA. So it's like I like the Dream long term. I'm a fan of this team for the playoffs, but I definitely think that they're kind of somewhat being overvalued, and this doesn't even account for the traveling situation spot going into LA in their last game. They played a lot of games in the last week and a half. I don't know. I think coming into Seattle is going to be a different story. I would try to buy this on the opener, though, of this line opened up at 2.5, minus 125 plus 100 on FanDuel. So I would try to get somewhere close to like 3.5 by a point or something like that, just in case something fishy happens at the end of the game here. If you're looking for a player prop, I would go Gabby Williams over 14.5 points and assists, or even just her point prop alone. While I think Skylar Diggins is obviously the one that's going to lead the usage for the Storm, her props are just being juiced out at the gazills and just being priced out of a point at the high point here. I think Gabby Williams, though, I think she can have a really good game in this one. But I like the under. I like the Storm. And I don't think there's going to be that entertaining of a game here. I'm looking to fade the Dream in this upcoming week. They play Connecticut, Atlanta, Chicago, and Washington, and they're about to start laying some big spreads. And I don't know. I think the Dream are a good basketball team. It's just I feel like the market's overvaluing them.
In DC, very confident on Atlanta. I've seen a bunch of people on Atlanta. Is there anything you want to make official here?
No, definitely probably going to end up betting the Storm though, but nothing official for me right now. There's nothing like there's no conviction in these night games. I feel like the night game that you're going to want to bet on tonight is going to be the Sparks and the Aces. That's money to be made tonight. Other 2 10 o'clock games kind of seem like washes.
Let's talk rematch. Let's talk Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, the Chicago Sky at Dallas Wings, College Park Center in Arlington, Texas. These teams just met last night, Thursday night, 97-92 victory at Chicago. I cashed with the Sky. It felt good. And our Billy Brisbane cashed on Camila Cardoso over 17.5 points and rebounds. She had a career-high 23 points. Vandersloot finished with 13 points and 9 assists. And it was very interesting to watch the Wings shoot 51.4% from the field and lose. Mally Mal, looking at Ogunbowale points, she went for 37. She was very, very good. She did struggle a little bit in the last couple of minutes, but come on, she went for 37. She did not look good to start the year, averaging career low 13 before the 37, 13.8 points and just 30% shooting. She was phenomenal. 14 of 25 from the field, 6 of 12 from 3-point range. There was no line available this morning, and I said to Jose, let's just wait and see if one becomes available. One is now available. Dallas is -3 at -110. They opened up at -1.5 at 320. So this line's only been available for an hour, for 58 minutes to be exact, and it's moved 1.5 points. It was juiced at the -120. So that's the information that we have. Most books have not put this line out. We do have a total, though. The book we are looking at down from Costa Rica has the total at 175. The total has not moved. While the Wings have gone from -1.5 to -3, this total has not moved. Brizzy, Chicago Sky get their first win of the season, and now they travel to College Park Center in Arlington, Texas, where the Wings have yet to win. Take it away.
We talked about the good in that game, but let's talk about the bad. How the fuck did this guy win that game last night? Enrique Nkubawale had 37 points, shot 6 for 12 from the 3-point line, had a season high in points. Paige Beckers had 15, 5, and 8, and they still fucking lost the game. That is wild to me. I thought the Sky got away with one last night. Camila Cardoso had a career high. Angel Reese, they had a talk with Angel Reese. They said, Angel, we get it. You might have the most followers on this team, but you are not the best player on this team. And she fucking did her job and just passed the ball to Camila Cardoso the whole entire time, only shot the ball 6 times. I think we saw the peak Sky performance, 97 points in their first win of the season. This is a pure fade spot here. Dallas Wings, money line, Chicago Sky team total under.
It makes sense. What do you think for the viewers who are watching this video, let's say on Saturday? What do you think this line? Where do you think this line ends? Where do you think this line goes?
I think this line goes to about 4.5. Kind of. I think we'll see a little bit of public sentiment here on the Dallas Wings. Maybe not though, because maybe the betting public all cash or maybe they got burnt in the last game. I don't know how to read the market on this one. I'm just going to trust my gut on this one. I think the Dallas Wings guard advantage was enough to put up points for the over, but not enough for them to get the win. If the Sky don't shoot the same way as they did in every other fucking game, that was by far their best shooting game of the year by a wide margin. I don't think we get the same performance from the Sky. It was kind of one of those motivational spots that we talk about with the shitty teams and stuff like that. You have the GM talking about the team before the game. You got Angel Reese talking about the team before the game. You got all the players having a player meeting and stuff like that. So it's that was just a Sky spot and a half. I think the Dallas Wings, another one of those teams that, man, they haven't played at the crib in a minute. It kind of reminds me of the Mystics Fever spot from earlier this week, where this is only going to be Dallas' second home game of the whole entire season. I definitely think that they get their first home win this year. This game definitely feels like an under, though. I think 175 is too high. If the Sky don't put up the same exact amount of points and they go back to where they were for the rest of their games, we saw 97, 89, 78, 74, and 58 points from them this year. I think they fall back to reality, and if they do, I think this total is way too high.
Do you want to make anything official here? Do you have, because I was looking offshore, do you have the Legal American Books giving lines out for this?
Yeah, minus. I'm going to go -3.5 plus 100 at ESPN Bet for Dallas. And we are waiting for Paige Becker's props. Paige is just going to keep on diming them. We're just going to keep on gashing them. Rebounds and assists preferably would be the way to go. But if they bump that up to 11.5 to 12.5, then it would probably be points and assists for Paige Beckers. I think it's a good spot for her. As much as I love Camila, I think Camila is going to get double teamed in this game. There's no way you put up 24 points in the first 10 points of the game. They don't double team you here in this spot.
So Wings -3.5 at plus 100. Is there anything else you want the team total or anything else?
Don't have team totals yet, but more than likely going to move on that Sky team total under.
But for now, we have the Wings -3.5 plus 100 official. I also want the Wings here. I agree with the look. I think that this line moves. I hope it does. I don't have it available yet for me at a book. So I fear that this opens up at a 4. So I just got to.
I'm going to drop plus 100, 3.5, and take the 3 on FanDuel at -110.
I like it. Brizzy on the Wings -3.5 plus 100 available now. And then I need it to become available for me to attack. That is Sky Wings with our guy, Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, my man, you have moved also officially on the over 166 in LA Sparks, Las Vegas Aces, Plum over 28.5 points and assists. And then you, and that's it. That's your action. I love it. Thank you, my man. The black is coming. For both of us here, we're going to get there. But the one promise that you have from us is just the accountability and transparency for our action. You will see it up regardless of our success, but it is nice that we're coming in off a 4-0 day. Please support our guy, Billy Brisbane. We have our UFC contest, free contest, $100 to be a part of. We have it available up right now for you guys to be a part of. Brizzy will be a part of it, of course. And Brizzy, I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat. Please tell us a little bit about the big live stream tomorrow night.
Yeah, Aaron Blanchfield versus Macy Barber tomorrow night. ESPN Plus, 6 p.m. is when the prelims start. And we'll be there till the main event. And the NBA will be on as well. Hopefully sweating out the second leg of the Game Bridge parlay. We're going to go Fever and Pacers for the Game Bridge parlay there. And hopefully it's a good little weekend here at Pub Sports Radio. Make sure you guys hit the like, subscribe. Party gets started off on Saturday, and then we have the nightcap with the Sunday night baseball stream all here at Pub Sports Radio. So make sure you guys hit the like, subscribe, and get the weeds ready for this weekend. Boys are going to be locked in. This is the last little bit stretch that we have before we get into the what we call the dark days of the summer, where it's only baseball.
Well, and Canadian football, and Saratoga, and WNBA. We're good, Brizzy, and UFC. And we never sleep, man. Thank you for all you do, Brizzy. Respect, my man. Thank you for your patience, too. I'm so sorry about how bad I timed everything out. I'll get better, but thank you for being so cool about everything. And go get that cash, my man. I'm really excited about the opportunity to cap WNBA with you this year. You have inspired me. And I'm very excited, and I'm having a lot of fun capping. So I will be listening and trying to set nice tables for you to attack. So thank you for all you do, my man. Any last words for the cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, last play for me tonight is a overnight play in the New Zealand Basketball League. I like the Wellington Saints minus the 15.5 against the Nuggets. They're going to smoke those boys. Last time I bet that game, it was like 3 months ago. They smoked them by like 30-something points. I think it's another smoke show. Wellington Saints, one of the better teams in the NBL.
I love it. Wellington Saints to put a bow on our proceedings. Shout out to Billy Brisbane. Let's bring back our guy, Mr. Jose Bouquet. We're going to race. Shout out to Old E, the victor yesterday, $50 richer. Shout out to our guy, and let's get to work, my friend. It is time. What the hell is this? Jose, talk to us.
We're racing hedgehogs.
Jesus Christ, we're hedgehog racing. That's what this has come to. Very colorful hedgehogs. How many gold members do we have?
74 gold members, I believe. Fucking hedgehog racing is the future here, and I fucking can't wait.
Jesus. All right. Well, let's roll, my friend.
Let's roll. Indeed, we shall. And so will these things. And they're off. They're not rolling. They're using their little legs to run. Here they go. And look, Joseph Thompson's up there rolling. Saturated. Scott Torrey Coker's rolling through here. Here we go. The nimbility in the battle. Even Jimmy the Bag's up there. I think, Jimmy, you're the pink one. How nice, Jimmy. There you go. No, you're the yellow one, the purple. I don't even know anymore. This is so entertaining. Look at these fuckers roll here. Sam Comer coming up to the top, Jimmy.
The great Sammy Comer coming off board sweepage himself yesterday. 7-0 plus 8.5 units in tennis. Joey Marinaccio, the dapper capper up there. Miss Big Show trying to come home with it. Is this Miss Big Show's day? Is this finally arrived? Or is she going to buckle under the pressure? And she is buckling under said pressure. And who's that flying? It is Juan Ruiz. Wow. Is that Juan's 5th win?
Wow.
No one's won as much as Juan Ruiz. Poor Miss Big Show. It's all coming together for the Big Show family, and then buckles under the pressure. It's tough to have that kind of a lead. Very, very impressive. Daby Cab was right there as well, but Juan Ruiz wins again. Juan Ruiz wins again. I will message Juan. I hope the old E knows here. Justin McKelvey says, am I ever going to win again? You're going to get that chance. The chance will come here. But exciting race here, hedgehogs. And I just truly hope that I never see them again. That is my dream here. Jose, let's review all action before we put a bow on the week. Thank you guys for rocking with us. I don't believe in paralysis or by overanalysis or whatever it is. I don't believe in that stuff. I don't think long, think wrong. I don't believe in that shit at all. But I did find today's card in MLB very, very difficult. Let's review all action here on the show. Stacks play today, number 1, Terang over 1.5 bases, plus 114. Stacks play today, number 2, Braves over 9.5 at even money. Billy Friedrich, Pig Milk play of the day. White Sox first 5 run line, plus 0.5, plus 115. And on Saturday, it's a 3-leg parlay. And I'll put the 3-leg parlay here in the chat for you. UFC Saturday. There's Oldie, our winner yesterday, Oldie. I hope, please email pubsportsradio@gmail.com. You are add $50 to that bankroll.
Yep.
We have also AM. This is AM's action in UFL. If anybody wants to attack this, let me pop that in the chat for UFL. Oh, sorry, I meant to write AM. So AM. There we go. UFL action here. There we go. Battlehawks defenders over 42.5. Spenny Pennybomb says McDavid will not be denied his cup this time. I agree. Free bands. Yankees minus 135. And free bands tomorrow. Pacers minus 3.5. 9 legacy. Orioles run line. Angels money line. Mystics money line for 9 legacy. And then we have Deacon Mike on. How many home runs have been hit in this one? We got that early one. Is that all we're at? We had just that one?
No. Friedel, Stevenson, and Fraley. 3.
Oh, right. They got 3?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Deacon does it again. That was plus 115. AOD, you're the man. Thank you for all that you do. You inspire us. You push us. Great job, Deacon Mike, man. AM says, I have so many bets. I don't want you to read them all. No, we like it. We want all the action, man. We want all the smoke. Irish King, Cubs first 5 minus 0.5 and team total over 5.5. Oh, that's not coming to fruition here. Sorry. And then let's move down. This is Fat Wally's NASCAR action. I popped in the chat once. I'm going to pop it in here again. Dougie Weiser, the man. Go get it. Go get it. There we go. There is the Fat Wally NASCAR action. And Rem Most and D Jenkins birthday. D Jenkins, the birthday pick for you, D Jenkins, is now I'm just going to give you the best pick available for your birthday, D Jenkins.
Sure. I'm ready with the parlay, actually. I'm always waiting for your leg.
This is not going to help. The Edmonton Oilers to win the Stanley Cup. You want a winner, D Jenkins? This is a winner. And D Jenkins, don't just put one unit on this one, man. Make some car payments. 15. The Edmonton Oilers to win the Stanley Cup.
Are you doubling down?
Not doubling. Well, I have. Well, I mean,
betting on the series obviously a little different, but are you going to bet them to win the Cup again, basically?
I did. I took them to win Game 1 in the Cup at plus 150 this morning.
Yeah. Makes sense. I just put 25 on the Panthers to free roll this series, but I definitely considered betting it again.
Oh, there's Preston. We never talked about it. Preston, don't hedge. Don't hedge. And AM saying the books desperately do not want the Oilers to win the Cup. The books are going to make a ton of money on all future. Like, we don't need to worry about this, AM. The future market, they get paid out every single year. They make, you know how much money was on the Leafs to win the Cup? I mean, but it won't be good for them. I agree. It's probably the worst case scenario. I agree. Mally Mal says Florida going to be favored in most games.
I disagree there.
Well, this line's pretty telling here. That Oilers aren't a bigger favorite. The Oilers having home ice advantage is your fucking gift. The Panthers struggling down the stretch. I mean, if the Panthers had home ice advantage, I might be a little more concerned. I would still be on the Oilers in Game 1 on the road, but let's not go into battle in Florida and Miami yet. Let's not do that yet. Let's make them come up north. God, the city's going to be going fucking bananas. The country's going to be going bananas. You know, the other teams, look at the other Canadians that made the Stanley Cup final. The Oilers back in whatever year that was that? Oh, I want to say 6. Then we had the Flames make the Stanley Cup final. I want to say like 05. Was that was the year where Bertuzzi smashed Moore's face into the ice? Those teams weren't that good. They weren't that good.
I recently, by the way, just saw the slash on some dude. I forget his name, but it was a guy in the Bruins.
Oh,
yeah, a guy in the Bruins just smashed him on the head, and he was some asshole. I don't know. Just fucking laid his ass out. It was 90s hockey. I've been doing some hockey research.
Are you talking about when no, that was McSorley against Brashear.
Donald Brashear. Yeah, Donald Brashear is who I was thinking of.
Okay, yeah, that was McSorley on the side. That was horrific.
Yeah, I just saw. I was like, oh my god.
You know what you should see is the Dino Ciccarelli. Dino Ciccarelli is high stick or whatever that. Right down YouTube. Dino Ciccarelli 3 chops, one on the head, one on each side of the head. It was and he never really got called out for it for whatever reason.
And then I also saw the one where I think it was a Red Wing coming up and punching Avalanche in the face from behind, and him just getting knocked out and just going face first on the ice. I was like, oh my god. Yeah,
the Red Wings Avalanche series back in the day were the most incredible. They hated each other so much. They were spectacular. You know what I couldn't understand, and I had to go back and watch. I was like, when we told the stat of Nuge scoring 2 points in 4 straight games, and how no one had done that since Gretzky in 1988. In the 1988 conference final, Oilers Red Wings, I couldn't find it.
Luke Richardson.
I remember Luke. What about
was
Luke?
that the guy that Ciccarelli fucking whopped?
No, this was before Luke's time.
Oh man,
I believe this was.
I just watched Dino Ciccarelli hit him with a 1-2 and then hit him with a butt of a stick. So he's got a history.
Maybe it was. I thought it was earlier than Luke's time. I thought
1988.
Oh, maybe you're right. Wow, that would have been it. Wow. Okay.
Apparently, he was convicted of assault.
Yeah, they charged him. And
what?
Yeah, it was wild. Yeah, I couldn't remember though that Red Wings Oilers series. I can't because I was so I had to go back and go over it again.
Well, apparently he did something to someone else and got another suspension from the Sabres in 1999.
Oh, that wasn't I'm talking about the one in 88. The one you're talking about, yeah.
God, that's hilarious.
Let's keep rolling here. Nasty Nate will be calling Pete tomorrow for a birthday pick. I hope Pete does something special about it.
I hope Nasty Nate calls in to say hey plays tomorrow.
That would be dope.
I think the back does too for Nasty Nate's birthday pick.
Yes. God, I cannot wait for this Stanley Cup. It's what we deserve as hockey fans. We deserve this. We deserve the rematch. God, I cannot wait. I can't fucking wait. And you know what? It's funny. You have Hyman and Brown out, and in my head, the Oilers are healthier than last year. Because why? Because Draisaitl's healthy. Draisaitl was so hurt last year. You need him, but it sucks Hyman's not going to be available. Ron Crawford, MLB play today was the New York Yankees. My dudes plays today. Jose Ramirez over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs, Braves, money line, Royals, first 5 money line, Cards, money line. Justin McKelvey on his way, we hope. I don't want to talk about it, actually, because it's still in business here. The leadoff double. So 1 run comes in and the over hits.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't come in. I really fucking hope it doesn't come in.
Why?
Because I don't want to be right and not have the bet, et cetera, et cetera. And I would like for you to be right about feeding my hypothetical family.
Well, we got Ashcraft got us one out.
Yeah. Shout out to him, by the way, for being a reliever and a high leverage reliever for now, which is kind of hilarious.
It's nice. We have the cold cash play today. Oh, Ellie De La Cruz, he got the run already, didn't he?
What was his bet?
Mally Mal took the cold cash play today with Ellie De La Cruz for a run. He got one, right?
Yep, he did.
Look at our guy, Mally Mal, doing his thing, man. Getting that cash. Mally Mal, also the Reds team total over 3.5. Look at that guy go. Did Horner get his hits, runs, and RBIs?
Nico Horner has 1 hit and a run.
There we go. Ronnie Lofton. Look at you guys all cashing nonstop. And don't forget the birthday pick.
The ball drops first and third, so he's not going to score. Okay.
The birthday
second. Wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, second and third, 1 out then.
Danger.
Little bloop. PCA is just fast as fuck.
God, he's good. We have the UTSA look. So the UTSA bet is for Rem Most to fade, for D Jenkins to bet. And before we go through the rest of the action here, happy birthday, man. Rem Most, love capping with you. Bring so much fun and levity to what we do.
Yep.
And yeah, it's fun. And it's fun. The battle with you and Jose over the years is very fun.
I hope Ren comes to Palooza one time. I'd love to be there.
Respect to our guy Rem Most. And D Jenkins, great friend of the channel. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday, both of you fine gentlemen. And thank you for all that you do for us. Truly, truly, truly.
Agreed. Pitching change for the Reds. They're bringing in Emilio Pagan, who also fucking sucks, if we're going to be honest.
BJ says, look at the Milwaukee line now. He's hammering money line 5 units. Yeah, it was a mistake. It was a mistake.
Jimmy, you don't jump on like that, right? When you see that line move and
no, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I'm not going to move on this one here plus 100, but I'm fine with it. It's moved 30 cents. The reason why, yes, DC Capper, yes. On the way to the casino, yes, my friend, yes. The reason why I don't is because I don't want to fade exhaustion anymore. It's not been working. Now it might work here, and I hope it does, because I'm also on Brewers futures, whatever. But it's just not, it's just not, And I'm very interested what the Liberty do tonight, and they're, very tired situation here. So, Rob Free gave us Nebraska plus 1.5, UC Irvine and Oklahoma State. We're gonna go over. Jose will go over his action, but I'm gonna have to sit with this card here and figure some stuff out. Go over all these notes again. Do I risk another first 3 under with Kyle Freeland pitching? I don't know if I can. I want the first 3 under 2.5 in San Francisco, Miami. And then we have Daby Cab, of course. His first best bet was the Braves first 5 minus 0.5 here. AM's action. Let's get this up here. All of it here. I love it. Reds, Cubs over 8.5. He's very close. Brewers, Phillies over 9. White Sox, Orioles over 9. Athletics, Blue Jays over 8.5. Rockies, Mets under 8. Angels, Guardians over 8, and Red Sox, Braves under 9. Cards, Rangers under 9. Tigers, Royals under 8.5. Nationals, Diamondbacks over 9. Pirates, Padres under 7.5. Twins, Mariners over 7, and Yankees, Dodgers over 9 here. It's fun stuff, man. And you're not sick at all, man. You found the right crew. That's all you did. Sun, Fever over 157.5. Sparks, Aces under 167.5. Lynx, Mercury under 159. Battlehawks, Defenders over 42.5. That over you had, both of the overs, but especially that Carolina, Miami, or Florida over it was so sharp, and I should have moved on it. Oh, coin. That is music to my ears and Jose's. Texas, St. Louis under back to 8.5.
Thank God.
Oh God. It's just, I felt sick. I just felt fucking
I mean,
sick.
I still like the bet, but like you never like going against the market at the very least,
Ugh.
More of an X's and O's bet for me, I guess.
Let me just check that first 3, because it's still not what the first 3's not moved. Okay.
That's nice. Dansby Swanson up, 1 out, 2 guys on.
Kong's smash play of the week. Chase on Zachary Reese parlay from our guy Kong's Clips. Thank you, Kong, my man.
Is that UFC Kong's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, got that copied and pasted. Then here in MLB, so funny the spots I thought I'd be on that I'm not on. By the way, Daby Cab also on Padres team total over and Jackson Merrill over 1.5 bases. Then the under 7 in Minnesota, Seattle. I got to make sure I have the conviction to go up against AM's model, which I'm not sure if I do at this point. And that's it. And then I doubled up on the Indiana Fever. I would have given that out as a birthday pick. A full game. Would have given that out as a birthday pick. I think they really put it on. Then we have Brizzy on the over 166, Plum over 28.5 points and assists. I'm moving on the aces in a couple different ways. I think it'll be team total and over. Oh, I'll get you in a second saturated here. Then I want to find out the Collier information. I need to know if I have the conviction to go up against DC, who's bullish on the Dream, because I like the Storm with Brizzy. And I want to move on the Wings as soon as I can. I fear when it comes out, it's going to be a 4. And then, Jose, review your action, and I'll touch on the Pacers game.
Brewers for me, money line and team total over 4.5, minus 104, plus 104. Sorry, minus 110, plus 104. Cardinals under 8.5 minus 110. UTSA money line minus 131. And Matt Olson over 1.5 total bases plus 135 for me.
I love it. For tomorrow's basketball game, I want to sit with it for longer, but I wanted the number for the. No, why would it be? It shouldn't. The swing, the difference of home and road regularly has been 7.5 points, which I still think is too many. But I almost wanted it to be more here. We have the swing now with the Pacers -4 at most books. You can still get a 3.5, but that from the opening line. So if we do the opening line for both, so the opening line then is 8.5 points different with the Pacers at Madison Square Garden and then at Gainsbridge. I mean, I don't see how the Pacers don't punch back. But I really want to sit with this and think, do they have the mettle? Are they ready for this? Because I still look at the way, Brunson plays under pressure and Cat plays under pressure. I still feel like they're the veteran team. And maybe that's the wrong way of looking at it because, who's the oldest guy on the floor? It's McConnell, isn't it? Who played terribly. Say what?
6-2 final.
Oh, great job. Great job.
I'm glad I said off.
And BJ says, yeah, we missed the price on the Brew Crew. Still want that money, though. I'll take it. Yeah, I get it. I'm not going to here because I want to stop. I want to stop with the fading tired teams. It's just not worked in my history. I think I might be with Dougie Wise on the Pacers. And Saturday, I'll message you. It really, I was really wrong. I was really wrong the last two basketball games. And that takes a while to shake off. I honestly, I was so wrong with the Timberwolves first half and the Pacers +4 that I was like, take a weekend off. But then how much more basketball are we going to get? The good thing is we got capping WNBA now. But I was so wrong on Thursday and Friday, Saturated, that I just need to just sit with this shit. It's one thing when you're unlucky or you have bad break, but when you're just so wrong, I want to just take a second here. You think about I tried to say I don't want gimmicks in my action, but if I didn't hammer the Operation Garcia, I'd be down units on the season in NBA. If I wasn't hammering the first 3 unders, I'd be down units on the season in MLB. It's such a fine line, winning and losing, and it's so important. And I guess I just got to shake it off. So I'm going to sit. I'm going to cap. I'll be the. I'm not going to cap the MLB card tomorrow. I need to break off of this. It's just it took us 3.5 hours to break down 15 games, man, and how many hours of prep. So, but I'll be in touch with you guys. Jose's got his big show. I love the show, the call-in show. I love getting a chance to see all these cappers who've not been on screen yet. Also gives everybody in our community a chance to get their set right, get their sound right, because we want you on screen. We want you on camera with us, especially we got football season, all the live streams coming up. So please get your shot right, get your audio right, your lights right, so that we can have you on screen with us. It's special. It's really, really special. So I'm excited about your show, my man. And Saturated says Knicks might be tough for team when all the chips are on the table. That's the problem is I've been putting too much into what I just saw. And also I put too much into Anthony Edwards. So that is our show for today. Thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. Juan Ruiz, our winner. What was that animal again?
Hedgehog
winner. Textiles in the house. Big Zoe, Saturated, the truth teller, back in business with us.
Don't show Ella or Carter the hedgehogs either, because they'll want one.
They know that. They know this is not a pet household, man.
No pets? Not even a dog?
No pets, Jose.
Have you never had a dog in your family before either?
No, I did when my parents were together, but they broke up and there was no more pets, Jose. And I grew up fast at 10 years old.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
Nunya, Big Zoe,
No pets. No pets. I get it. No pets.
When you go back to those, all I can remember now, like when I think about the divorce, is my mom's divorce music. I mean, how many times I had to hear Annie Lennox walking on broken glass,
Sure.
DC Capper, thank you guys. Jermaine, thank you. AM, thank you for all of your hard work with your model. It's very helpful for us. Mally Mal, love seeing you guys cash. So many of you guys cashed right off the hop. Mr. McKelvey, thank you. Preston Ekdahl, great seeing you in the chat. Check out Talking Hands. Our guys, Preston Ekdahl, Danny Betts running hot. All of you guys, Christopher Commentini, thank you so much for your support. Happy birthday to Rem Most and to D Jenkins. Jose Bouquet, please bless our action and leche us into the future.
Yeah, shout out to all the people out there that are going to dine on some flank steak tonight. We appreciate all you guys that watch the program as well. And yes, for the people wondering, I will be giving you flank steak if you come and collect, you sons of bitches. So I hope you enjoy the finer things in life as well when we come in and get that steak. But shout out to all you guys. We appreciate it. Rem, happy birthday. Nasty Nate, happy early birthday. D Jenkins, happy birthday as well. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I appreciate all you guys watching. Tomorrow morning, Say Hey Plays, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Central Time. Daby Cab, myself, and all of you guys in the chat joining us. So thank you guys. Appreciate it. And let's leche Elos bookmakers. Let's go.